Chapter 10:22. There was no sign of Yang Yi when they finally recovered from their shock, and they howled in unison with voices that were filled with anger. The man wiped off the drop of cold sweat on his forehead and said, "I never expected that there's actually someone who's even more shameless than me in this world. Pursue him. He's injured and won't be able to escape." As he spoke, the man and the other savages shot off in Yang Yi's direction. At this moment, Yang Yi had raised his speed to its limits, and since he didn't have profound energy to protect himself, such speed actually caused severe harm to his body. However, it allowed him to greatly improve his speed for a short duration. The woman spoke abruptly with a tone that carried a trace of ridicule. "Your actions earlier made me look at you in a new light, but the facts prove that I was wrong." Yang Yi didn't speed and just continued increasing his speed like a madman. She continued, "If we can live by fleeing, then your actions can be excused. After all, their strength far surpasses your own. But your current actions of harming your body in order to flee is extremely foolish, because they'll catch up in the end. At that time, you wouldn't even be able to fight back in your exhausted state." Yang Yi still didn't speak, and he just continued increasing his speed. She added, "Death isn't terrifying, it's cowardice that's terrifying. If there's fear in a person's heart, then that person will forever stay an ordinary person." At this moment, it was like they'd changed roles. The woman who likes to remain silent had suddenly started to speak while Yang Yi, who liked to speak, was maintaining silence. After around 15 minutes passed, Yang Yi finally stopped. Her voice carried ridicule as she said, "What? You're not fleeing anymore?" Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and he moved over to an ancient tree that would take over a dozen people standing hand in hand to encircle. He picked up a branch and started swinging it incessantly against the tree. Quite some time passed before he was able to carve out a door, and then a few more moments passed as he dug that area out. Next, he slapped his palm forward and obliterated the bits of the tree that he dug out. After that, Yang Yi placed the woman inside the tree. She looked him in the eyes and said, "What are you doing?" Yang Yi bent down close to the woman and said, "You'll definitely die if you stay with me. You're too weak right now. Just stay here. We'll go fight them to the death after this. If my luck is good, perhaps I'll be able to kill all of them. If my luck is bad, then I'll naturally be killed. As for you, your fortune will decide if you'll be able to survive. This is all I can do for you." She stared at him without blinking. "You fled so that you could hide me and face them on your own?" As he gazed at her peerlessly beautiful face, he suddenly stretched out his hand and pinched her smooth face. He grinned and said, "Don't be too moved by this. I mainly did this because I was afraid that you'd be a burden to me in battle." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi replaced the door head carved out to cover the gap, and then he repaired the mark's head left behind when he carved out that door. It didn't take long for the ancient tree to look exactly like it had before this, and there were just 2 small holes on it. Yang Yi could see the woman looking at him through those small holes. Yang Yi cracked a smile, and then he vanished from her field of vision. A long time passed within the hole in the tree, and then the woman finally withdrew her gaze. At this moment, there were traces of ripples in her eyes. "Time!" The woman's faint voice resounded from within the hole in the tree. Yang Yi traveled back the way he came. Just as Head said, he was going to fight them to the death. As for fleeing, he wanted to continue fleeing, but it was just as Shed said, he could flee for now, but he couldn't flee forever. Because they'd lost the advantage they had, and coupled with the injuries Head suffered, fleeing under such circumstances was completely pointless and would just waste his strength. It didn't take long for the savages to appear in front of Yang Yi. One of them roared with fury upon noticing Yang Yi, and then he charged forward and stabbed his pike towards Yang Yi's head. Yang Yi's expression remained calm when he saw the pike approaching, and he just punched forward. Bang! The pike and the savage's arm instantly split apart, and the powerful force within his punch blasted the savage flying. The savage flew quite a distance before crashing to the ground. The others focused their gazes on him, and they noticed that his entire body had cracked apart. All the savages were horrified. Only the man in luxurious robes was visibly excited. "Will you fight me in single combat, or are all of you going to gang up on me?" Yang Yi gazed at the man and said, I'm not joking this time. I'm serious. The man in luxurious robes sized up Yang Yi and said, "Interesting. Your control over your physical strength has actually arrived at such a level. Amongst the people I know, no more than 5 are capable of accomplishing that. So you can speak like a normal person." Yang Yi gazed at the man with astonishment. Head thought that the man was a savage as well, but a noble amongst the savages. However, he hadn't expected the man to actually be able to speak like a normal person. The man's face darkened. "Do I not seem like a normal person? You're from the radiant dimension?" Yang Yi was quite excited, because meeting a normal person in this damnable place was truly a cause for joy. The man nodded. "How rare." Joy surged onto Yang Yi's face. "How did you get to this damnable place?" The man's face became quite unsightly when he heard Yang Yi, and a long time passed before he spoke gloomily. "I was tricked." He gazed at Yang Yi and added, "What about you?" Yang Yi laughed bitterly. "I got in here by accident. That makes me feel much better." The man continued, "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Shui Wenyang from the Central Divine Prefecture." Yang Yi stated, "Yang Yi, Pine Prefecture." "Pine Prefecture?" The man gazed at Yang Yi as if he was looking at a freak. "You're not from the Central Divine Prefecture?" Yang Yi asked. "Is that strange?" "Tisk, tsk." Shui Wenyang sized up Yang Yi and said, "You're only a mid-rank half-saint, but your control of strength surpasses saints, and your physical body far surpasses ordinary saints as well. ID thought that you were from the physique sect, but I never expected you to actually be from Pine Prefecture. All right, no matter what, I finally have someone to accompany me now." Ha ha ha. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. He sized up the savages behind the man and said, "So, since you're from the radiant dimension, why are you ordering them to kill me? It made me have no choice but to flee through countless mountains throughout this time." "To think you have the gall to speak about that." Shui Wenyang suddenly revealed a livid expression. "Are you sure they were there to kill you and not find you?" Yang Yi was stunned. "Find me? What else?" Shui Wenyang spoke furiously. "Once I found out about your arrival in this world, I started sending people to search all over for you. But you immediately attack upon encountering the people I sent. Can't you even give them a chance to say something?" Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Through the subsequent conversation he had with the man, Yang Yi found out that besides the first group of savages, all the other savages hadn't been searching for him to kill him, and it was he who'd mistaken their intention. Yang Yi's lips couldn't help but twitch when he realized this. After all, Head suffered so much for nothing. Had been constantly filled with anxiety throughout that period. After all, Head thought that there were at least over 100 saints who were pursuing him with the intent to kill. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment and asked, "Why are there so many saints here? Moreover, there isn't any spirit energy here. So how did they attain the saint realm without any spirit energy?" Shui Wenyang explained, "Firstly, they can't be considered to be true saints. There's quite a gap between them and an actual saint. Secondly, while there isn't any spirit energy here, there are things that can allow their body to attain the strength of a saint. In short, this damnable place is extremely complicated and dangerous." "Do you know how to leave this place?" Yang Yi asked the most important question. He absolutely couldn't stay here for long. After all, in Nanjing, Yu Wushuang, and all the others were still waiting for him, especially when they weren't in the safest situation. Shui Wenyang nodded in response, and this delighted Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Shui Wenyang spoke. "Even though I know how to leave this damnable place, I have to tell you the cruel truth. You should give up on such thoughts, because I would have left this damnable place if it could be done." Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment and asked, "Having a way is better than having nothing." Shui Wenyang shook his head. "Once you witness the situation there, you'll feel despair, and then you'll just choose to live in this damnable place with me." Roar. Suddenly, a loud roar resounded somewhere in the distance, and it caused everyone here to bleed from all 7 of their apertures, including Yang Yi. The savages immediately fell flat on the ground, and they trembled as they howled incessantly with pain. It seemed like they were begging for mercy. At this moment, Shui Wenyang had an extremely solemn expression on his face as well, and his eyes were filled with fear and terror. Yang Yi had an extremely solemn expression on his face as well. What is that? It was actually able to injure me with just a roar, and it even makes me have the impulse to kneel down in submission. Chapter 1023. A long time passed before everything here returned to normal. However, the savages were still lying flat on the ground and seemed to dare not stand up. What is that? Yang Yi had an extremely solemn expression on his face. Had heard the roar of a dragon, and it was even the roar of a powerful dragon. However, it was nothing before that furious roar from before. Shui Wenyang remained silent for a long time before he spoke. The ferocious beast from outer space. The ferocious beast? Yang Yi frowned. So that monster isn't from our radiant dimension? Shui Wenyang nodded. Let's not talk about that anymore. Come with me back to Rock City. I have so much to ask you. Yang Yi glanced at the others and nodded. Let me get my friend first. Shui Wenyang pointed towards a direction. Just continue forward in that direction and you'll arrive at Rock City. Right? Don't run around randomly outside here. There are other strange living beings besides these savages living here. In short, it's a very mysterious and scary place. As soon as he finished speaking, Shui Wenyang led the savages away. Yang Yi didn't stay here a moment longer and left immediately. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the tree which he hid the woman in. But his expression instantly changed when he saw it, because the tree had been blasted apart and the woman was gone. Who did it? Yang Yi slowly clenched his fists. It was impossible for it to have been the savages, because the savages had been with him, so they didn't have the time to capture the woman. As for her leaving herself, that was even more impossible because she didn't possess any strength. Otherwise, she wouldn't have even had to rely on him to move. Since it wasn't the savages or the woman herself, it meant that someone else had been here. Yang Yi's gaze gradually turned icy cold as he thought up to this point, and then he glanced at the surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed a bloody strip of cloth not too far away from him, and he recognized it as one of the strips Head used to bandage her wounds. Yang Yi didn't stay here a moment long and shot explosively towards the distance. He didn't feel a very strong connection to her. Or to be more precise, he had a trace of respect towards her because Shed provided him with guidance. If it wasn't for that, he might have taken many diverted or wrong paths on his path towards the martial Tao. Moreover, even if he realized the problem that plagued him, he might still have to take countless diverted or wrong paths if he didn't have her to teach him the correct method. He knew very well what it felt like to search for the way on his own. It could be said that the guidance Shed provided him over the course of these 2 months had allowed him to save 10 years on searching for his way through such diverted or mistaken paths. No matter what her true objective was, it was a fact that he owed her. Especially the Brink Law, it was a powerful and heaven-defying law, yet Shed taught it to him without any hesitation. That made him feel very grateful to her. That was why Head left her behind in the tree and intended to face the savages on his own. 15 minutes later, a group of shadowy figures appeared within Yang Yi's field of vision. He frowned when he saw them because they were quite strange. There were around 20 of them, and their feet didn't touch the ground. They were floating in midair. Moreover, their figures were indistinct as if they were just souls. Yang Yi saw the woman at the center of the group, and he noticed that she was fine. At this moment, her figure was floating along with them. As for the cultivations of those figures, he wasn't able to see through them. Yang Yi hesitated for an instant before he shot explosively towards the group of shadowy figures. Don't come close. Suddenly, the woman shouted, and her voice carried a rare trace of seriousness. Yang Yi was shocked, but Head already charged forward, so how could he just retreat? He sped up in midair and instantly arrived before the group of shadowy figures. Meanwhile, the group had stopped abruptly and turned around to face him. At this moment, Yang Yi saw their true appearances clearly, or it should be said that they had no faces. What monsters are they? Such a thought had just appeared in Yang Yi's mind when one of the shadowy figures had suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped it at Yang Yi from afar. A ripple suddenly undulated in the space before Yang Yi, and it was extremely swift to the point that Yang Yi didn't even have the time to dodge before it struck him. Bang! Yang Yi's figure was blasted flying, and he flew almost a kilometer before he could stop himself. The shadowy figures paid no attention to Yang Yi after blasting him flying, and they continued taking the woman forward. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was looking at his chest with astonishment. There was a bloody injury that stretched for a few centimeters on his chest, and it was so deep that his internal organs were clearly visible deep below. Blood was flowing incessantly from within him, and it instantly covered him in blood. There was shock in Yang Yi's eyes. That shadowy figure's attack had completely avoided his physical defenses. It was like Liu Weiner's sword soul technique, but it was even more terrifying and mysterious. "Don't come close." Suddenly, the woman's voice resounded once more. "They aren't pure souls. They are a unique form of existence instead, and they are even more mysterious than souls. Your body can't resist their attacks at all." Pooh! Suddenly, one of the shadowy figures suddenly raised his hand and waved it lightly at the woman. A visible ripple instantly shot through the woman's stomach, and then blood instantly seeped out and turned that area of her robe red. Yang Yi's pupils constricted slightly when he witnessed this scene, and he instantly tossed her words to the back of his head. A powerful aura instantly surged out from within him, and then a beam of crystal blue energy instantly shot down from the sky and entered him. The Stellar Ward. Yang Yi had decisively utilized the Stellar Ward technique. Once a thin layer of stellar energy formed a film around him, Yang Yi's figure shot towards the shadowy figures. At this moment, all of them had turned around in unison, and then over a dozen visible ripples instantly traveled through space and struck Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi wasn't blasted flying like he had before this, but he wasn't completely unharmed as he used to be as well. There were over a dozen clearly visible marks on the protective film around his body. Yang Yi paid no attention to it. He seized the moment when those ripples struck him to charge over to the woman, and then he grabbed her before turning around and fleeing. Bang! 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 Meanwhile, 20 ripples suddenly struck his back, and the film of stellar energy was instantly cracked apart, while the powerful force those ripples carried caused his back to be blasted open as well. Bang! Suddenly, another ripple struck him, and the protective film was immediately blasted apart while the powerful force from the impact blasted Yang Yi over 5 kilometers away. Pooh! A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Yang Yi's mouth. Yang Yi didn't dare stay here for a moment, and he held her in his arms as he raised his speed to its limits and shot towards the distance. Fortunately, while those shadowy figures were extremely strong, their speed wasn't superior to his. So, Yang Yi was finally able to shake them off after running for around an hour. In a gorge within a forest, Yang Yi placed the woman on the ground, and then he collapsed to the ground. He hadn't fainted, but he was on the verge of it. It hurt. The pain he felt struck deep within his marrow, and it struck deep within his soul. The backlash from utilizing stellar energy was simply overwhelming and unbearable. If the pain he suffered when Head used the Nether Ghost Flame to temper his body was compared to the pain he suffered right now, then it would simply be child's play. The pain he suffered from the backlash was something that even his will was almost unable to endure. Actually, only he was capable of enduring it like this. If it was any other person, that person would have already been tortured to death by the sharp pain. I swear that I will never again execute the Stellar Ward technique in this damnable place. Yang Yi clenched his fists, while his face had warped severely. Moreover, his body was shivering from the pain. The woman spoke abruptly. "While it has caused you to suffer unbearable pain, you should be able to sense that your body is gradually transforming because of the backlash that you're suffering. Don't try to escape it, try to get used to it instead. Get completely used to it." Suddenly, Yang Yi pounced on her, and he gazed at her with quite a savage expression. He seemed like a mad beast that was about to swallow its prey. The woman looked him in the eyes and said, "If a piece of iron can't endure being tempered 1,000 times, then how can it be transformed into a sword? If you're able to endure this round of tempering from utilizing stellar energy, then your body will definitely ascend to a higher level. If you can't endure it and allow yourself to lose consciousness, then your body will fall into a dormant state. If that happens, the pain you endured would have been endured for nothing. Yang Yi stared fixedly at her. His eyes were alternating between a clear and cloudy state. It could be said that Yang Yi was extremely dangerous right now because he might transform into an animal at any moment. However, the woman seemed to show no fear at all, and she just looked him in the eyes with an extremely calm gaze. Yang Yi slowly lowered his body, and then he pressed his lips against hers. At the same time, he moved his hand beneath her robes. Surprisingly, the woman didn't resist. She just allowed Yang Yi to violate her, and only her gaze towards him carried a trace of pity. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's lower body pressed down against her. Chapter 1024. Don't you think that you're sad? Meanwhile, her voice resounded by his ears. Don't you think allowing your lower body to control you is pitiable and sad? Even though her voice was soft and calm, it seemed to be penetrative and struck straight at his heart, causing even Yang Yi's heart of slaughter to stop momentarily. Yang Yi's figure stopped moving. He gazed at the woman while the flames of lust still filled his eyes, but there was a faint thread of clarity within them. She was looking at him as well. They gazed at each other for a long time before Yang Yi finally closed his eyes. He moved away from her and rolled off to the side before trying his best to sit up cross-legged on the ground. At this moment, his face had warped and his body was trembling. Earlier, had almost violated her. However, her words had allowed him to resist his most primitive desires. A man who was controlled by his lower body was a disgrace and a weakling. Similar situations had occurred in the past, but Head used his sword intent and profound energy to suppress it. Yet now, he wasn't able to utilize them, and only now did he realize that his will wasn't as strong as Head imagined. No, it should be said that his will was still very weak, but he just hadn't noticed how weak it was. At this moment, while the backlash from utilizing stellar energy was unbearable, he gritted his teeth and endured it. Just as the woman had said, he didn't want to have endured such pain for nothing. Moreover, he didn't want to become a person who was under the control of his lower body. Time passed by slowly. An hour later, Yang Yi's face gradually returned to normal. Even though his body was still trembling slightly, he was in a much better state. The woman slowly relaxed her tightly clenched fist when she saw Yang Yi gradually return to normal, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out from her mouth before she slowly collapsed to the ground. Her face was pale as a sheet, and it seemed like she'd suffered a heavy injury. At the same time, threads of black energy were released from her relaxed grip. Hiss, hiss. The black energy descended towards the ground. Everywhere they passed, space was torn apart like a weak piece of paper. A few moments after the black energy entered the ground, everything in an area of a few tens of thousands of kilometers around Yang Yi and the woman, and even the ground beneath their feet was instantly obliterated. It was obliterated without making a sound. A huge and deep abyss appeared here. At the same time, the entire world suddenly became slightly fainter at the exact same instant that everything around Yang Yi and the woman had vanished. At this moment, countless living beings had shot their gazes towards this direction, and their eyes were filled with horror. A long time later, Yang Yi slowly opened his eyes and smashed his fist forward. Bang! The space before him instantly cracked apart. She wasn't lying. There was excitement in Yang Yi's eyes. My current physical strength is much stronger than before. If I do it a few more times, then my physical strength would definitely be able to ascend to a higher level. But tempering myself with stellar energy, Yang Yi couldn't help but shudder when he recalled the pain he experienced. That pain was really not something an ordinary person could endure. Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something and raised his head to look towards his surroundings, and he was instantly stunned when he noticed that he was within an abyss which he couldn't see the end of. What happened? He looked to the side towards the woman, and his expression changed when he saw her lying weakly on the ground. He hastily went over to her side and supported her up. Yang Yi's expression changed again when he noticed the state that she was in, because her aura was very faint, and it seemed like she would perish at any moment. Moreover, there were black threads wriggling beneath her skin. What is that? Yang Yi was shocked. He pulled open her robe, and he almost dropped her to the ground when he saw the scene before his eyes. The same black threads were wriggling beneath her skin throughout her body, and they were wriggling incessantly as if they wanted to break through her skin. What is that? Yang Yi had an extremely solemn expression on his face while he stretched out his hand to touch her face. But she suddenly started to slowly open her eyes when his hand was about to touch her face. She gazed at him and spoke calmly, "Do you want to die?" Yang Yi's hand instantly stopped on the spot when he heard her, and then he gazed at the black threads on her face and gulped. What is that?" She didn't answer him and just closed her eyes. A long time passed before those black threads started to vanish slowly, and around 10 minutes passed before all the black threads had vanished. However, the woman seemed even weaker than before. Yang Yi was shocked. Are you all right?" She raised her head to look at him and said, "I don't want what happened earlier to happen again. Trust me, if it does, then even that tiny pagoda of yours won't be able to save you." Yang Yi fell silent. He naturally knew what she was speaking about. Coupled with the one time that day, had offended her twice now. Even though he hadn't completed the deed, it was on the verge of completion, because had seen, touched, and kissed her. While had done so in an unconscious state, it was still him. Yang Yi laughed bitterly when he thought up to this point. "It was my mistake. I guarantee that it won't happen again." She gazed at him for a long time before she said, "I refuse to help when we encounter danger because I can't. If I do, then everything here, including both of us, will be unable to survive. Understand?" Yang Yi was astounded when he heard this, because if she was telling the truth, then he could only imagine how strong she was. He didn't know how strong she was, but he knew that he was absolutely incapable of causing the same damage as what was caused around him. Perhaps only by executing the Brink laws 10 times or more in succession would he have the chance to replicate the damage Shed caused here. At this moment, he suddenly felt he had a slight understanding of why the #1 expert of Pine Prefecture, the Azura Queen, had treated this woman in such a way. She wasn't weak, but too strong. She was strong to the point that even the Azura Queen feared her. She suddenly said, "You're afraid now?" Yang Yi glanced at her, thought for a moment, and replied, "To be honest, I am slightly afraid. However, you wouldn't act against me if we're able to leave this place, right? After all, no matter what has happened, we can be considered as friends now, right? If I can become friends with her and even trick her to come to Ocean of Cloud City, then it would be equivalent to gaining powerful backing." As for relying on women, Yang Yi didn't have such chauvinistic concerns. All he knew was that he needed the help of experts. The woman spoke indifferently, "I don't befriend humans." Yang Yi was speechless. The woman suddenly asked, "Do you have the blood of the dragon clan within you?" Yang Yi nodded and spoke with slight surprise. "How did you know?" She asked. "Besides that, there's another strange energy as well, right?" Yang Yi knew that she was talking about his bloodline, which had been modified by the primordial violet energy, and he glanced at her and nodded. She said, "Stretch out your hand." Yang Yi didn't understand what she wanted to do, but he still did as she said. Had only just stretched it to her when she suddenly opened her mouth and bit his wrist, and then a strand of blood instantly surged into her mouth. "What the fuck?" Yang Yi was shocked and instinctively jerked his hand back to him. However, her teeth were latched firmly onto his wrist, and he was actually unable to jerk it back. Such a result shocked Yang Yi further. After all, his body was comparable to a Saint Realm demon beast now, but her teeth were actually able to bite through his skin with such ease. Yang Yi sized her up. At this moment, he was suddenly quite curious about her true form. A short while passed before she released his hand, and Yang Yi noticed that her face was actually rosy now. "My blood can be used to heal?" Yang Yi gazed at the bite marks on his wrist. "Should I drink a few mouthfuls as well?" She gazed at him, and then suddenly licked off the remaining blood on her lips. The sight of this caused Yang Yi's heart to thump quickly twice. After all, it was such a seductive sight, especially when her robe merely concealed half her figure. The dragon blood belongs to at least an ancestral level dragon. As for the other energy within your blood, it's very strong, and it's even purer than the dragon blood. She gazed at him and continued, "Even though you're weak like an ant, you have quite a few secrets, and there are even some that I've never seen or heard of. Yang Ye's face darkened. Perhaps my strength is inferior to yours, but am not weak as an ant, right? She didn't say anything in response. She just glanced at the surroundings, remained silent for a while, and then said, I heard the roar of a beast not too long after you left. Yang Yi revealed a solemn expression when he heard her. It's that beast from outer space. She glanced at the surroundings again, and a short while passed before she spoke in a low voice. If I'm not wrong, this world is being used to suppress it. But this world is already extremely weak from the corrosion of countless years, and it's probably unable to hold on for long because of what I did just now. So, I've sensed the aura of that beast. You're telling me that thing is about to escape? Yang Ye's eyelids twitched. After all, just its roar could cause hundreds of savages at the Saint Realm to fall flat on the ground. So how powerful would it be if it escaped? In any case, he was absolutely unable to fight it. We must leave this place before it escapes. Her voice had a trace of seriousness in it. Even the joint forces of everyone in this world is no match for it. Let's go. We'll head to Rock City right away. As he spoke, Yang Yi tidied up her clothes, and then he carried her up and was about to leave. However, the 20 shadowy figures from before suddenly appeared not too far away from them. Yang Yi felt a chill run down his spine when he saw them, and then he didn't hesitate to turn around with the intention to flee. However, the woman stopped him. She asked, Why are you fleeing? I can't defeat them. Yang Yi told her the truth. After all, even the stellar ward technique had been blasted apart by them, so only death would await them if they didn't flee. He could give it a try if they were in the radiant dimension where he could utilize spirit energy, but he really couldn't defeat them right now. She suddenly said, Haven't you comprehended the laws of darkness? Yang Yi nodded. Want to get a few experts to fight for you. Chapter 10:25. Experts to fight for me? Yang Yi was stunned, and then he gazed at those shadowy figures. Subdue them? Can I? She replied with a question. Why not? Yang Yi stated, I can't utilize the laws of darkness without profound energy. She glanced at him and shook her head slightly. It's really a waste that the technique which Shadow Maiden used to instill horror in the hearts of countless experts from the Central Divine Prefecture is in your hands. Yang Ye's face darkened. Can you not be so insulting? She said, They are formed from dark energy. In other words, you who have comprehended the laws of darkness can control them even if without profound energy. Because dark energy is a form of energy as well. It's another type of energy just like profound energy and stellar energy. Moreover, you who have comprehended the laws of darkness just happen to be able to control it. Understand? Right. Yang Yi came to a sudden understanding upon hearing her. The laws of darkness could control dark energy and matter. He needed profound energy to control dark matter, but he didn't need it to control dark energy, because dark energy was a form of energy. Yang Yi gazed at the shadowy figures when he thought up to this point. At this moment, they were around 50 m away from him, and the leader of the group had raised his right hand and seemed to be about to attack. A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth as he made a grabbing motion towards that shadowy figure from afar. Bang! A shocking scene appeared. That shadowy figure actually exploded into pieces. The smile on Yang Ye's face grew wider when he witnessed this scene, because he noticed that he could control the energy they were made of with absolute ease. Simply speaking, he was a counter to them, a true bane of their existence. Meanwhile, another shadowy figure was about to attack. However, he exploded apart before he could even attack and perished on the spot. Haha! Yang Yi roared with laughter as he made a clawing motion towards another one of them. Bang! That shadowy figure instantly exploded apart. In next to no time, Yang Yi had killed 5 of them in an instant. Meanwhile, the others intended to move, but they were forcefully restrained on the spot. Right when Yang Yi was about to continue, the woman spoke abruptly. Do you not want them to fight on your side anymore? Yang Yi was stunned. I can take control of them? The woman glanced at those shadowy figures and said, Do you not feel it? They are beings without any consciousness. Since they have no consciousness, you naturally are able to take control of them. After all, they are formed from dark energy, and you are able to control such energy. It's extremely easy for you to take control of them while they have no consciousness. Let me try. Yang Yi gazed at them, and he just gazed at them for around 10 minutes before one of them suddenly moved. That shadowy figure didn't seem to have done anything, yet a ripple flashed out and sliced a distant mountain wall into two. It really works. Yang Yi's voice carried excitement in it. What did control over these 15 figures represent? It represented that he had 15 Saint Realm experts on his side. Moreover, they were extremely mysterious and possessed strengths which far surpassed ordinary saints. Leave. Suddenly, the woman spoke abruptly. Leave quickly. Yang Yi was stunned, but he didn't dare hesitate when he noticed the solemn expression on his face. He immediately picked her up in his arms and shot towards the distance. As for the shadowy figures behind them, they suddenly transformed into shadows that merged into Yang Yi's shadow. Around 100 breaths of time after Yang Yi and the woman left, a black-robed figure appeared where Yang Yi had been standing earlier. I've lost my connection with them. This is the laws of darkness. The black-robed figure vanished. Yang Yi was running madly over 5,000 kilometers away. There's some sort of danger? Asked Yang Yi in a serious tone. At this point in time, he understood that if a person or thing could make the woman reveal a solemn expression, then it was definitely extremely terrifying and was absolutely not something he could resist right now. Yang Yi suddenly noticed that he was quite weak in this strange place. She spoke indifferently. A person like you is in constant danger within this world. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched, and he laughed bitterly. Hey, you don't have to be so insulting, right? Even though my current strength really is quite weak to people at your level, it doesn't represent that it'll be weak in the future as well. She didn't offer any response to him. Yang Yi lowered his head and noticed to his astonishment that she had actually fallen asleep. She fell asleep? It didn't take long for Yang Yi to frown because he noticed that something was off. She seemed to have never slept since arriving in this world, yet she had actually fallen asleep now. That was quite unusual. Suddenly, Yang Yi's stomach felt quite damp, and he hurriedly stopped moving to have a look. He noticed that his stomach was actually covered in blood. The blood naturally didn't belong to him because he hadn't been injured there. It was the woman's blood. Yang Yi was shocked. He immediately placed her on the ground and pulled open her robes. There was an over 30 centimeters long gash on her stomach, and it was at least around 10 centimeters deep. At this moment, blood was flowing out incessantly from it. It was from the attack she suffered from the shadowy figures, but she hadn't said anything about it. However, Yang Yi immediately understood why she hadn't said anything when he noticed its exact position. Because her pubic area was just a few centimeters below the gash. Yang Yi didn't take advantage of the situation, and his gaze remained on her injury. At this moment, the edges of the injury were slightly pale while blood surged out incessantly from it, causing her entire stomach to be covered in blood. Yang Yi pondered deeply for an instant and was about to act. However, she suddenly opened her eyes and said, "Leave it alone. Tidy up my clothes." Yang Yi spoke seriously. "You might die." She replied, "That's my problem." Yang Yi disregarded her and used his left hand to lightly slice open his right wrist. Blood instantly surged out from within him as he placed his right hand against her stomach, and his blood immediately entered her body. After her blood flowed into her injury, it instantly started to recover at a visible speed. Yang Yi glanced at her and said, "I have no intention to disrespect you, and I just want to heal you. I think that we really should work together here. Even though you have no strength, you're able to help me in many aspects. As for me, while my knowledge is much more inferior to yours, I can protect you for now. So, working together is win-win for both of us, right?" She didn't say anything. Yang Yi continued, "If you really want to thank me then, right, you can teach me other laws, any laws. If you don't have any laws to teach, then I want refuse divine rank or maybe emperor rank techniques." "Stop daydreaming." She spoke abruptly. Yang Yi grinned and removed his hand. At this moment, her injury had healed completely. Yang Yi nodded lightly as he tidied up her robes, and then he looked at the injuries on her feet. He hesitated for a moment before he moved his wrist, which was still bleeding, towards her right foot. She suddenly said, "Leave it alone." Yang Ye's hand froze in midair, and he gazed at her and said, "What? Don't you want to stand?" She spoke in a slightly cold tone. "I told you to leave it alone." Yang Yi gazed at her for a short while before he finally withdrew his hand. "Then let's go." He carried her up and started traveling towards Rock City. A long time passed before she suddenly spoke. "Those injuries were caused by devil suppression swords. That strange energy within your blood is too scarce, so it isn't enough to recover those injuries. Moreover, it might cause both forms of energy to conflict with each other. At that time, you might die." She actually explained this time. Yang Yi lowered his head to look at her, but Shed lowered her head slightly and kept her eyes closed as she remained silent. "What a headstrong woman." He shrugged and sped up. It didn't take long for a city made of rock to appear within his field of vision. No wonder it's called Rock City. Yang Yi flashed over to the city, and he saw Shuai Wenyang there at its entrance. "I've been waiting for you." He moved over to greet Yang Yi, and then he sized up the woman in Yang Ye's arms and chuckled, "Brother, you're really quite lucky. You even brought a woman with you to this damnable place. All right, let's get down to business. Let's go. The master of Rock City wants to see you." "The master of Rock City?" Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why does he want to see me?" Shuai Wenyang shrugged. "Perhaps he's curious, or it's for some other reason. Who knows?" Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and nodded in the end. Since had arrived at another city, he felt that he should meet the city's master. In any case, it wasn't a bad thing. After he entered the city, Yang Yi saw some of its residents. Actually, he saw some savages. Fortunately, they weren't at the Saint Realm. This allowed Yang Yi to heave a slight sigh of relief, because it would really be too terrifying if everyone here was a saint. However, all along the way, the gazes of those savages were focused on the woman in his arms. Their gazes were filled with lust. If they didn't fear Shuai Wenyang, who was walking by Yang Ye's side, a few would have probably charged at Yang Yi by now. It didn't take long for them to arrive at a palace made of rocks. Shuai Wenyang suddenly stopped when they were about to enter the palace, and he glanced at the woman in Yang Ye's arms and hesitated for a while before he spoke. "Brother, you have to understand that these savages haven't seen the world. I'm sure you noticed that the women here are really, really horrible."
So,
Yang Yi glanced at the woman in his arms and instantly understood what Shuai Wenyang meant. Since Head entered the city, Head noticed that there were very few female savages, and every single one of them was extremely ugly. As for the woman he held in his arms, she was absolutely gorgeous. So, something would have probably happened if Shuai Wenyang hadn't been by his side. Yang Yi shook his head. "What can I do? I can't ask her to become ugly, right?" Shuai Wenyang glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Come, that bastard should give me face and won't act rashly." They entered the palace while Shuai Wenyang finished speaking. There were over 100 savages standing on both sides of the hall they entered, and all of them were saints. A robust savage who wore a skull on his head was seated at the seat of the host. As soon as the three of them walked into the hall, the gaze of that savage and all the other savages standing on both sides of the hall had instantly descended onto the woman in Yang Ye's arms, and their gazes were filled with a strong sense of lust and desire. Yang Yi noticed that a frown had appeared on her face. Suddenly, the savage who wore a skull had suddenly stood up, and then he took off his pants to reveal his thing while Yang Yi and Shuai Wenyang watched with astonishment. After that, he started roaring and howling incessantly while his gaze was on the woman, and his eyes were filled with madness. Yang Yi was speechless. Meanwhile, Shuai Wenyang's face had turned unsightly. He said that he wants her right now. Kill him. No, cripple him. Suddenly, the woman in his arms gazed at Yang Yi and spoke calmly. Yang Yi didn't know what to say. She added, "You refuse? Then should I do it myself?" Yang Ye's expression changed, and he hurriedly gazed at Shuai Wenyang. "Tell him to let me cripple him, and well let the matter rest." Shuai Wenyang remained silent. Yang Yi added in a serious tone, "Right? Tell him that it's for his own good." Shuai Wenyang was speechless. Chapter 10:26. Shui Wenyang spoke in a low voice, brother. I think that you need to calm down. Even though I really want to kill that bastard, but look at the situation here before you do anything. I want to be calm as well. Yang Yi laughed bitterly, because while the woman seemed to be very weak and fragile, he didn't know what would happen if she flared up. After all, he still remembered that abyss clearly. Even a joint attack from 3 saints would probably be unable to create such an abyss. He didn't care about the fate of these savages, but he didn't want to be dragged down by them. Roar. Meanwhile, the robust savage who wore a skull actually grabbed that firm object on his body in front of everyone here, and then started pumping furiously. Moreover, he was even howling and roaring incessantly as if he was urging them to hurry up. Even though the other savages at the sides of the hall hadn't acted with such lack of restraint like the robust savage, they had started to ceaselessly rub their lower bodies. I can't take this anymore. Yang Yi's face twitched, and he placed the woman on his back. This time, she was very cooperative and even wrapped her arms around his neck, so that she could hang even more firmly on his back. Shui Wenyang intended to say something, but Yang Yi had vanished on the spot. A moment later, Yang Yi was in front of the robust man, and he kicked the man's lower body. All the savages were stunned by this sudden scene. The robust man was stunned as well. Obviously, he hadn't expected that Yang Yi would actually attack. However, his reaction wasn't slow. He slapped his palm down to stop that lethal kick. Bang! An invisible wave of energy erupted from the point of collision, and it instantly transformed the furniture within the hall into powder. Roar! Meanwhile, the other savages in the hall charged towards Yang Yi. As for the leader of the savages, he roared with fury and smashed his fist towards Yang Yi's face. A cold glow flashed through Yang Yi's eyes as he clenched his right fist, and then he smashed it forward. Bang! An explosion resounded from the collision of their fists. A moment of silence ensued. Crack! The sound of bones breaking resounded. Shui Wenyang watched with astonishment as the robust man's right arm was blasted away while followed by a trail of blood. Oh! The robust man howled with misery as he moved backwards repeatedly. Meanwhile, Yang Yi pressed forward and stomped his foot against the robust man's groin. Roar! The robust savage's eyes swiftly opened wide, and his eyeballs almost popped out from their sockets. At this moment, his expression was absolutely colorful. However, Yang Yi didn't let him off. He grabbed the savage's hair with his right hand, and then smashed the robust savage against the ground. Bang! The ground instantly collapsed. Meanwhile, the savages at the sides of the hall had arrived behind Yang Yi. At the same time, over a dozen fists were shooting towards Yang Yi. They hadn't even gotten close to Yang Yi's back when the powerful auras they emanated caused Yang Yi to stagger a few steps forward. Suddenly, 15 shadowy figures suddenly appeared behind Yang Yi. OM! 15 ripples flashed through the air. Over a dozen shrill cries resounded abruptly, and then the figures of over a dozen savages were sliced into two while blood and internal organs rained down to the ground. All the other savages were horrified. Shui Wenyang's pupils constricted slightly as well, and there was a trace of shock and fear in his eyes as he gazed at the shadowy figures. They'll kill anyone who dares to attack. Yang Yi glanced fiercely at them, and then he turned around and walked over to the robust savage who was lying on the ground. He stomped his foot on the robust savage's chest, causing the latter to spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. Roar! The other savages were furious when they witnessed this scene, and over a dozen of them charged at Yang Yi. However, they were minced into pieces just a moment later, and blood sprayed all over the ground. It was an extremely bloody scene. The remaining savages took a few steps back when they witnessed this scene, and their eyes were filled with terror as they gazed at the shadowy figures who stood behind Yang Yi. How do you want him to die? Yang Yi turned to look at the woman, but he was stunned when he did, because his mouth just happened to press against her soft lips, and then time seemed as if it had stopped as their gazes met. Suddenly, Yang Yi felt sharp pain come from his lips, and he hurriedly pulled his head back. At this moment, there was a trace of scarlet red on her lips, and there was blood on his lips. Yang Yi smiled with embarrassment. It was unintentional, absolutely unintentional. Right? How do you want him to die? She slowly closed her eyes, and her lips finally parted lightly a short while later. Do as you wish. Yang Yi nodded lightly, and then he raised his right leg and stomped it down towards the robust savage's head. Suddenly, Shui Wenyang roared. Wait! Yang Yi's foot stopped in midair as he gazed at Shui Wenyang. You aren't going to beg for mercy on his behalf, right? Of course not. Shui Wenyang continued. I've been unable to stand the sight of that fellow for a very long time. I would have killed him a long time ago if it wasn't for the fact that I can't utilize my profound energy. Yang Yi asked, Then what do you want? Shui Wenyang replied, Do you know why they can possess bodies comparable to Saint Realm experts? Yang Yi glanced at the robust savage, and then he gazed at Shui Wenyang. You do? Shui Wenyang nodded and said, According to my knowledge, the reason they were able to attain the Saint Realm was because they consumed a fruit called the adamantium fruit. It's able to stimulate the body to an extraordinary degree and allow the body to become strong. If it's based on the levels of quality in our radiant dimension, then it's at least a high-grade divine rank treasure. However, only the leader of the savages knows where the tree is. In other words, only that fellow beneath your feet, Yemen, knows where it is. Adamantium fruits? Meanwhile, the woman on Yang Yi's back suddenly frowned. This place actually has adamantium fruits. Yang Yi asked, You know what it is? She pondered deeply for an instant and said, It's indeed capable of stimulating the body to an extraordinary degree, regardless of whether it's humans or demon beasts who consume it. However, it has side effects, and it's that it reduces the lifespan of the one who consumes it. Simply speaking, it's equivalent to utilizing your Bodhi's potential to strengthen your body. It's considered to be harmful to humans. However, there are no side effects if demon beasts consume it. Because demon beasts don't just possess long lifespans, their bodies are much stronger than humans. She's absolutely right. Shui Wenyang continued. Even though it exists in our radiant dimension, it's extremely rare. If we're able to obtain it and are able to leave this place in the future, then countless demon beasts would definitely be willing to pay a huge price in order to purchase it from us. Even divine beast clans would be tempted by it. Of course, the precondition is that we're able to leave this place. It's a treasure indeed. Yang Yi nodded and said, Tell me to take us to the adamantium fruits. Shui Wenyang replied, He probably won't be so cooperative. Yang Yi spoke indifferently, That's fine. I specialize in dealing with disgruntled people. Shui Wenyang's eyelids twitched, and then he started talking with Yemen. Ow! Yemen howled at Shui Wenyang, and then he started roaring madly. It seemed like he was telling the other savages to come forward and help him. Shui Wenyang gazed at Yang Yi and shrugged. He refuses. Yang Yi nodded, and then he suddenly stomped on Yemen's back. Crack! A few of the bones on his back instantly broke, and a shrill cry resounded from Yemen before he started howling hysterically. The other savages revealed grim expressions upon witnessing this scene, and they glared furiously at Yang Yi while seeming to be ready to attack at any moment. Yang Yi glanced at them while a fierce smile curled up on his lips. Tell them that they can come forward and attack if they aren't afraid of death. Shui Wenyang gazed at the savages and started mumbling. The savages were instantly infuriated, but none dared to step forward. Yang Yi paid no further attention to those savages. He grabbed Yemen's hair, and then slammed Yemen against the ground. It didn't take long for the ground around him to be in a mess. However, Yemen still refused to talk. Yang Yi tossed Yemen to the ground and chuckled. You have backbone. I like people like you. As he spoke, Yang Yi sent one of the shadowy figures to Yemen, and then piece after piece of Yemen's body was sliced off before the eyes of everyone here. He was being dismembered alive. Yemen howled hysterically, and his voice was absolutely miserable. A long time passed before Shui Wenyang said, Stop. He has agreed. He agreed? Yang Yi shook his head and said, Tell him that he can agree an hour from now. I haven't had enough fun. Shui Wenyang was speechless. Yang Yi did as head said. Sure enough, he finally stopped the shadowy figure after an hour passed. At this moment, Yemen's robust figure was slender. Yang Yi made two of the shadowy figures help Yemen up, and then he spoke to Shui Wenyang. Tell him to lead the way. Shui Wenyang nodded. Just like that, they started walking towards the side of the hall. The other savages behind them intended to follow them, but they didn't dare take another step forward after the shadowy figures killed another dozen or so of them. The reason they were strong was because of their physical defenses. However, their physical defenses were weak like paper before the shadowy figures. So, even if they had a large force on their side, they didn't dare to swarm the shadowy figures. They feared death. Not long after Yang Yi and the others left the hall, a black-robed figure suddenly appeared in the hall. The savages were stunned when they saw the black-robed figure, and then they were overwhelmed with rage. One of them immediately charged towards the black-robed figure. However, a strange scene appeared before them. That savage had only just arrived before the black-robed figure when his head flew up into the air. A fountain of blood sprayed into the air. All the savages here were horrified. The laws of darkness. He isn't from my nether pavilion, so why does he possess the laws of darkness? The black-robed figure vanished. At the same time that he vanished, the heads of dozens of savages that were obstructing his path earlier shot into the air along with a fountain of blood. All the other savages were completely dumbstruck. Chapter 10:27. Yang Yi's group of 3 arrived at an abyss under Yimin's lead. Yang Yi squatted down at the edge of it. The abyss was filled with rising mist, and he couldn't see the bottom of it. Yang Yi gazed at Yimin, and Yimin instantly shuddered in response before quickly starting to mumble to Shui Wenyang. A short while passed before Shui Wenyang spoke solemnly. He said that it's down there. Down there? Yang Yi frowned. Meanwhile, the woman on Yang Yi's back spoke abruptly. There's something strange about this place. Yang Yi nodded with agreement. He couldn't tell what was strange about it, but his intuition told him that there was something strange. Or to be more precise, his intuition told him that it was dangerous. Suddenly, Shui Wenyang spoke. Didn't you want to know how to leave this place? How? Yang Yi gazed at Shui Wenyang and said, You're saying that it's down there? Shui Wenyang pondered deeply for an instant and said, I'm not completely certain. Yang Yi asked, What do you mean? Shui Wenyang spoke solemnly. I'm very sensitive to energy, and am only able to sense fluctuations of energy here throughout this damnable place. If I'm not wrong, then there should be a teleportation formation down there. But I'm not absolutely sure the fluctuations of energy are coming from a teleportation formation. I've wanted to head down there and have a look, but I didn't dare to because my intuition told me that I would definitely die if I headed down there. That fellow said the adamantium fruits are down there. In other words, he has gone down there. Yang Yi suddenly said, Ask him what's down there. Shui Wenyang and Yimin mumbled for quite some time before Shui Wenyang spoke in a low voice. He says that he usually doesn't dare go down there, and he only heads down to gather adamantium fruits at a specific time. Yang Yi frowned. A specific time? Shui Wenyang gazed at Yang Yi. Remember that furious roar you heard earlier? Yang Yi nodded. He hadn't forgotten it, of course. Actually, he couldn't forget it because that roar which came from so far away had caused him to bleed from all 7 apertures. Shui Wenyang spoke in a low voice. That beast alternates between staying awake and sleeping for 10 years. Its roar represents that it has awakened. Yimin always waits for it to fall into deep sleep before he heads down there. But it's awake now. Should I head down there or not? At this moment, Yang Yi was hesitating. He hadn't laid eyes on the beast, but he was able to sense how formidable it was. If he was being honest, he didn't have the slightest confidence to face that ferocious beast. But if he didn't head down there now, then could it be that he would have to wait another 10 years? 10 years? Yang Yi shook his head. Not to mention 10 years, he couldn't even wait a year. Regardless of whether it was for Yu Wushuang, Ocean of Clouds Academy, and Nanjing, or Mu Han's Han, all of them needed him right now. If he waited for 10 more years, he truly didn't dare to imagine what would happen to all of them. Of course, he couldn't just head down rashly. Even if he was heading down there, he had to have a sound plan. After all, there was a terrifying beast down there. Yang Yi asked the woman, Do you have any ideas? At this moment, he hoped that she had a good way for him to get down there. Unfortunately, she disappointed him. She replied flatly, I don't. Yang Yi's face fell. Because if even she didn't have a way to get down there safely, then how could he? Do I really have no choice but to just head down there and risk my life against that ferocious beast? Meanwhile, Shui Wenyang pointed at Yimin, who was lying on the ground. What do we do with this fellow? The woman said, kill him. Yang Yi glanced at Yimin and shook his head. He just had to offend that woman. Isn't that no different than courting death? Yang Yi walked over to Yimin, and the latter seemed to know what Yang Yi intended to do. He roared furiously and used his last remaining strength to slam his body towards Yang Yi. However, had only just stood up when Yang Yi kicked him into the abyss. All three of them looked at the abyss. A long time passed before Yimin's shrill and miserable cry resounded from within the abyss, and his voice contained boundless terror. Yang Yi and Shui Wenyang instantly revealed solemn expressions. Roar. Meanwhile, a roar suddenly shot up into the air and pierced the sky. Oem. Yang Yes felt dizzy while he instantly bled from all 7 apertures. Besides that, he felt his soul tremble from deep within. Crack. The ground around them instantly cracked apart. At the same time, a towering mountain over 3,000 kilometers away from them suddenly exploded apart, and countless rocks rained down from above while dust filled the air. A long time passed before the dizziness in Yang Yes' head faded. He exchanged glances with Shui Wenyang. Yet he noticed that while Shui Wenyang's face was slightly pale, Shui Wenyang wasn't bleeding. Shui Wenyang seemed to know what Yang Yi was curious about and said, while my strength has been sealed in this place, my soul is very strong. That roar actually acts against the soul. You know, while your strength is extremely formidable, your cultivation in the soul is quite weak. In the Central Divine Prefecture, there's practically no genius that doesn't place emphasis on the cultivation of the soul. Because once you encounter an expert who attacks the soul and your soul is weak, then it's very likely that you'll be killed in an instant. He's right. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly added, you're really weak when it comes to the soul, and it's very easy for you to suffer a loss when you encounter attacks to the soul like sound waves. Thank you for the guidance. Yang Yi nodded and expressed his gratitude. Actually, after he witnessed the strength of Lu Weiner's sword soul technique, he knew that he was very weak in that aspect. If it was at any other ordinary time, he would naturally not fear ordinary attacks to his soul as he possessed void rank sword intent to protect himself. However, once he didn't have it like this very moment, he was practically unable to resist such attacks to the soul. That fellow down there isn't something we can go up against right now. Meanwhile, Shui Wenyang spoke solemnly. I don't know why it can't come out here, but based on the current circumstances, we'll definitely die if we head down there. Suddenly, the woman on Yang Yes' back warned, watch out. Yang Yes' pupils constricted when he heard her, and then 5 shadowy figures flashed out from his shadow and stood on guard around him. At the same time, a black-robed figure suddenly appeared not too far away from him. The black-robed figure said, it really is the laws of darkness. The voice was clear, melodious, yet low. It belonged to a woman. Yang Yi gazed at Shui Wenyang, but the latter shook his head. I never imagined that other humans existed in this damnable place. The black-robed figure suddenly asked, why do you possess the laws of darkness? I comprehended it. Yang Yi continued, you were the one who brought these shadowy figures here, right? You comprehended it? The black-robed figure fell silent after she finished speaking. Yang Yi asked, is there a problem? The black-robed woman suddenly asked, do you know Shadow Maiden? Yang Yes' eyelids twitched. He naturally knew Shadow Maiden because Head killed her. Who is she? Yang Yi pondered deeply for an instant and spoke solemnly. I've naturally heard of the Nether Pavilion's Shadow Maiden, but I don't know her. The black-robed woman replied, I feel that no one besides Shadow Maiden should possess the laws of darkness. What do you think? Yang Yes' face fell. I think that you're talking nonsense. What do you think? As soon as he finished speaking, those 5 shadowy figures around him shot explosively towards the black-robed woman. Crack, crack. Suddenly, a few clear and melodious sounds of cracking resounded, and then Yang Yi and Shui Wenyang watched with astonishment as the heads of those shadowy figures were cracked into pieces. It was too mysterious and too terrifying. Both Yang Yi and Shui Wenyang were astounded. Light blades. Meanwhile, the woman on Yang Yi's back suddenly said, "You are the Nether Pavilion's Light Maiden." The Light Maiden. Yang Yi's pupils constricted, because she was actually a member of the Nether Pavilion, and she was one of their monstrous geniuses. The black-clothed woman who was about to continue attacking suddenly stopped. Even though Yang Yi couldn't see her face, he felt that the woman's gaze had descended onto the woman on his back. Light Maiden spoke in a low voice. "Who are you?" The woman didn't answer Light Maiden. She just lowered her head closer to Yang Yi's ear and said, "Jump down there." Yang Yi was stunned. "Jump down there? Jump down the abyss? Is she serious?" The woman spoke in a tone that was slightly more serious. "Jump down right now if you don't want to die." Yang Yi's heart shook when he heard her. He knew that she wasn't joking, so he just hesitated for an instant before he instantly leaped down the abyss. Shui Wenyang was stunned on the spot, and Light Maiden was slightly stunned as well. Obviously, both of them hadn't expected Yang Yi and the woman to just jump down like that. Shui Wenyang glanced at the black-robed woman, glanced at the abyss, and didn't choose to jump down in the end. "I surrender." Shui Wenyang raised his hands and said, "I really surrender." Light Maiden paid no attention to him and just walked over to the edge of the abyss. Roar. Suddenly, another furious roar resounded from within the abyss. At this moment, the entire ground and world trembled. Chapter 10:28. The black-robed woman who was about to jump down as well had instantly stopped on the spot when she heard that roar. She gazed at it for a long time before she turned around and left. Shui Wenyang instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he witnessed this scene. Actually, he was prepared to jump down because the woman's strength was too terrifying. If she were to attack him, then it would be absolutely impossible for him to survive. But while it was terrifying down there, he wouldn't die immediately at the very least. Fortunately, she hadn't acted against him. Shui Wenyang turned around to glance at the abyss, and then he sighed softly. "I thought that I gained a companion, but I never expected him to be gone in the blink of an eye. Brother, farewell and good luck." Yang Yi held the woman in his arms as his figure descended all the way down. Yang Yi asked, "Do you hear anything?" The woman remained silent. Yang Yi continued, "I feel like there are numerous large and horrifying mouths down there waiting for us to fall into them. What do you think?" She still didn't speak a word. Yang Yi spoke again. "I think that we might really be finished this time." He wasn't being pessimistic. It was mainly because that thing down there was truly too terrifying. Perhaps he could escape if he was at his peak. Right? He would be able to escape and not defeat it. His intuition told him that the thing down there wasn't something he could escape in his current state. The woman suddenly said, "You should never abandon your intent to live no matter what." It did make a lot of sense, but it did sound quite like nonsense. Yang Yi laughed bitterly and said, "I don't understand. Why did you ask me to jump down earlier? I think that while she's strong, I might have a chance if I went all out against her." The woman replied, "Even 10 of you would be no match for her." Yang Yi fell silent for an instant before he said, "Why?" He didn't think that Shed said that on purpose to make him suffer a blow to his confidence. She wasn't that kind of person. The woman explained, "Firstly, she's a saint and a genius of the Nether Pavilion. You want to surmount your realm of cultivation and fight her? I think you're dreaming. Perhaps there are people in the Radiant Dimension who can surmount their realm of cultivation to fight geniuses of the Nether Pavilion, but that absolutely doesn't include you right now. Secondly, there's light up there. Even 10 saints are no match for her while there is light." Yang Yi was astounded. She's that strong? Even though he knew that woman, Light Maiden, was very strong, he hadn't expected her to be so terrifying. The woman replied, "There are no weaklings in the Nether Pavilion." Yang Yi asked solemnly, "What kind of power is it?" He was really curious about the Nether Pavilion. The woman suddenly asked instead, "You've offended the Nether Pavilion?" Yang Yi nodded and told the truth. "I killed some of its members." She raised her head to look at him, and quite some time passed before she spoke. "You're weak, but you're absolutely beyond bold." Yang Yi was speechless. She continued, "The Nether Pavilion is very mysterious. Even though it can't be considered as the strongest power in the Central Divine Prefecture, it can be considered as one of the most mysterious. In short, you're still very weak and unable to come into contact with that level. You just have to remember that you shouldn't offend that power if you don't want to die. Yang Yi said, I seem to have already offended it. She replied, then good luck to you. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Bang! Suddenly, both of them smashed against the ground, and the entire ground shook violently. Hiss! Yang Yi gasped. Even though his body was very strong, it was impossible to avoid injuries when he fell down from that high. Fortunately, had only suffered some minor injuries. As for the woman, she was on his back, so Head endured most of the force. Even though Shed been affected by it slightly, it could be completely overlooked. Yang Yi didn't dare to lie on the ground and rest. He quickly grabbed the women in his arms and became utterly vigilant. He gazed incessantly at the surroundings. Mountain walls were situated on his right, left, and behind him. When he recalled how Head been falling for almost an hour just now, Yang Yi gave up on trying to climb up the mountain walls. Since he couldn't head back the way he came, he had no choice but to go straight ahead. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment before he continued forward with the woman in his arms. Besides his footsteps, there was no other sound all along the way. It was extremely quiet. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. I feel like something is staring at us. The woman's voice carried a trace of seriousness. Be careful. Yang Yi nodded and continued forward. However, Head slowed down slightly. Yang Yi gradually felt an invisible pressure press down upon him, and it grew stronger the further forward he walked. This caused him to walk even slower than before. Yang Yi said, I feel like we're going ahead to give our lives away. What do you think? After being sealed for countless years, no matter how strong it once was, that beast should have weakened by now. She spoke calmly. This world doesn't tolerate the existence of experts above the Saint Realm. Since it's here, that proves that it's not stronger than the Saint Realm. If there's something different about it when compared to other saints, it's that the ferocious beast's strength far surpasses ordinary saints. Yang Yi lowered his head to look at her. I'm really curious about why you're always able to stay calm no matter what you face. Even when I did that to you. Yang Yi suddenly shut his mouth because Shed raised her head to look at him. While her gaze was still calm, Yang Yi was able to sense hostility. A long time passed before she withdrew her gaze and said, if the heart is calm, then it remains so even if the sky collapses. Yang Yi shrugged. All right, my mental state is inferior to yours. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly said, stop. Yang Yi immediately stopped when he heard her. What is it? She replied, look up. Yang Yi raised his head and was shocked. There was a black barrier of light around 3 kilometers above him, and it covered the entire area above him. There was strange black energy flowing through it. Actually, it wasn't just the area above him. Yang Yi was astounded to notice that the walls around him and the ground beneath him had the same strange black barrier of light covering it. Yang Yi asked in a low voice, what is that? She glanced at the surroundings, pondered deeply for a moment, and then spoke in a low voice. It should be a formation that's specially used to seal powerful and evil beings. Now, the seal has been activated. This isn't good. That ferocious beast intends to break through the seal. Roar. Shed only just finished speaking when a furious roar resounded from afar. Rumble. Rumble. In an instant, the walls around them started to shake violently as if they were on the verge of exploding apart. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's head was struck by a wave of dizziness. Just like before, he bled from all 7 apertures again. But unlike before, he hadn't been able to recover quickly. The dizziness he felt this time didn't lessen but grew stronger and stronger instead. The woman's beautiful brows were pressed together when she witnessed this scene, and then she hesitated for an instant before she suddenly opened her mouth and bit Yang Yi's chest. The sharp pain caused Yang Yi's mind to instantly clear up quite a bit, and the dizziness he felt was alleviated greatly. He lowered his head and saw that the woman had released her bite, and she was looking at him instead. Moreover, his blood was still flowing down her lips. Yang Yi was about to say something when she suddenly stretched out her tongue and licked the blood on her lips, and then she revealed a slightly strange expression. The corners of Yang Ye's mouth twitched, because she seemed to really like drinking his blood. Rumble. Meanwhile, the walls around them started shaking even more violently, and it seemed like they would collapse in a moment. The woman suddenly said, "It's trying to break through the seal." Yang Yi asked, "What should we do?" She pondered deeply for an instant and said, "We have two choices. The one is to leave this world before it breaks through the seal. The two is to stop it from escaping." Yang Yi asked, "Why don't we let it escape and break open this world so that we can leave with it?" "Are you stupid?" She continued, "Do you know what a ferocious beast is? I don't have the time to explain it to you. You just have to know that if it does escape, then the first thing it does is definitely to kill everything it sees. Even if it shows benevolence and doesn't kill us, we'll definitely die when it destroys this world by force. Escaping this world and destroying this world are two completely different things. Understand?" Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "Based on what you've just said, we have no choice but to stop it." She said, "There should be a teleportation down here. We just have to find it and teleport out of here before it breaks through the seal. At that time, we won't be affected regardless of whether it escapes or not." Yang Yi nodded. "All right. Well, look for the teleportation formation." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi didn't speak another word and shot forward. The further ahead he went, the more terrifying the pressure he suffered became. In the end, Yang Yi felt like a few mountains were pressing down on him, and it was extremely heavy. This caused both his and the woman's faces to grow even more solemn. Yang Yi was growing faster and faster. He knew that he had to find the teleportation formation and leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, he might never be able to leave. Because he felt that the ferocious beast was about to escape soon. A serious expression gradually crept onto the face of the woman in Yang Ye's arms. A while later, faint blue light appeared in the distance. Yang Yi was overjoyed when he noticed the blue light, because the faint blue light was just like the barrier of light which had sucked them into this world that day. Yang Yi increased his speed to his limits. "We'll be there soon. We're growing closer." Suddenly, the woman's anxious voice resounded by his ears, "Stop right now." Yang Yi was stunned, but he didn't hesitate to stop right away. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of footsteps suddenly resounded. Every single footstep caused the ground to tremble violently. Meanwhile, the tiny vortex within Yang Yi suddenly started to revolve. This time, it didn't just make a single revolution as it had done in the past. It was constantly spinning this time. It was a warning. It was a warning from the tiny vortex. Chapter 1029. It didn't take long for the sound of footsteps to vanish. However, a demon beast which Yang Yi had never seen in his life was standing around 30 m away from him. The demon beast had the appearance of a lion, was the size of an elephant, and was completely dark black. Besides that, it had two light gold dragon horns, the beak of a hawk, and a pair of black wings. There were numerous arm-thick chains coiled all around the demon beast. Yang Ye's pupils constricted when he saw the chains. He didn't know if they were at the emperor rank, but they were absolutely not at the divine rank. At this moment, those chains were covered in cracks. As for the demon beast, it wasn't just emanating a terrifying pressure and aura. There was an extremely evil aura coming from it as well. That aura caused even Yang Ye's heart to palpitate, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. What exactly is that monster? Yang Yi had an extremely solemn expression on his face, and the woman in his arms was in a similar state. There was a faint blue circle behind the demon beast. Yang Yi knew that it was the teleportation formation, and he just had to enter it to immediately escape this damnable place. But he didn't dare act rashly. "Human." The ferocious beast suddenly spoke the human tongue. "I sense a very evil aura from you, and it's extremely dense. I like evil people." Yang Ye's face was dark. You can just say that I'm a bad person. Even though he didn't like what the demon beast said, he still heaved a huge sigh of relief in his heart, because that fellow hadn't immediately charged at him like had expected. At a time like this, it was best to avoid fighting if he could. After all, everyone here was civilized. Yang Yi thought for a moment and spoke seriously. Actually, I like evil people and demon beasts as well. I hate those hypocrites who constantly speak about morals and righteousness yet commit evil when no one's looking. The evil are evil. Why do we have to disguise ourselves? Right? The beast asked, You really like evil demon beasts? Yang Yi hurriedly nodded. Of course. The beast said, Then can you help me do something? Yang Yi's face froze. The beast continued, See these damnable iron chains on me? Those hypocrites placed these chains on me all those years ago. Can you help me remove them? They'll be grateful if you're willing to help me with it. That fellow is trying to trick me. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew that Head underestimated the beast's intelligence. He hesitated for a moment and replied, Even though I really want to help you, I'm sure you've noticed how weak I am. I can't break open those chains with my strength. If this fellow before him was good, then he wouldn't mind helping the beast. The problem was that the beast was clearly not good. So help it? He wasn't tired of living. Moreover, he really wasn't able to break open those iron chains. After all, he couldn't utilize the decay laws now. The beast's fist-sized eyes glowed ferociously, but it returned to normal in an instant. Human, are you refusing my request? Yang Yi placed the woman on his back and said, That's not true. Just look at me yourself and see how weak I am. But the chains on you are so strong. So, how could I possibly destroy them? Moreover, even you who are so strong aren't able to break through them, so it's impossible for me, right? Yang Yi clenched his fists and accumulated strength while he spoke. You can't, but she can. The ferocious beast's gaze suddenly descended onto the woman on Yang Yi's back. I sense powerful energy within her. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched. He knew that she was very strong, but the problem was that she couldn't help. He trusted her because she would have used her strength if she could, and she wouldn't have just allowed him to do what Head done repeatedly. Human, I, Qiongqi, am not a beast who doesn't know how to repay his debts. So long as you help me deal with these chains, they'll definitely repay you. The demon beast pointed at a distant tree and said, See that? The fruits from that tree are able to greatly improve your strength, and all its fruits will be yours if you help me remove these chains. Yang Yi looked over and saw a golden tree around 300 m away. There were numerous fist-sized golden fruits hanging on it, and there were over 100 of them. The woman on Yang Yi's back spoke abruptly, Adamantium fruits. Over 100 adamantium fruits. Yang Yi felt his heart speed up. Even though these fruits were very harmful to humans, they were a huge help to demon beasts. If he could take them and give them to demon beasts, it would be equivalent to gaining over 100 more saints. The ferocious beast who called himself Qiongqi suddenly said, See them? They're all yours if you help me remove these chains. However, Yang Yi shook his head. He was tempted, but the woman couldn't help, because if she could do anything, she probably would have fought the demon beast a long time ago. Moreover, he didn't believe Qiongqi. Qiongqi said, Human, you're refusing me again. Yang Yi glanced at Qiongqi and said, Based on your strength, you should be able to struggle free of those chains. So why ask for my help? We aren't here to act against you. We're just here to leave this world. The ferocious beast fell silent for an instant before it suddenly revealed a fierce gaze and spoke ferociously, Leave this world? No, no one can leave this world. As he spoke, he suddenly roared at Yang Yi. OM! A sound wave tore through space and shot towards Yang Yi. Everywhere it passed, space rippled violently like boiling water, and it was extremely shocking. Yang Yi revealed a fierce expression as well, because Head been on guard. So Head swiftly launched his fist forward when Qiongqi roared, and the powerful force his fist carried slammed against the sound wave. Bang! The space and the surroundings rippled violently from the impact, and countless strands of energy swept towards the surroundings. Yang Yi was blasted almost 100 steps back by the aftershock, and dense cracks appeared throughout his chest. As for the beast, while it had been struck by the aftershock, it was completely unharmed. It's too strong. Yang Yi's face was extremely solemn, because Head almost been unable to resist just a roar from Qiongqi. So, Wouldn't he be completely obliterated if Qiongqi could escape those chains? Now, he had two choices. The one was to turn around and flee. Of course, he couldn't go anywhere. At the very most, he just didn't have to face this ferocious beast for now. But once Qiongqi struggled free of those chains on his own, it would undoubtedly be the day Yang Yi died. Yang Yi's two-in choice was to seize this opportunity where Qiongqi hadn't struggled free of the chains to kill Qiongqi. Not only would that put an end to the danger he faced, he would even be able to escape. Unfortunately, based on the current situation, he would be lucky if he wasn't killed instead. Roar! Roar! Qiongqi suddenly started roaring madly, and the chains around him instantly started to crack as if they would shatter at any moment. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched at the sight of this scene, and he ceaselessly slammed his fists forward to resist those sound waves. Hey, do you have any ideas? Yang Yi was moving backwards incessantly before those sound waves. His fists had split open and blood was surging out incessantly from them. If this were to continue, then both of them would definitely die. Yang Yi had even tried to summon a shadowy figure to attack Qiongqi, but the shadowy figure's ripples were blasted into pieces by the sound waves before it could even come close to Qiongqi. This caused Yang Yi's face to turn absolutely grim, and he quickly ordered the shadowy figure to come back. After all, it would truly be a waste if he were to let those shadowy figures be obliterated here. After all, they would be a huge help to him if he could escape this world. The woman suddenly spoke in a low voice. Do you want me to help? Yang Yi hurriedly asked. What would happen if you did? She replied. You'd be the first to die. Yang Yi shouted loudly. Why? She answered. Because you're the weakest here. Yang Yi's face was absolutely dark. Can't you control your strength and avoid killing me? She replied. I could in the outside world, but not here. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a short moment and said, in other words, everyone will die if you act? She answered, indeed. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Is there no other way? She replied, there is. Yang Yi hastily pursued an answer. Tell me what it is. That illusory little pagoda of yours. The woman continued, I don't know if it can resist that beast, but perhaps we'll have a chance if you can control it. The primordial pagoda. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. At this moment, he had no choice but to give it a try. Yang Yi didn't dare hesitate. He immediately immersed his consciousness into his body and was about to communicate with the tiny vortex. Bang! However, the iron chains on Qiongqi suddenly exploded apart, and a terrifying aura surged out from within Qiongqi. The aura instantly swept towards the surroundings. Bang! 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 In an instant, the mountain walls and the surroundings were blasted apart and transformed into powder. Everything collapsed before it. Damnable barbarians of this world. Damnable heavens. I, Qiongqi, am free. Qiongqi roared towards the sky, and his voice surged through the heavens and the earth. At this moment, the entire world was shaking violently. Suddenly, his gaze descended onto Yang Yi. He didn't speak a single word, and he just slapped his claw towards Yang Yi and the woman from afar. Bang! Bang! The space before him instantly collapsed, and it collapsed all the way and created numerous black holes which led towards Yang Yi. A ferocious gaze surged into the woman's eyes when she witnessed this scene, and she floated up slowly from Yang Yi's back. At the same time, a thread of black energy appeared in her eyes. Chapter 10:30. Right when her eyes were about to be completely covered in black energy, a ray of golden light suddenly surged out from within Yang Yi. A small illusory golden pagoda appeared above Yang Yi. The woman stopped what she was doing, and her eyes gradually returned to normal, and then she fell to the ground. She stared fixedly at the small golden pagoda above Yang Yi while a trace of fear and bewilderment could be seen in her eyes. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when the pagoda showed itself. Fortunately, the primordial pagoda had been willing to help at the critical moment. If it didn't and allowed the woman to act instead, then he might really be finished. A ray of golden light swept out from the tiny pagoda, and the mysterious energy which was about to strike Yang Yi was instantly dispersed. However, Yang Yi's face grew even more solemn, because he noticed that the tiny pagoda above him had grown even more illusory. The pagoda is weakening? Yang Yi's heart tightened when he thought up to this point. That's... Suddenly, Qiongqi gazed at the golden pagoda above Yang Yi and revealed a slightly lost, bewildered, and fearful expression. He stared fixedly at the pagoda as if he wanted to see through it. The woman beside Yang Yi asked abruptly, "Can you control it?" Yang Yi tried, and then he shook his head. He was able to sense it clearly, but he couldn't control it. That's the primordial. Meanwhile, Qiongqi suddenly cried out involuntarily. But he hadn't been able to finish speaking when the golden pagoda above Yang Yi suddenly transformed into a ray of light that appeared above Qiongqi. After that, numerous circles of golden light descended from the pagoda, and they overlapped around Qiongqi. It didn't take long for Qiongqi to be completely bound by the golden circles of light. Roar! There was horror in Qiongqi's eyes as he roared madly and struggled incessantly, and cracks actually started to appear on those golden circles of light from the collision between them and Qiongqi's body. Yang Yi and the woman's expressions changed when they witnessed this scene. It was especially so for Yang Yi. He hadn't expected that Qiongqi would actually be terrifying to such an extent that he could even resist the primordial pagoda. After all, Heaven's gravestone hadn't dared to do anything when facing the primordial pagoda, but this ferocious beast before him actually dared to resist the primordial pagoda. Right. Yang Yi's pupils suddenly constricted because he recalled how Qiongqi seemed to recognize the primordial pagoda just now. However, he quickly came to an understanding. Qiongqi, Qin Bufan, and all the other defiant cultivators were from the same place. Perhaps Qiongqi was here for the primordial pagoda as well. Yang Yi's face grew unprecedentedly solemn when he thought up to this point. The woman had said that quite a few defiant cultivators who'd avoided being sealed on profounder continent might still be present in the Radiance dimension, and every single one of them was very formidable. So, if the primordial pagoda's existence were to be exposed, then wouldn't all those defiant cultivators come looking for him? Yang Yi couldn't help but shudder when he thought up to this point. Bang! 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 Meanwhile, the Qiongqi started struggling even more madly. It wasn't just the golden rings of light which started to crack. Yang Yi noticed to his horror that even the golden pagoda above Qiongqi had started to tremble violently. I'll succeed at suppressing that fellow, right? The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. Even though he knew that the golden pagoda was merely a projection from the primordial pagoda, it was still from the primordial pagoda. What sort of monster is that fellow? He's actually strong to such an extent? We can't allow this situation to continue. The woman suddenly said, "That pagoda of yours is much weaker than it was when it subdued the tree of creation that day. If I'm not wrong, it suffered a very heavy damage in the past, and it suffered even more damage on top of that when it subdued the tree of creation and fought the heaven Tao. Now, its strength is almost completely exhausted." Yang Yi nodded solemnly. It did suffer very serious damage in the past. When he destroyed the Eye of the Heaven Tao that day, he wasn't the only one who had been heavily injured. Even the Sword Spirit and Primordial Pagoda had been severely damaged. The Primordial Pagoda was in a comparatively better state and had recovered a little, but the Sword Spirit was still in deep sleep. The woman suddenly asked, "Have you heard of a soul agreement?" "A soul agreement?" Yang Yi frowned. "What's that?" She closed her eyes, and quite some time passed before she opened her eyes and looked Yang Yi in the eyes. "It's a type of agreement which can enslave demon beasts." "Enslave demon beasts?" Yang Yi was stunned, and then he seemed to have thought of something. He pointed at the ferocious beast and said, "You want me to sign an agreement with him?" She nodded. Yang Yi asked, "It's possible?" She nodded again. "Then quickly teach me how." Yang Yi couldn't help but feel excited. After all, if he could subdue Qiongqi, then would he, Yang Yi, have to fear anyone in Pine Prefecture from now on? Even Sky Divine Hall would be obliterated in an instant. She replied, "You have to promise that you won't share it with anyone else." Yang Yi didn't hesitate to answer, "I promise." Yang Yi looked him in the eyes and spoke with an extremely serious expression on her face. I'm very serious. Yang Yi's excitement faded when he noticed her expression and asked, Is there something I should know? She replied, The soul agreement was created by a human of the radiant dimension, and my demon race suffered unprecedented danger from it. Because many members of my demon race weren't just enslaved by humans via the soul agreement, the humans even used them to fight and kill their own kind. During that period, all the clans of demon beasts felt that they were in danger, so they joined forces to go to war with the humans. In the end, both sides weren't able to bear the consequences of such a war. So, your human race had no choice but to make a compromise and ban the soul agreement. Moreover, the human race promised my demon race that if any human dared to utilize such an agreement in the human world again, then the human race would join forces with my demon race to crush that person. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched when he heard her. They'll join forces to crush that person? In other words, if he dared to share it with anyone else or expose the technique to someone else, then he would become the joint enemy of the humans and demon beasts of the entire radiant dimension. The woman said, You'll die if you share it with someone else, and many demon beasts of my demon race would probably suffer horrible fates. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a short while before he nodded. Don't worry, I won't share it with anyone. Even if I go against demon beasts in the future, I'll only kill them and won't use the soul agreement to deal with them. She gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before she nodded. Go over to that fellow and follow my instructions. Yang Yi glanced at her, and then he walked over to the ferocious beast. Had only just arrived before Qiongqi when Qiongqi suddenly roared at Yang Yi. However, his roar was obstructed by the golden rings of energy, so it didn't affect Yang Yi at all. The woman instructed, Drop a drop of your blood essence on him. Yang Yi flicked a drop of blood essence onto Qiongqi's body. Once the droplet of blood essence came into contact with Qiongqi's body, the woman started to chant something that Yang Yi didn't understand, but he hurriedly chanted along with her. As soon as Yang Yi finished chanting, a shocking scene appeared before him. A black circle appeared beneath Yang Yi and Qiongqi, respectively. Qiongqi roared with horror when the black circle appeared beneath his feet. Human, stop right now. Stop it. As he spoke, he started to smash his figure against the golden rings like a madman, and numerous cracks started to appear all over those golden rings. Moreover, some even broke apart. At the same time, the tiny pagoda above Qiongqi grew even more illusory. The woman started to chant even more quickly. Suddenly, the woman stopped, and Yang Yi stopped at the same time. Bang! The golden circles around Qiongqi and the tiny pagoda above him suddenly exploded apart, and they transformed into specks of energy. Yang Yi spat out a mouthful of blood when the illusory little pagoda vanished, and he grew much weaker. Meanwhile, Qiongqi suddenly transformed into a ray of black light that entered his body. A moment of silence ensued before a tattoo appeared on Yang Yi's chest, and it was exactly similar to Qiongqi's appearance. Yang Yi slumped down to the ground and gazed at the woman. Is it done? She shook her head. Actually, your strength wasn't sufficient to form an agreement with him, but you were able to succeed because that tiny pagoda of yours suppressed him and made him extremely weak. Now, he has fallen into deep sleep because of the agreement. Remember that you must not awaken him, because you might be the one who he kills first, because you are too weak and utterly unable to suppress him. The woman's expression grew extremely solemn as she finished speaking. In other words, it'll be fine if I don't wake him up? Yang Yi continued, and I can suppress him once my strength is sufficient? She shook her head. A year. Based on his strength, he'll be able to recover in a year at most. At that time, he'll definitely kill you if you're still so weak. Yang Yi was speechless. Suddenly, Yang Yi was stunned, and then he was overjoyed, because he noticed that the profound energy within him could actually be circulated. This world will shatter in a year at most. Meanwhile, the woman stated, because it's already in pieces and can't form a complete whole, so the spirit energy of the radiant dimension has started to seep in. Suddenly, her beautiful brows were pressed together as she said, This isn't good. Light Maiden is here. Yang Yi's expression changed. He didn't speak a single word and just waved his right hand. The adamantium tree instantly flew over to him, and then he carried the woman and entered the faint blue circle. Yang Yi felt a wave of dizziness strike him when he entered the faint blue circle. A long time passed before Yang Yi felt the dizziness fade, and he opened his eyes slowly. A blue sky, white clouds, and an ocean. He was on an island. Most importantly, he sensed dense amounts of spirit energy. The Pine Prefecture. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and he held the woman in his arms as he smiled. We've finally left that place. Ha ha ha. She just glanced at him and didn't speak a word. Suddenly, Yang Yi's expression changed drastically. He was just about to flee, but it was too late. A woman who wore a white dress and a green iron mask suddenly appeared in front of him while accompanied by 13 seniors. Yang Yi asked in a low voice, "She's the Azura Queen?" "Yes." The woman added, "She's here for me." Yang Yi's pupils constricted. He placed the woman on his back, and then yellow springs and J-drop appeared in his grasp. At the same time, the sword armor and dark sword wings appeared on him without making a single sound. Yang Yi glanced at the woman and those seniors, and his gaze descended onto her in the end. "Azura Queen, I heard that you're the #1 expert of the prefecture. Let's fight in single combat if you dare." The woman on Yang Yi's back glanced at him, and then she lowered her head slightly. She was looking down, and no one knew what she was thinking. Azura Queen paid no attention to Yang Yi, and just took 2 steps forward. Yang Yi's pupils constricted, and he was just about to attack. However, he watched with astonishment as Azura Queen suddenly knelt down slowly and said, "Your disciple, I, have been negligent and allowed Master to fall into an extremely dangerous situation. I deserve death." As soon as Azura Queen finished speaking, the others knelt down behind her as well and spoke in unison, "Please forgive us." Yang Yi was stunned. Quite some time passed before he turned to look at the woman, and she was looking at him as well. Their gazes met and time seemed to have frozen. Note: the Cheongqi is the name of a mythical beast, and it's also the name of the Cheongqi introduced here. Chapter 1031. Azura Queen's Master? They are asking for her forgiveness? They aren't enemies but master and disciple? Yang Yi was quite stunned at this moment. Bang! Suddenly, the spirit energy in the surroundings suddenly surged madly in Yang Yi's direction, and then they entered the woman. Yang Yi was shocked because he noticed that the spirit energy in an extraordinarily huge area was surging towards him and entered the woman. Moreover, he noticed that the spirit energy actually had threads of violet energy mixed within it. Yang Yi knew that it was probably the quintessence violet energy of this world. The woman slowly started to float up from Yang Yi's back. As spirit energy surged endlessly into her, Yang Yi noticed that the injuries on her bare feet and hands were actually healing. Yang Yi glanced at her, and then he moved backwards slowly and was about to leave. However, Azura Queen suddenly obstructed his path. "A human?" Azura Queen's voice resounded from beneath her mask. While her voice was calm, Yang Yi was able to sense coldness within it. Yang Yi nodded and said, "Don't worry. They'll be leaving right away." Presently, he only wanted to return to the academy as soon as possible and not waste any time here. Azura Queen continued, "The tree of creation vanished because of you?" Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he knew that it was impossible to leave peacefully anymore. Yang Yi had always upheld the principle of seizing the initiative to gain the upper hand. So he swung his sword swiftly, and a strand of sword energy shot forward from the tip of his sword. However, it was blasted apart by an invisible force before it could even arrive before Azura Queen. However, Yang Yi was a few thousand kilometers away. His speed far surpassed Saint's when boosted by the laws of speed and the dark sword wings. Azura Queen's eyes narrowed slightly, and she was about to pursue him. However, she suddenly stopped while a trace of bewilderment appeared in her eyes. Because Yang Yi who had just fled had returned abruptly. I think that we should talk about it." Yang Yi spoke in a very serious manner. "Fighting and fleeing won't be able to solve the problem, right?" Azura Queen's eyes still carried a trace of bewilderment. However, it faded quite a bit when she looked not too far behind Yang Yi, because a black-clothed figure had suddenly appeared behind Yang Yi. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched when he sensed the arrival of the black-clothed figure. Head thought that his speed was swift, but he noticed that it was far inferior to Light Maiden. It wasn't just his speed, there was even a huge gap in their strengths. Her attacks were so swift that even he couldn't see them. So, he had no choice but to get back here. In any case, Azura Queen hated humans, so she might dislike the sight of Light Maiden and kill Light Maiden first. Yang Yi was quite curious about whether Light Maiden or the #1 expert of the prefecture, Azura Queen, was stronger. Another human. Azura Queen's voice carried undisguised coldness and killing intent. Light Maiden paid no attention to Azura Queen and gazed at Yang Yi instead. At this moment, Yang Yi's pupils constricted, and then an explosion resounded from him. After that, he was pushed over 300 m back. He looked down when he stopped himself, and there was a mark on the sword armor. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly while an extremely solemn expression appeared within them. Light Maiden's attack speed was too terrifying, and he might have been instantly killed if it wasn't for the sword armor. It's impolite to not reciprocate. Yang Yi roared furiously as he transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. He was in front of Light Maiden when he appeared again. At the same time, yellow swings stabbed straight at her head. However, a barrier of light suddenly appeared in front of him when his sword was about to come close to her, and it stopped his sword. Clang! Yellow springs shook violently, but it only took an instant for Yang Yi to pull it back slightly and stab forcefully again. Bang! This time, the barrier of light wasn't able to stop Yang Yi's sword and was blasted apart. Your control of strength isn't bad. Light Maiden spoke abruptly before gesturing. The shattered barrier of light suddenly transformed into numerous blades of light that shot towards Yang Yi. They were truly too swift to the point Yang Yi couldn't dodge them at all. Fortunately, had been in a highly vigilant state since the battle began, so Void Rank Sword Intent had surged out from him when she attacked. At the same time, the sword armor he wore transformed into countless rays of light that shot towards those blades of light. The blades of light were instantly drowned beneath the swords from Yang Yi's armor. Bang! Bang! Numerous explosions resounded incessantly, and it didn't take long for the blades of light to vanish while Yang Yi's sword needles continued forward towards Light Maiden. Void Rank Sword Intent. There was a trace of surprise in Light Maiden's eyes. She waved her hand lightly, and then countless beams of light suddenly shot forward. They were extremely powerful and instantly dispersed the sword intent on those sword needles before blasting them back towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi's pupils constricted. He waved his right hand, and those sword needles immediately returned to him and transformed into the sword armor that was around him just a moment ago. At the same time, numerous blades of light suddenly appeared around him, and they left him no room to escape. After that, they instantly enveloped him. However, the shadow behind the black-robed woman suddenly wriggled, and then Yang Yi appeared behind her before his fist shot towards the back of her head. Light Maiden's figure stiffened for an instant. Obviously, she hadn't expected Yang Yi to suddenly utilize the laws of darkness. However, she didn't panic. An ray of light suddenly surged out from within her and shot towards Yang Yi's fist when Yang Yi's fist was about to strike her head. Bang! The ray of light was instantly blasted apart, but it only took an instant for countless blades of light to suddenly smash against Yang Yi and blast him flying. Yang Yi glanced at himself. At this moment, his sword armor was covered in marks, and he finally understood why the woman had said that even 10 saints couldn't be a match for Light Maiden while there was light. It was because anywhere with light was filled with energy that she could use. If he didn't possess Void Rank Sword Intent and the sword armor, then he wouldn't be a match for her at all. Suddenly, Azura Queen spoke. "You're Light Maiden from the Nether Pavilion." However, Light Maiden disregarded Azura Queen and gazed at Yang Yi, covered in divine rank treasures. One who relies on external sources of strength is nothing worth mentioning. She was about to attack again when she spoke up to this point. Suddenly, Azura Queen raised her hand and slapped it in Light Maiden's direction. A huge palm tore through space and clawed at Light Maiden. The tiny isle below Light Maiden instantly collapsed, and the powerful force of Azura Queen's attack caused the space in a huge area around Light Maiden to warp severely. Yang Yes' eyelids twitched when he witnessed this scene. As expected of the #1 expert of Pine Prefecture. But is she not afraid of causing the Heaven Dao to target her? After all, Light Maiden is a saint too. Bang! Meanwhile, numerous beams of light rained down from the sky, and they struck against the huge palm. Both attacks trembled violently, and then suddenly exploded apart. Countless waves of energy swept towards the surroundings, and the powerful aftershock from their collision caused huge waves to surge up on the ocean below. The corners of Yang Yes' mouth twitched. He paid no further attention to them and turned around with the intention of leaving. However, the woman whom Azura Queen called Master suddenly appeared in front of him. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. She glanced at him, and then she gazed at Light Maiden. Leave? Azura Queen immediately abandoned her intention to continue attacking when she heard the woman, and then she walked to the woman's side like an obedient disciple. Yang Yi was simply stunned by this scene. Light Maiden said, "He must die." Yang Yes' face darkened. Isn't she a little too overbearing? I merely comprehended the laws of darkness, yet she insists on killing me? Yang Yi could only imagine what would happen if Light Maiden knew that had killed Shadow Maiden. The woman's voice remained calm. I said leave. Light Maiden was rather stubborn. What if I refuse? After all, she was a member of the Nether Pavilion. So why should she care about the opinion of others? The woman nodded lightly, and then she raised her right hand and grasped it in Light Maiden's direction. A shocking scene appeared. The light in an area of over 10,000 kilometers suddenly vanished at a noticeable speed, and it took less than 3 breaths of time for no light to exist in that area. While light still remained in the distant sky, it was like that light was obstructed by something and couldn't descend here. A domain. Yang Yi was astounded because it was the might of a domain. It was the first time He'd seen a true domain besides his own. A domain. There was astonishment in Light Maiden's voice, and it was accompanied by a trace of terror. You're the one they call the lady who roams the world. The woman waved her right hand, and a mouthful of blood sprayed from Light Maiden before her figure was blasted flying. In the blink of an eye, Light Maiden had transformed into a black that vanished into the sky. The woman's ghastly voice resounded through the world. They'll give Nether Pavilion face and won't kill you. You're prohibited from stepping foot into Pine Prefecture from now onwards. Otherwise, it'll obliterate you. Meanwhile, tempestuous waves were surging through Yang Yes' heart. A domain. I saw a domain. So a domain is that terrifying. At this moment, Yang Yi realized that it wasn't his sword domain that was weak. It was he who hadn't truly grasped its ability. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly turned around to look at Yang Yi and said, "We should resolve our business now." What business? Yang Yes' eyelids twitched. Does she intend to get even with me now that we're safe? The woman spoke calmly. I remember you said that we'll fight in single combat once we escape. If you win, then well, let bygones be bygones, and if I win, then I can do anything I wish to you. Now, you can strike the first blow. The corners of Yang Yes' mouth twitched, and a short while passed before he laughed bitterly. I admit defeat. What a joke. Even Light Maiden couldn't resist a single attack from the woman. As for him, he couldn't even defeat Light Maiden. The woman nodded lightly, but she didn't say anything and just fell silent. Yang Yi glanced at her and said, I don't understand something. Since you're Azura Queen's master, then why were you locked up there? Moreover, you were even sealed? She shook her head slightly. I sealed myself. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? She gazed at him, pondered deeply for an instant, and said, I'm too powerful, and this world isn't able to endure it. Yang Yi was speechless. The woman said, Since you've admitted defeat, then I'll make my request. I can spare you, but I want that tiny pagoda of yours. Yang Yes' expression instantly changed violently when he heard her. He gazed at her for a short while, and then he suddenly transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. Azura Queen took a step forward when she witnessed this scene, and she was about to go after Yang Yi. However, the woman stopped Azura Queen and said, I'll do it. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure vanished on the spot. Chapter 1032. Yang Yi hadn't expected that she would actually want the primordial pagoda. Could he give it to her? Of course not. Not to mention that he couldn't control the primordial pagoda. He absolutely couldn't give it to her even if he could, because Su Qingshi and the others were still within it. Her request allowed him to realize that he absolutely couldn't let others become awake of the primordial pagoda's existence in the future. Of course, Head thought that while there had been some misunderstandings between them, they'd experienced life and death together, so they were at least partially friends by now. But the facts of the situation told him that she hadn't taken him to be a friend at all. Everything Shed done in that world had been done so that he could bring her out of it. Kill her while she was still in that world? That thought had appeared in Yang Ye's mind. After all, he knew how irresistible the primordial pagoda was. However, it hadn't taken him long to reject that thought, because while she seemed to possess no strength at all, it was actually as Shed said. She merely couldn't utilize it, and it wasn't that she didn't possess any. Moreover, Yang Yi would definitely die if she used her strength. Obviously, the woman hadn't lied to him. Yang Yi didn't continue flying in the air. He descended to the ground and utilized the sword domain to conceal his aura, because even if he concealed his aura, it was still too dangerous to fly. After all, he would still be a huge target. Conversely, there were countless things on the ground which he could use to hide himself, and that naturally made it more difficult for her to catch him. However, out of consideration for the woman's strength, Yang Yi acted even more carefully. He chose to travel solely in the shadows and utilize the laws of darkness to transform himself into a part of those shadows. The combination of the sword domain and the laws of darkness allowed Yang Yi to feel slightly confident in his ability to escape. At this moment, he just wanted to return to Ocean of Cloud City as soon as possible. After all, had been trapped in that world for so long, and he wondered how the situation was like in the city. When he thought up to that point, he couldn't help but speed up, but it didn't take long for him to suddenly stop, because a woman had suddenly appeared around 100 m ahead. She wore a snow-white dress, had eyes that were clear like autumn dew and absolutely calm, and supple and pure white skin. Her entire body was covered in a faint and indistinct glow, and she seemed like a heavenly and otherworldly goddess. She was none other than Azura Queen's master. Yang Yi was still hiding in the shadows. Head merged into one with the shadow of a tree, and coupled with the effects of the sword domain, it could be said that even a saint that passed right by him wouldn't be able to notice his presence. However, he knew that Shed noticed his presence. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment, and then he stepped forward instead of choosing to flee. Flee? The cruel reality before him told him that he couldn't accomplish that, and he would only be wasting time. Are you really going to do this? Yang Yi walked to her and looked her in the eyes. She gazed at him for a long time before she said, "I need that tiny pagoda." Yang Yi replied, "It's mine." She looked him in the eye, and her voice remained calm yet carried ghastly coldness. "If I want, it would be mine right now." Yang Yi asked, "Then why aren't you taking it?" She answered, "I hope that you'll give it to me yourself." "Why?" Yang Yi was puzzled. "Based on the strength you've shown, it would have been yours by now if you took it by force, right?" She remained silent. Yang Yi gazed at her for a long time, and he spoke when she seemed to have no intention to say anything. "What if I refuse?" She replied, "Then he'll take it by force." Yang Yi gazed at her. Quite some time passed before a faint red glow emerged from within him. At the same time, his eyes and hair started to turn blood red. Bang! Suddenly, a beam of blood shot into the air from within Yang Yi, and it pierced the sky. In an instant, the entire sky had turned blood red as if the end of the world had arrived. Meanwhile, a blood-red sword that seemed as if it was forged from blood had appeared in Yang Yi's grasp. "Ha ha ha! Yang Yi, you're finally unable to stop yourself from utilizing me. Good. Very good. Ha ha ha. Come, don't resist me and accept my power. Let's join forces and slaughter a myriad of worlds." Heaven's gravestone's insane voice resounded. Yang Yi had no other choice but to summon Heaven's gravestone when he faced this woman who was strong like a god. Even though Head summoned Heaven's gravestone and might be enslaved by it, he didn't have any chance to defeat her without summoning Heaven's gravestone. Bang! Void rank slaughter intent instantly surged out from within Yang Yi and instantly suppressed his void rank sword intent. At the same time, a blood-red glow surged out incessantly from within Yang Yi, and it swept towards the surroundings, causing an area of around 5,000 kilometers to be covered in a blood-red glow. It was transformed into a world of blood red. However, the area the woman resided in remained normal as the blood-red glow wasn't able to get 3M within her. The woman's jet-black brows were pressed together slightly when she saw Yang Yi in such a state. Meanwhile, there wasn't a shred of clarity left in Yang Yi's eyes. The blood-red sword in his grasp had cut open the center of his palm, and his blood was surging incessantly into the sword. As more and more blood surged into it, the blood-red sword grew more and more solid. Slash! Suddenly, Yang Yi raised the blood-red sword and swung it at the woman. The space in an area of 3 kilometers around it was instantly blasted into pieces. However, such a terrifying strike had been stopped by just 2 fingers. Relying on external forces isn't the right way. As soon as she finished speaking, the blood-red sword exploded into pieces. At the same time, the woman took a step forward and tapped her finger against the center of Yang Yi's forehead. "Get back in there." As soon as she finished speaking, a mysterious force surged out from the tip of her finger and seeped into the center of Yang Yi's brows. Meanwhile, Heaven's gravestone's miserable and shrill cry resounded. Who are you? Who exactly are you? It's impossible for such strength to be possessed in this world. Stop right now." Heaven's gravestone's voice gradually weakened. In the end, it vanished completely. Meanwhile, the blood-red glow which filled the sky surged back into Yang Yi like a receding tide, and it didn't take long for Yang Yi to return to normal. However, he was in a weakened state. She gazed at Yang Yi and said, "You're too weak right now, so it's best not to summon it. Otherwise, it'll completely enslave you, and you'll cease to be yourself." Yang Yi replied, "You're not a saint." Head thought that while her strength was terrifying, she should still be a saint, and was just a saint who possessed strength that far surpassed ordinary saints. Yet now, he knew that he was wrong. If she was just a saint, then it would have been impossible for her to suppress Heaven's gravestone with such ease. After all the saints of the ancient sword school hadn't been able to do anything that day. Yet now, she had just tapped lightly and suppressed it. That was almost on par with the tiny vortex. She said, "If you want to truly gain control over that sword, then you must strengthen your own will. The only way you can do that is by ceaselessly utilizing stellar energy to temper your body until you grow accustomed to the backlash you suffer from it. At that time, your will should be sufficiently strong to avoid being affected by that sword." Yang Yi took a deep breath and said, "I can't give the pagoda to you." She replied, "You seem to not have the ability to resist." Yang Yi looked at her in the eye and said, "I have the Qiong Qi." He would have to release the Qiong Qi if she gave him no other choice. She looked him in the eyes for a long time and shook her head in the end. While his strength is formidable, he's extremely weak right now. Of course, I'm not at my peak as well. However, he can't do anything to me. But he can deal with you. You'll be the first to die if you release him." Yang Yi said, "I might die as well even if I don't release him, right?" She sized him up for a short while, and then she made a clenching motion in his direction. In an instant, a shapeless force instantly enveloped Yang Yi, and he noticed that he was actually unable to move while being enveloped by it. At this moment, it didn't matter whether he tried to utilize his techniques, sword intent, or profound energy. He couldn't do anything. After that, she stretched out her hand and pointed her palm towards Yang Yi's stomach before a mysterious force surged out from within it. At the same time, Yang Yi's face warped. It hurt. It wasn't inferior to the backlash from utilizing stellar energy, and he felt like his internal organs, meridians, and even blood were about to be taken out of him. However, he didn't make a sound. He just stared fixedly at her. Shed allowed him to truly realize that the weak didn't have the right to speak, and Head realized how helpless the weak were. This was how the weak were before the strong. If the strong wanted to take something from them, then they could only watch helplessly. Meanwhile, the tiny vortex suddenly revolved, and then a wave of invisible energy surged out from within it and traveled through Yang Yi to blast itself against the woman. However, she seemed to have been ready for it, and she waved her other hand lightly when the energy had only just emerged from Yang Yi. In an instant, the energy was completely dispersed. However, her countenance had instantly turned ghastly pale. Obviously, while she had been able to disperse the tiny vortex's attack, it took quite a toll on her. She pressed her palm against Yang Yi's stomach, and the suction force grew stronger. Yang Yi's eyes immediately opened wide while threads of blood instantly covered them. Besides that, his face was utterly warped, and it could be said that even someone like Yu Wushuang wouldn't be able to recognize his face right now. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to notice that the tiny vortex was actually starting to move. Is it really going to be taken from me today? Chapter 1033. Even though it hurt to the point he almost lost consciousness, Yang Yi was still able to clearly sense the tiny vortex moving within him. He knew that it was about to leave him. What about Su Qingshi and the others who were still in it? Yang Yi's eyes were filled with a ferocious gaze when he thought up to this point. At this moment, he couldn't care about anything else and was about to summon Xiongqi. However, he was astounded to realize that he couldn't do it, because a mysterious force had completely sealed off all his strength. So, not to mention his profound energy, he couldn't even lift a finger. Bang! Meanwhile, Yang Yi felt like his head was about to explode, and then it felt heavy as he lost consciousness. At the same time, the woman suddenly stopped. As soon as she did, the tiny vortex which had left Yang Yi's dantian instantly went right back to where it had been. She just gazed silent at him. Suddenly, a wave of ripples appeared in the space behind the woman, and then Azura Queen appeared behind her. Azura Queen asked, "Master, why have you stopped?" A long moment of silence ensued before the woman replied, "It has fused with his soul. They live and die together. He'll die if I take it by force." Azura Queen said, "It's just a lowly human. So what if he dies?" The woman suddenly turned around to gaze at Azura Queen, but she didn't speak a word. At the same time, Azura Queen's delicate figure trembled, and she hurriedly knelt down on the spot. A long time passed before the woman waved her right hand, and a strand of energy supported Azura Queen up. Azura Queen glanced at the woman and didn't dare speak a word. Meanwhile, the woman turned around to gaze at Yang Yi, who slumped to the ground, and a long time passed before she said, "Let's leave." Azura Queen said, "But what about the—" "It's fine. I've suppressed it for now, and it'll find a way in the future." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure vanished on the spot. Azura Queen walked over to Yang Yi once the woman left, and she gazed at Yang Yi for a long time while a trace of coldness gradually appeared in her eyes. However, she didn't do anything. She just took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi, and then she vanished on the spot. One day later, Yang Yi's figure suddenly started moving, and then around an hour passed before Yang Yi opened his eyes slowly. A moment of silence ensued before he sat up swiftly, and then he glanced at the surroundings. "I'm still alive?" As soon as he said that, Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something and immediately immersed his consciousness into this body. Yang Yi instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the tiny vortex, and then he fell once more to the ground. The tiny vortex is fine. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to frown. Why is it still with me? Did she give up on taking it? Based on her previous attitude, that isn't very likely. But if she didn't give up, then did the tiny vortex resist her again? However, it didn't take long for Yang Yi to refute that thought, because the tiny vortex had subdued the tree of creation, fought the eye of the heaven Tao, and suppressed the Qiong Qi. It could be said to be in an extremely weak state after using its strength so many times. Earlier, it had even tried to stop her at the end, but it had been stopped by the woman. In other words, it was utterly powerless to resist her anymore. If she refused to give up and the tiny vortex hadn't resisted, then why did she give up in the end? Yang Yi pondered deeply for a long time, and then he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Because it was pointless to think about it right now. Yang Yi closed his eyes and immersed his consciousness into his body. I know you can hear me, so let's have a proper talk today. Firstly, we have to admit that we were both bullied, and we were completely defeated. You admit that, right? A moment of silence ensued before the tiny vortex revolved slightly. Yang Yi continued when he saw the tiny vortex's response. I'm not willing to accept that. What about you? Are you willing? The tiny vortex spun an entire circle leftwards before spinning an entire circle to the right. Obviously, it was expressing its unwillingness. All right, we've come to an agreement. Yang Yi continued. Now, let's talk about how well resolved this. Firstly, you should have realized that it's pointless no matter how strong you become. Because if I'm not strong, then capturing me is equivalent to capturing you. So, not only do you have to work hard on recovering, you have to help me grow stronger. Of course, I understand that I have to rely on myself to become stronger, but I hope that you try your best to help me if it's possible. After a long moment of silence, 5 rays of golden light suddenly flashed out from within the tiny vortex, and then 5 golden fruits appeared in front of Yang Yi. Fruits of creation. It was the fruits of creation the tiny vortex had obtained upon subduing the tree of creation that day. Yang Yi took them, remained silent for quite some time, and then asked, "Can you let me enter the primordial pagoda?" Based on his current strength, he would definitely be able to access the 3rd level of the pagoda if he could enter it. There were definitely things in the 3rd level which could help him. Besides that, the primordial pagoda had another ability, and it was the ability to help him conceal himself when his life was in danger. So long as he could hide in the pagoda, he was confident that even that woman from before would definitely be unable to locate him. Besides that, the primordial pagoda was filled with huge amounts of primordial violet energy, and his strength would definitely rise quickly if he could get in the pagoda. However, Yang Yi was disappointed, because the tiny vortex spun to the left then right, and Yang Yi knew that it couldn't. Of course, he knew that the tiny vortex wasn't doing it on purpose, and it was probably because the tiny vortex had encountered some sort of problem. That was why he couldn't enter the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi asked solemnly, "What do I do to help you recover?" The tiny vortex started spinning. Around 2 hours passed before Yang Yi figured out what it meant. It said that he had to become strong. So long as he grew stronger, it would be able to recover. In short, its speed of recovery depended on him. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then his gaze descended onto the fruits of creation. He remembered that the woman had said that the fruits of creation weren't just able to provide a huge improvement in one's cultivation, it could improve treasures. That was absolutely heaven-defying. Because besides a select few treasures which could grow, the rest had a fixed level of quality, and it was practically impossible to raise their quality. For example, a rock could be sanded down to an extremely smooth rock, but he was still a rock. It couldn't transform into gold. But the fruit of creation could change the quality of a treasure. If it was true, then it really deserved the name creation. Even though he wanted to give it a try, Yang Yi restrained himself in the end. He only had 5 of them, so he couldn't use them on treasures for now. Yang Yi raised his head to look towards the direction of Ocean of Cloud City, and then he withdrew a talisman and crushed it. Quite some time passed before ripples arose in the space before him, and then Yu Wushuang's voice resounded. "I'm finally able to contact you. Where did you go? Are you all right? Where are you now?" Yang Yi's heart felt warm when he heard this, and he heaved a slight sigh of relief, because it seemed like Ocean of Cloud City was fine. He withdrew a talisman and crushed it before he said, "Everything is fine. How's the city?" Yu Wushuang replied, "It's fine for now. Everyone thinks that you're in closed-door cultivation." Yang Yi nodded. "I'll rush back right now." "Okay." Yu Wushuang said, "Right? I heard Lu Qianxiao is almost done with his closed-door cultivation. Supposedly, Sky Divine Hall has already started preparing his wedding. The person he's marrying seems to be in Nanjing and an elder of Sky Divine Hall, Mu Han's Han." Yang Yi's eyes narrowed when he heard this, and he pondered deeply for a long time before he crushed another transmission talisman. All right, it'll take me a day at most to get back. Yang Ye's face was utterly gloomy as he finished speaking. Marry in Nanjing? You're going to be in eunuch. Yang Ye's figure vanished into the sky once he finished speaking. Ocean of Cloud City. Outside the city, two men in white robes and a woman in a moon-white dress suddenly appeared not too far from the city. Kaiyang-jun, that's Ocean of Cloud City. The man on the left who had a sword hanging on his waist gazed at the city and smiled. Even though it's quite small, it's not bad. In any case, we're just having fun. The man in the center of the group glanced at the man with a sword. Qin Yuan, we aren't here to have fun. The elders gave us an assignment, and we'll definitely have to suffer from now on if we can't finish it. We'll definitely suffer a huge reduction to the resources we gain every month. You think that we can't finish that assignment? The man called Qin Yuan chuckled. It's an extraordinary kindness to them, isn't it? I heard that Ocean of Clouds Academy has a dean. The woman in their group spoke abruptly. It seems to be a young man called Yang something. Yang Yi, Qin Yuan continued. I inquired about him earlier, and he has gained a little reputation here. Right, I heard he's extremely arrogant. The man called Kaiyang-jun suddenly chuckled. How arrogant? Qin Yuan said. I heard he likes to fight as soon as there's even a tiny dispute. Kaiyang-jun chuckled. What an ignorant fool. He's nothing to be afraid of. The woman said, what if he refuses? Isn't that easy to resolve? Well, just kill him. A cold smile arose on the corners of Qin Yuan's mouth as he took a few steps forward, and then he raised his right hand and pointed it ahead. As soon as he did that, the sword on his waist transformed into a ray of light that shot swiftly forward. A ray of light flashed by, and the city gates exploded into pieces. From this moment onward, we'll be taking over Ocean of Clouds Academy and Ocean of Cloud City. Qin Yuan's voice resounded through the air above the city. Chapter 1034. Kaiyang-jun glanced at Qin Yuan and spoke indifferently. Qin Yuan, won't that seem a little too haughty? Is it? Qin Yuan glanced at Kaiyang-jun, and then he gazed at the woman. Xingchun, do you think so too? The woman called Xingchun spoke flatly a little. Qin Yuan shrugged. I think that I'm keeping a really low profile. Why should we? Meanwhile, Xingchun suddenly spoke. Our law faction should always make a show of strength. Keeping a low profile / that's something that those cowards of the scholarly faction should do. Kaiyang-jun suddenly said, who do you think the scholarly faction will send this time? No matter who it is, they won't have a chance this time. Qin Yuan spoke indifferently. Even though the benefits we can gather from Ocean of Clouds Academy and Ocean of Cloud City is small, and those old fellows and madmen don't take it seriously, it's still a thick slab of meat for us. It's a rare opportunity for the three of us. If we can grasp it well, then it'll be equivalent to a way for us to gain resources from now on. So, we must take complete control of this academy and city before those fellows from the scholarly faction arrive. Kaiyang-jun said, there are saints here. Qin Yuan laughed with ridicule. Saints? Are you afraid of them? I would be a little fearful if that fellow, Shang Yunxi, was still here. But now, Kaiyang-jun continued, Shang Yunxi was quite a well-known figure in the academy all those years ago. Unfortunately, he overestimated his ability and chose to clash with the academy. He couldn't even realize that he was no match for the academy. Now, he's dead. I'm not interested in that old geezer, but I'm interested in his treasury. Qin Yuan spoke flatly. Ocean of Clouds Academy has laid its foundations here since so many years ago, so it has definitely gathered a huge number of treasures. Haha, I'm feeling quite impatient from just thinking about it. Kaiyang-jun had a grin on the corners of his lips as well. I'm looking forward to it a little now. Xingchen suddenly said, they're here. Yu Wushuang walked out from the city while accompanied by 13 black-clothed figures, and she arrived before Kaiyang-jun's group. What's a little child doing here? Qin Yuan sized her up and chuckled. Kaiyang-jun, looks like Ocean of Clouds Academy isn't taking us seriously. Yu Wushuang stated, Dean Yang is in closed-door cultivation, and I'm in charge of Ocean of Clouds Academy and City right now. You're in charge? There was a wisp of surprise in their eyes, and then Qin Yuan sized her up carefully before he laughed with ridicule. Does Ocean of Clouds Academy have no one capable left after Shang Yunqi died? It has actually fallen to the point of allowing a little child to manage it? How pitiable. All right, stop wasting time and quickly tell Yang Yi to come see us. Yu Wushuang said, if I'm not wrong, then you should be from the Central Divine Prefecture. As for your identity, all of you are probably from the law faction of White Deer Academy, right? Surprise flashed through their eyes when they heard her, and then Qin Yuan asked, how did you discern that? That isn't important. Yu Wushuang said, what's important is the reason for your arrival. If you're here as guests, then my academy will welcome you warmly. But if you've come looking for trouble, we are here to look for trouble with you. Qin Yuan interrupted Yu Wushuang while he had a mocking smile on the corners of his mouth. Then what would you do? Yu Wushuang looked him in the eyes and said, then you should bring more forces with you. Ha ha ha. Qin Yuan roared madly with laughter, and both Kaiyang Jun and Xing Chen chuckled as well. They laughed for some time before Qin Yuan pointed at Yu Wushuang and said, Kaiyang Jun, if I'm not wrong, that little girl is saying that we're weak. All right, I have to admit that we really are nothing in the Central Divine Prefecture. But here? Allow me to boast a little. If we're still considered to be weak here, then wouldn't all the geniuses of the Pine Prefecture be weaker than dogs? Don't put it like that. Kaiyang Jun spoke indifferently. Otherwise, countless people would think that we'd come here on purpose to bully the geniuses of Pine Prefecture. Qin Yuan shrugged. I'm not interested in bullying little children. Which one of you will do it? Kaiyang Jun looked at Xing Chen. A moment of silence ensued before Xing Chen suddenly transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot, and she was in front of Yu Wushuang when her figure appeared again. However, Yu Wushuang's expression remained unchanged, because the 13 black-clothed figures behind her had stepped forward when Xing Chen attacked. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Xing Chen returned to where she stood just now. At this moment, her eyes were slightly narrowed while a slightly solemn expression lingered in them. As for Kaiyang Jun and Qin Yuan who stood by her side, there was a trace of surprise in their eyes. Their gazes descended onto the group of black-clothed figures. Kaiyang Jun spoke in a low voice, those are puppets. Qin Yuan withdrew the smile on his face. 13 high-rank half-saints. And they are high-grade half-saints that haven't relied on much external forces to gain such strength. Kaiyang Jun gazed at Qin Yuan. Are you going to deal with them? Fine. Qin Yuan laughed coldly and was about to attack. Meanwhile, a few hundred beams of light suddenly shot out from the city, and it didn't take long for them to arrive behind Yu Wushuang. All of them were high-rank half-saints. Yu Wushuang glanced at them and said, all of you aren't welcome here, so just go back to where you came from. Are you trying to bully us with numbers? Qin Yuan laughed coldly, and then he gazed at Kaiyang Jun. The latter pondered deeply for a moment, and then he spun the ring on his finger. In an instant, 13 rays of golden light flashed, and then 13 copper figures appeared here. 13 saints. Yu Wushuang and the others revealed grim expressions when they witnessed this scene. Qin Yuan walked over to Yu Wushuang, and he gazed at her as he said, from this moment onward, it doesn't matter who is in control of Ocean of Clouds Academy, because we'll be taking over from now on. So, does anyone have any objections? If you do, then you can voice them, but I don't guarantee that I will listen to you. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Instructor Zhua and the other saints arrived by Yu Wushuang's side. Instructor Zhua said, before this, the dean didn't hesitate to ignite his soul and detonate himself to kill the members of your law faction. Now, if it's required, the 4 of us will detonate ourselves at any moment. So, do you want to try us? Qin Yuan had quite a ferocious expression on his face. Old fellow, are you trying to scare us? Instructors were replied. Want to give it a try? Qin Yuan was about to say something when Kaiyang Jun suddenly said, Elder, I think you've misunderstood. We aren't here to crush Ocean of Clouds Academy. Conversely, we're here to help it. Instructors will laughed coldly. Is that so? Of course. Kaiyang Jun said, Ocean of Clouds Academy was established by Dean Shang, and he was once a student of my White Deer Academy. So, Ocean of Clouds Academy can be considered to be part of my White Deer Academy. Haven't all of you always wanted to return to White Deer Academy? Now, your chance is here. We're here to let all of you return to White Deer Academy. Instructor Joie and the others were stunned by these words. They're here to let us return to White Deer Academy? You're saying that we can head to the Central Divine Prefecture? Instructor Joie's voice was trembling slightly. Returning to White Deer Academy hadn't just been Shang Yunx's lifetime dream. It was theirs as well. So, they were naturally excited when they heard the man. No, Kaiyang Jun continued. We're only giving all of you a chance. Instructor Joie frowned. What are you trying to say? Kaiyang Jun said, I'm saying that Ocean of Clouds Academy and Ocean of Cloud City will be under White Deer City from now on. To put it in simpler terms, Ocean of Clouds Academy and Ocean of Cloud City are property of my White Deer Academy in Pine Prefecture. As for all of you, based on your current strength, you can naturally return to White Deer Academy. But the rest of the students can't. Of course, we won't make it impossible for them. Well set up tests here, and any student who satisfies the requirements to enter our White Deer Academy will be allowed to join our academy. Instructor Joie had excitement all over his face. Really? Kaiyang Jun replied, We're here on behalf of White Deer Academy, so would we joke about things like this? Meanwhile, Yu Wushuang suddenly said, I remember that your law faction intended to destroy our academy. Why has it changed its mind now? Shang Yunxi is dead. Kaiyang Jun spoke indifferently. My law faction wanted to eliminate him, so we definitely won't pursue the matter anymore now that he's dead. My White Deer Academy had intended to eliminate the academy he left behind, so that it wouldn't spoil the reputation of my White Deer Academy. But the heavens are benevolent, and my White Deer Academy doesn't want to go to such extremes. So, we're willing to give all of you a chance. Yu Wushuang said, That chance is that all of you only have to speak a few words, and you'll obtain everything in the academy and city, right? There's no gain without pain. Are you unaware of that principle? Kaiyang Jun spoke indifferently. Otherwise, why would my White Deer Academy give all of you a chance to return to our academy? After all, my White Deer Academy wasn't interested in the so-called geniuses of this place. Yet now, we're willing to give all of you an opportunity. That's an extraordinary kindness and opportunity to all of you. Yu Wushuang didn't pay any further attention to Kaiyang Jun. She gazed at Instructor Joie and said, The dean sought to return to White Deer Academy all his life. But he hoped that we returned with our dignity and not through the handouts of others. You want to return with dignity? Kaiyang Jun laughed coldly. You intend to ceaselessly send students to participate in the competition of my White Deer Academy, just like Shang Yunxi had? How laughable. You've seen the outcome. Has he ever not returned in miserable defeat for the last 1,000 years? But our heads have always been held up high. Yu Wushuang gazed at Instructor Joie. Instructor Joie, Yang Yi won't agree to it? He won't agree? Qin Yuan laughed coldly. Isn't that easy to resolve? Well, just kill him. Kaiyang Jun said, Perhaps all of you aren't aware of the situation you're in. Presently, we aren't seeking your opinion. There are only two paths in front of all of you. Either submit or die. To be honest, our law faction doesn't even have to dispatch any experts to annihilate your academy. Just the strength we possess is sufficient to accomplish that. Yu Wushuang intended to say something, but Instructor Joie suddenly said, Little girl, the four of us have made our decision. We've decided to submit. Yu Wushuang's expression changed. A long time passed before she said, Yang Yi is the dean. He should be the one to make this decision. He isn't the dean from this moment onward. Kaiyang Jun gazed at Instructor Joie. Elder, what do you think? Instructor Joie and the other three saints remained silent. Yu Wushuang slowly clenched her fists, because silence was equivalent to tacit approval. Chapter 1035. Instructor Joie, are you really going to remove Yang Yi from his position as dean? Yu Wushuang gazed at Instructor Joie and continued. Yang Yi contributed greatly to bring such peace back to the academy and city. Instructor Joie, if you join forces with the other three elders to remove him from his position just because of a few words from an outsider, then wouldn't such actions disappoint everyone in the city and academy? Qin Yuan was about to speak, but Kaiyang Jun stopped him, and then Kaiyang Jun gazed at Yu Wushuang and the others with ridicule in his eyes. Instructor Joie pondered deeply for a short while and said, Wushuang, it's a rare opportunity for everyone from our academy, and it is old man Shang's lifelong wish. We can't refuse it. As for Yang Yi, we both know his character well, and he isn't suitable to be the dean. If he makes the decision, then he'll probably just lead the academy to its destruction. Yu Wushuang spoke in a low voice. Instructor Zhua, that wasn't what you said in the past. Instructor Zhua replied, the circumstances have changed. Yu Wushuang fell silent for a long time, and then she said, Instructor Zhua, have you forgotten how Dean Shang perished? Instructor Zhua's face became unsightly. Meanwhile, a black-robed old man by Instructor Zhua's side said, we've naturally not forgotten Brother Shang's sacrifice. But if we don't submit to White Deer Academy, then tell me where our academy's future lies? It doesn't have a future. If we don't submit, then we won't have a future, right? Yu Wushuang replied, so we should just give up the academy and city to others? Instructor Zhua said, our academy's goal is to return to White Deer Academy. Now, it's an absolutely rare opportunity that we have in our hands, so giving up some treasures is nothing. Wushuang, look further into the future. If you're able to join White Deer Academy, you'll realize that all of this is nothing. Yu Wushuang shook her head and said, since all of you've made your decision, then I have nothing further to say. Instructor Zhua glanced at Yu Wushuang, and then he sighed softly, there's no need to act in this way. Based on your natural talent, it isn't impossible for you to join White Deer Academy. It isn't just you, even Yang Yi has a very good chance. Instructor Zhua, it isn't as simple as you think. Yu Wushuang paid no further attention to them, and she turned around and walked away. Now that Yang Yi wasn't here, she was helpless against their decision. As soon as she turned around and walked away, the other 400-plus high-rank half-saints here didn't hesitate to immediately follow her. Yu Wushuang enjoyed great prestige in Ocean of Cloud City, and coupled with her relationship with Yang Yi, many people had decided to stand by Yu Wushuang, because choosing her was equivalent to choosing Yang Yi. At this moment, perhaps the students of the academy would choose Instructor Zhua's side, but the residents of the city would mostly side with Yang Yi. It could be said that Yang Yi's reputation was the greatest in the city right now. Stop right there. Suddenly, Kaiyang Jun called out to Yu Wushuang. Yu Wushuang turned around and gazed at Kaiyang Jun. What? Kaiyang Jun didn't speak. He just waved his right hand, and two copper figures instantly shot forward. The expressions of the others behind Yu Wushuang changed, and they were about to defend her but were stopped by her. At the same time, the 13 black-clothed figures behind her didn't just refrain from attacking. They even transformed into shadows that vanished on the spot. Since no one stopped it, Yu Wushuang was captured with ease. Meanwhile, Instructor Zhua's expression changed, and he was about to speak. However, Kaiyang Jun waved his hand and said, don't worry, Elder Zhua. I won't kill her. I'm just restraining her temporarily. I'm sure you've realized that she enjoys quite a bit of support in the city, and I'm afraid the residents of the city would turn on us if we don't restrain her. I think that Elder Zhua doesn't want the academy and city to be flooded with blood, right? Instructor Zhua was visibly struggling for some time before he took a deep breath, and then he turned around to gaze at Yu Wushuang. Wushuang, calm down for now. We'll get them to release you once we've resolved everything else in the city. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and gazed at Kaiyang Jun. Don't harm her. Of course. Kaiyang Jun grinned. So long as she cooperates, then I won't harm even a hair on her. Right. Where's that fellow, Yang Yi? If he's in the city, then we have to restrain him as well. I don't want any unnecessary trouble. That's not advisable. Instructor Zhua hurriedly added. Yang Yi is a very unyielding and aggressive person. If you act against him, then he'll definitely fight with all of you. I presume that you don't want any extra trouble. So how about we do this? I'll go speak to him myself, and I'll resolve it. Kaiyang Jun grinned. That's naturally all right, but I hope that you're able to resolve it. Otherwise, we'll use my way to deal with him. Instructors was spoke in a low voice. They'll deal with it appropriately. Kaiyang Jun nodded and said, then that's all for now. Besides that, please submit all the property of the city and academy. Of course, you're not submitting it to me. They'll be organizing it all and sending it to White Deer Academy. Only by allowing White Deer Academy to see Ocean of Clouds Academy's value would it give your academy a chance, right? Instructor Zhua asked again, You said that so long as anyone in my academy fulfills the required conditions, then they can return to White Deer Academy. Is that true? Of course. Kaiyang Jun guaranteed. So long as there are those who fulfill the requirements, all of them may head to White Deer Academy. Besides that, Ocean of Clouds Academy can be considered to be under my White Deer Academy's protection, regardless of whether it's the Python Clan, Steel Ape Clan, or Sky Divine Hall. None of them would dare to come here and cause trouble. Instructor Zhua stopped hesitating and nodded immediately. They'll give the orders for all the inner cores, crystals, and other treasures to be sent to you. Good. Kaiyang Jun grinned, and then he started walking towards the city. He walked for a while before he suddenly stopped moving and said, "Right, from this moment onward, he'll be temporarily holding the position of dean here. As for my junior brother Qin Yuan, he'll be holding the position of city governor for now." The three of them entered the city once Kaiyang Jun finished speaking. They'd only just entered the city when Qin Yuan gave Kaiyang Jun a thumbs up. "Kaiyang Jun, that was great, really great. You didn't waste a shred of energy and took control of both the academy and city. Sometimes, it doesn't pay to rely solely on strength." Kaiyang Jun spoke flatly. The best strategy is to subdue the enemy without a battle. Xing Chen suddenly added, "Our academy didn't agree to let the students of Ocean of Clouds Academy enter it." "I know." Kaiyang Jun continued, "How could our academy allow these weaklings to join it?" Xing Chen continued, "Then what about the promise you gave those saints?" Kaiyang Jun answered, "I lied to them, all right?" Qin Yuan roared with laughter. "You really are shameless. But I like it. Ha ha ha." Kaiyang Jun spoke in a low voice. "Besides dealing with Ocean of Clouds Academy, the academy also sent us to temper our ability. This assignment is definitely an absolutely perfect opportunity for us, and we'll be able to obtain an unending supply of resources if we use it well." Xing Chen said, "Actually, Ocean of Clouds Academy and City aren't very weak. Why don't we take control of them and make them an auxiliary force of ours?" "Them?" Kaiyang Jun shook his head. "Our future is in the Central Divine Prefecture. It's a waste of our time to foster them. Ocean of Clouds Academy will have no further reason to exist once we've taken what we need. All right, let's not waste our breaths anymore. I can't wait to see the treasures of this academy and city." Ha ha ha. It didn't take long for them to vanish on the streets of the city. Right after they left, a scholarly man who carried a scroll and wore a black and white robe appeared in a corner of the city. He looked in the direction they'd vanished towards and shook his head slightly. How could someone capable of killing a saint while at the half-saint realm be weak? That's not a big deal, but he was even able to survive a battle with Oblivion Maiden. That's really not easy at all. Fine, he'll just wait a while longer. As soon as he finished speaking, the man suddenly vanished on the spot. 6 hours later, the new city governor of Ocean of Cloud City, Qin Yuan, suddenly gave his one order. From this moment onwards, any cultivator who lived in the city had to pay taxes, and the taxes were extremely high, because every cultivator had to submit at least 100 extreme-grade energy stones per month. 100 extreme-grade energy stones. That was definitely an astronomical figure for many cultivators in the city. Many of them started to look for Yang Yi and Yu Wushuang as they hoped that Yang Yi and Yu Wushuang would uphold justice for them. However, they realized that Yang Yi, Yu Wushuang, and the others were nowhere to be found. In the end, they finally found out after a thorough investigation that Yu Wushuang, Lu Weiner, and everyone else who was related to Yang Yi had been imprisoned. As for Yang Yi, no one knew where he was. Even if Yang Yi and the others weren't here to help them, they naturally wouldn't just allow themselves to be at the mercy of others. They resisted. The residents of the city naturally resisted. However, every single person who did that was killed, and their corpse was hung on the city walls. Even the joint forces of every single resident of the city could absolutely not rival the strength of 13 Saint Realm puppets. So, they had no choice but to choose to leave the city. However, the area around the entire city was being guarded by saints. No one was allowed to leave unconditionally. They could leave if they wanted, but they couldn't take anything with them. So, the residents of the city started to seek help from Ocean of Clouds Academy. But they noticed to their astonishment that many students and elders of the academy had become Qin Yuan's subordinates. As for those who hadn't become Qin Yuan's subordinates, practically all of them were dead. Meanwhile, a man appeared outside the city. I'm finally here. Wayner's Dantian can finally be restored. Chapter 1036. It was Yang Yi, of course, had arrived early after traveling at his full speed, and he couldn't wait to see how happy Lu Wayner looked when her Dantian was restored. Right when he was about to enter the city, he suddenly frowned, because there were actually numerous corpses nailed on the city walls. Moreover, there were over 10,000 of them. Has something happened? Yang Yi's face fell. He was just about to charge in when he suddenly stopped. The sword servants left with Wu Shuang are still here. In other words, they should be fine, and they're just trapped or captured at most. If I were to charge in rashly and they use Wu Shuang and the others to threaten me, then I'll definitely be unable to do anything. I can't attack them directly for now. I have to figure out the situation first. When he thought up to this point, Yang Yi's figure transformed into a shadow that vanished on the spot. The city governor's estate. 10 million extreme-grade energy stones. Ha ha ha. In less than 6 hours, we've obtained so many energy stones. If this continues, we'll be absolutely rich in just 2 weeks or so. Qin Yuan roared madly with laughter in the hall within the city governor's estate. 10 million extreme-grade energy stones was a huge amount even for them. Xing Chun and Kaiyang Jun were by Qin Yuan's side. Kaiyang Jun revealed a slight smile when he heard Qin Yuan. Just look how you're acting. It's just 10 million extreme-grade energy stones. But to be honest, this academy and city are actually so wealthy. Not to mention anything else, they actually possessed over 1.5 million inner cores, and most of them were at the monarch realm or above. That truly surprised me. I heard that they fought Welkin Wolf Mountain Range, and Welkin Wolf Mountain Range was completely crushed. Those inner cores should have been obtained during that war. Xing grinned as well. No matter what, we don't have to rely on the academy to attain the Saint Realm anymore. Moreover, we won't have to work to obtain resources for a very long time. Qin Yuan grinned. In the beginning, those crazy fellows in our academy felt it was troublesome to come here, and all of them refused. In the end, the elders had no choice but to send us. I never expected that we would gain so much instead. I wonder if those fellows would cough up blood from their regret if they knew what we'd gained here. Kaiyang Jun suddenly restrained his smile and spoke seriously. We absolutely can't mention this to anyone once we return to the academy. Qin Yuan and Xing Chun restrained their smiles when they heard Kaiyang Jun, and they nodded. After all, wealth wasn't something that should be displayed. If those crazy fellows in the academy found out that they'd gained so much, they would definitely suffer horrifying consequences. Of course, those fellows couldn't do anything to them in the open, but what about secretly? They could act arrogantly here, but they had to keep a low profile once they returned. Meanwhile, Instructor Zhua and the other 3 Saints of Ocean of Clouds Academy arrived at the hall. All of them had quite unsightly expressions on their faces. I need an explanation. Instructor Zhua gazed at them with a slightly livid expression, because they'd actually caused the entire city to be filled with voices of discontent. It could be said that the reputation which the academy had built up in the city had been completely destroyed in just a few hours. At this moment, there wasn't a single person in the city who wasn't cursing the academy. What were they cursing about? They were naturally saying the academy was ungrateful and turned on them once the academy had finished using them. An explanation? Kaiyang Jun chuckled. I don't know what you're saying. Your actions in the city. Instructors were stared fixedly at Kaiyang Jun. The residents of the city have gone through thick and thin with my academy, yet my academy is treating them like this now. That made Elder Zhua. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan suddenly interrupted Instructor Zhua and said, Elder Zhua, you must realize that you're not a member of Ocean of Clouds Academy anymore. You're a member of White Deer Academy now. So, I hope that you'll put the interests of White Deer Academy first, and not Ocean of Clouds Academy. Forcefully taking the wealth of the city's residents is for White Deer Academy? Instructors was spoke in a low voice. As far as I'm concerned, it's for your own selfish desires. To be honest, it is. Meanwhile, Kaiyang Jun spoke. But are you trying to say that we can't? Elder Zhua, You should realize that we haven't acted against the students of Ocean of Clouds Academy. Conversely, the students who are helping us have even benefited from us. Why? Because they are on our side. Remember, we're on the same side. As for those people in the city, what do they have to do with us? Instructor Zhua fell silent for a short while before he said, they joined forces with our academy and fought to the death with us. And Kaiyang-jun chuckled. Once we return to White Deer Academy, we'll be people of two different worlds. Elder Zhua, you should be clearly aware that it's utterly impossible for them to head to the Central Divine Prefecture, let alone join White Deer Academy. In short, I hope that the four of you ignore everything that happens in the city. I don't want to become enemies with all of you. If we do become enemies, you should be clearly aware that you won't have the slightest chance unless all of you ignite your souls and detonate yourself. Are those fellows worth your lives? You can make a choice now. Choose to become our enemies or choose to become our friends. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan laughed coldly. If you're our friends, then anything can be discussed. But if you're our enemy, then we members of the Law faction love it when we know who our enemies are because that makes the situation even easier to deal with. As soon as Qin Yuan finished speaking, 10 Copper Saints appeared here. Their expressions changed when they saw those Copper Saints. Instructor Zhua's face was quite unsightly because unless all four of them chose to ignite their souls and detonate themselves, they would have no chance to defeat 10 Saints. Is it worth it to ignite our souls and detonate ourselves? Is it worth doing so for the sake of those people in the city? A long time passed before Instructor Zhua glanced at Kaiyang-jun's group, and he said, I hope all of you keep your promise. As soon as he finished, he vanished along with the other saints. Qin Yuan spoke coldly, that old fellow is getting more and more annoying. Don't force him into a corner for now. Kaiyang-jun spoke indifferently, we have all the time in the world to deal with them. Presently, the important matter at hand is to gather the wealth within Ocean of Clouds Academy and City. Such an opportunity is very rare for us. After all, there might be a change in the situation if the forces of the scholarly faction arrive here. Xingchen frowned, right? Those fellows from the scholarly faction should be here by now. Why is there no sign of them? Qin Yuan spoke coldly, who knows? Those fellows have always been hesitant no matter what they do. In my opinion, our academy shouldn't have those fellows in it. Be careful of what you say. Kaiyang-jun suddenly shouted, Qin Yuan, that mouth of yours will be the death of you one day. Xingchen glanced at Qin Yuan and spoke flatly, I think you've forgotten about that fellow who's ranked at the once position in our academy. Qin Yuan's expression changed when he heard this, and there was deep fear in his eyes. Amongst the top 10 experts in the younger generation of White Deer Academy, the Law faction occupied 9 of those positions, but the once position belonged to the scholarly faction. That fellow practically filled the Law faction's younger generation with despair. A long moment of silence ensued before Kaiyang-jun broke the silence. Let's not talk about that anymore. Qin Yuan, just be careful in the future. Right, is there any news about Yang Yes' whereabouts? Xingchen shook her head and said, it's like he vanished. Qin Yuan laughed coldly. I think he fled or hid himself. Kaiyang-jun pondered deeply for a short while, and then he said, his reputation and prestige in the city and academy are rather great. We must capture him or kill him. Otherwise, while we have no reason to fear it, ITLL still waste a huge amount of our time once he gathers the forces in the city and the academy. I think he might be hiding and preparing to strike a lethal blow against us. Meanwhile, Xingchen spoke in a low voice. I've investigated him. He isn't one to fear death, or I should say that he's a very loyal person. But his women are still in our hands. So, it's not very likely for him to have fled. He should be hiding in the shadows. Since he's a loyal person, then isn't it easy to deal with him? Meanwhile, Qin Yuan chuckled slyly. I refuse to believe that he won't show himself if we act against his women. Kaiyang-jun nodded. True. Xingchen frowned. But what if he doesn't show himself? In any case, we won't lose anything. Qin Yuan smiled. Of course, if he still doesn't show himself when his women are humiliated, then I can only convey my admiration to him. Actually, those women of his are really not bad. Of course, they're leagues away from you, Xingchen, but having some fun with them wouldn't be bad at all. Ha ha ha. Kaiyang Jun glanced at Qin Yuan and said, "Do as you wish." Qin Yuan roared with laughter as he stood up and walked towards the door. He suddenly stopped and turned around to look at Kaiyang Jun when he arrived at the door, and then he chuckled slyly. "Are you interested in coming along? In any case, Yang Yi has quite a few women." Kaiyang Jun glanced at Xingqian, and then he spoke seriously. "Am not. Go have fun yourself." Qin Yuan roared with laughter, and then he turned around and strode forward. However, there was someone in his way. Qin Yuan's expression changed. "Who are you?" The person cracked a smile and said, "I'm Yang Yi." Chapter 1037. As soon as he spoke, Yang Yi swung his fist forward. The sword on Qin Yuan's waist suddenly charged out of its sheath at the exact same instant that Yang Yi's fist shot forward, and it slashed down swiftly. The fist and sword collided. Bang! The sword shattered while Qin Yuan was blasted flying. Moreover, the powerful aftershock of the collision transformed the entire city governor's estate into powder. Everyone within the city immediately shot their gazes towards the city governor's estate, and the entire city seethed with excitement when they realized it was Yang Yi. "It's Yang Yi. It's Dean Yang. He hasn't abandoned us. He's back. He's back. Ha ha ha." I knew it was impossible for Yang Yi to associate himself with villains like those fellows from Ocean of Clouds Academy. He definitely hadn't shown himself until now because he was getting help. Ha ha ha. Now that Yang Yi is here, let's see how those fellows continue acting arrogantly. Don't forget that they have 13 saints on their side, and there are 17 if the elders of Ocean of Clouds Academy are included. But Yang Yi is all alone. The crowd fell silent when they heard this. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan, who had been blasted back by Yang Yi just moments ago, gazed at his sword, which only had its hilt left in his grasp, and he was stunned. I was actually blasted flying by a single punch of his? A moment later, a ferocious expression surged into Qin Yuan's eyes, and he roared furiously and intended to charge forward. However, he was stopped by Kaiyang Jun. "Let me kill him." Qin Yuan gazed at Kaiyang Jun with a ferocious expression on his face. "Calm down." Kaiyang Jun chuckled, and then he gazed at Yang Yi and said, "As expected of the previous dean of Ocean of Clouds Academy, you have some ability, and you are quite brave indeed. You still dared to come to us on your own under such circumstances. However, I'm really quite curious. Based on the information we collected about you, you don't seem like a fool. Since you're not a fool, then why have you come?" Yang Yi glanced at them and remained silent. He turned to look towards the side instead. Suddenly, a few black rays of light shot through the sky, and it didn't take long for Yu Wushuang, Lu Weiner, Shang Qingying, and the others to arrive before him while escorted by two shadowy figures. Yang Yi was naturally not a fool. Head found out where Yu Wushuang and the others were being kept before Head come here. So, Head sent two shadowy figures to save them while he rushed to the city governor's estate. His objective was naturally to keep them here and avoid any unexpected changes in the situation. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief in his heart when he saw that they were fine. Even though Head guessed they were fine because of the sword servants Head given them, he was still worried in the end. After all, both of them had almost died for him, and he really didn't want any mishaps to occur to them. Fortunately, they were well. Yang Yi grinned at them when he noticed that they intended to say something. "It's great that both of you are fine. Allow me to deal with this first." "Be careful." Yu Wushuang spoke softly. As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her right hand, and a Saint Realm sword servant appeared before Yang Yi. That sword servant, Zhu Yuan, was her last trump card to keep all of them safe, and she hadn't used it before this because it was completely meaningless. After all, they had 13 Saint Realm puppets, and the support of instructors was group of 4. Under such circumstances, a single saint was completely useless. So, she hadn't summoned it. Deal with this? Haha. Alright, then let's deal with it. Kaiyang Jun waved his right hand and 13 copper figures at the Saint Realm appeared by his sides. "Yang Yi, tell me how you intend to deal with this? I'm really very curious." A slight smile arose on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth, and he was just about to say something. However, Instructor Zhua, the other elders of the academy, and many other students of the academy arrived here. Yang Yi, don't be rash. Instructors was spoke in a low voice. They aren't here to go against our academy. They've come to make peace with our academy. Moreover, the students of our academy have a chance to join White Deer Academy from now on. Especially you. Based on your natural talent and potential, it'll be absolutely easy for you to join White Deer Academy. Join White Deer Academy? Yang Yi shook his head and chuckled. Instructor Zhua, Dean Shang's lifelong goal was to return to White Deer Academy. However, he hoped we returned with our dignity and not receive handouts from others like this. Instructor Zhua, let me be honest. Based on the strength that the four of you possess, White Deer Academy would definitely not refuse all of you. But just ask yourselves if you'll be respected once you're at White Deer Academy? Would you? You wouldn't. They'll just look down on all of you because you didn't rely on your own ability to return to White Deer Academy, and you were only able to return there because they felt pity for you and allowed it. Understand? When he spoke up to this point, there was a rather ferocious expression on Yang Ye's face, and he was practically howling. We can lose anything throughout our lives, but we can't lose our dignity. If a person doesn't even have his dignity, then would he still be respected? Do you expect them to respect a person like that? I don't know if White Deer Academy will respect all of you, but in any case, I look down upon all of you. Instructor Zhua and the others revealed extremely unsightly expressions. How audacious! Yang Yi, how dare you speak to the elders like that? Meanwhile, one of the students roared furiously, Yang Yi, you're not the dean anymore. Our dean is Kai Young-jun. If you're sensible, then quickly kneel down and surrender. Kai Young-jun is benevolent and might allow you to live. Otherwise, you'll die a graveless death. Yang Yi gazed at that student and said, why don't you say that one more time? That student's expression changed. He gazed at Kai Young-jun and saw a faint smile on Kai Young-jun's face, and it allowed him to feel a sense of relief. After that, he glanced at the 13 Saint Realm puppets at the side, and it greatly reduced the fear he felt for Yang Yi. But he still did fear Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Kai Young-jun suddenly gazed at that student and smiled. What's your name? That man was slightly stunned when he heard Kai Young-jun, and then he was overjoyed. He knew that he had to depend on Kai Young-jun's group to head to the Central Divine Prefecture and join White Deer Academy in the future. Now that Kai Young-jun had noticed him, it proved that he hadn't tried to curry favor with Kai Young-jun's group for nothing. He stated right away, my name's Du Ming. Kai Young-jun grinned and said, not bad. They'll remember you, right? He asked you to say it again. So do it. What are you afraid of? Du Ming was instantly filled with confidence when he heard this, and then he gazed at Yang Yi and laughed coldly. Yang Yi, open your eyes and look carefully. We have 13 saints, and it's 17 if Instructor Zhua and the others are included. Not to mention that you're all alone here. It would change nothing even if you brought all the experts of the ancient sword school with you. If I were you... Suddenly, Du Ming's voice stopped. All of the people here looked over and were stunned, because Du Ming, who was standing by Kai Young-jun's side, had suddenly appeared before Yang Yi, and Yang Yi was holding him by the throat. Kai Young-jun and the others' expressions changed, and they simultaneously revealed solemn expressions. They'd gone on high alert at practically the exact same moment. At the same time, the 13 copper figures stood in front of them. Yang Ye's speed was too swift. It was swift to the point that it horrified them. Xing Chun spoke solemnly. The laws of speed. His cape is at the divine rank as well. Kai Young-jun clenched his fists. The carefree expression on his face had vanished, and there was only undisguised killing intent left on his face. At this moment, Du Ming's eyes were opened wide, and there was horror in his eyes. Yang Yi chuckled, and then he used his left hand to point at Kai Young-jun. Your confidence came from him, but did you see that? If I want to kill you, then all he can do is watch. Yang Yi, even though he offended you verbally, he doesn't deserve death. Meanwhile, instructors was spoke in a low voice, moreover. You're not the dean of my academy anymore. So, all of this is internal affairs of my Ocean of Clouds Academy and City. There's no need for you to interfere. Just return to the ancient sword school. Crack. The sound of bones breaking resounded. A gloomy expression instantly covered Instructor Zhua, and the other elders' faces when they saw Du Ming's neck being snapped. Kai Young-jun's eyes narrowed as well. But he still didn't do anything because he was happy to watch them kill each other. Instructors spoke in a low voice. Yang Yi, do you realize what you're doing? Yang Yi chuckled. This is how I do things. If others respect me, then I respect them. If they don't rest me, then I'm sorry. Yang Yi, don't give a fuck who that person is. Instructor Zhua, I didn't want to be the dean, but you forced me to take that position. Fine, I did it for the sake of Dean Shang. Yet now, you don't want me to be the dean again? Let me fucking ask you something. Do I look like someone you can toy around with as you please? I should be the dean when you want me to, and not be the dean when you don't want me to? A fierce expression gradually crept onto Yang Ye's face as he spoke up to this point. Instructor Zhua, since you don't respect me, then I naturally have no need to respect you. Now, I'll tell you this in front of everyone. Unless Dean Shang comes back to life and removes me from my position as dean, then I'm the dean. Instructor Zhua's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a trace of killing intent in them. Yang Yi, you have no right to make decisions for Ocean of Clouds Academy. Is that so? Yang Yi chuckled, and then he glanced at the students of the academy before he said, those who still recognize me as the dean, stand over here. Remember that you only have one chance. His voice grew heavier as he repeated, remember that you only have one chance. A wisp of ridicule curled up onto the corners of Instructor Zhua's mouth. Even though Yang Yi had quite the reputation in the academy, could he compare to them? It was impossible. Sure enough, besides Feng Wuchao and the others who'd experienced life and death with Yang Yi, the others didn't move. How laughable. Yang Yi, do you see that now? Ocean of Clouds Academy doesn't need a dean like you. Qin Yuan ridiculed. Are you still going to continue humiliating yourself? Yang Yi gazed at Instructor Zhua and the others for a long time, and then he looked at Kai Young-jun's group. I'm done with the academy. Now, let's deal with the business between us. Are you going to spit out what you've plundered from the academy and city during this period, or should I make you? You. Qin Yuan laughed coldly and was about to attack. However, Kai Young-jun stopped him. Kai Young-jun chuckled as he gazed at Instructor Zhua. Elder Zhua, you said that you would deal with Yang Yi, right? I don't want to see those students who betrayed Ocean of Clouds Academy as well. Instructor Zhua fell silent, and a short while passed before he gazed at Feng Wuchao and the others who stood behind Yang Yi. They'll give all of you one last chance. They'll forgive your mistakes if you come over here right now. Feng Wuchao and the others exchanged glances, and then they shook their heads. Instructor Zhua's eyes narrowed slightly, and then a cold glow flashed within them. Kill them. As soon as they heard this, the students behind Instructor Zhua charged at Yang Ye's group. As for Instructor Zhua and the other three saints, their gazes had descended onto Yang Yi, and their auras had locked onto him. Yang Ye's gaze turned icy cold when he saw them charge at him, and there wasn't a shred of emotion left within his eyes. Chapter 1038. A ray of light flashed, and then the heads of a few students who led the group instantly shot into the air. Instructor Zhua and the others' eyes narrowed slightly when they saw Yang Yi attack, and then a moment of silence ensued before Instructor Zhua spoke fiercely. Kill him? As soon as he spoke, one of the saints by his side roared furiously and swiftly slapped his palm in Yang Ye's direction from afar. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared before Yang Yi, and then a ripple flashed forward. A shrill cry resounded. The others here looked towards its source and saw the entire arm of that saint was gone. They were astounded by the sight of it, and then their gazes descended onto the shadowy figure which seemed like a soul as it stood in front of Yang Yi, a saint realm puppet. If Zhu Yuan and the two other shadowy figures standing by Yu Wushuang and the others were included, then Yang Yi actually had 4 saint realm puppets. Even though it was much inferior in number when compared to the 13 that Kai Young-jun's group possessed, Kai Young-jun and the others still had extremely solemn expressions on their faces, because the attack executed by the shadowy figure was simply too mysterious, and that puppet was too formidable as well. Even though that saint from Ocean of Clouds Academy couldn't compare to the saints of White Deer Academy, he was still a saint. However, even if they were both saints, the saint from Ocean of Clouds Academy had instantly lost his entire arm. Moreover, he would have been killed on the spot if he hadn't dodged at the last moment. Is the gap between them that huge? Fortunately, Yang Yi only has 3 of those puppets. Kaiyang Jun and the others visibly relaxed a little when they thought up to this point. Yang Yi, no wonder you dared to return to Ocean of Cloud City on your own. So you obtained such powerful and mysterious Saint Realm puppets. Kaiyang Jun spoke coldly, but do you think that just 4 puppets are enough to go against us? Open your eyes and look. We have 17 saints. Yang Yi, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. So long as you give up all resistance, come to me and kowtow 10 times, then I can consider sparing you and the others behind you. Yang Yi chuckled and said, since you're willing to give me a chance, then I'll give you one as well. Hand over everything you are taken from the academy and city, and then kneel for 3 days and 3 nights at the entrance to the city. They'll consider sparing your lives if you do that. You're courting death. Qin Yuan roared furiously, and then he pressed his fingers together and pointed them at Yang Yi. A ray of ghastly white sword energy shot out from the tip of his finger and instantly arrived before Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi didn't dodge and just allowed it to strike him. After that, everyone watched with astonishment as it just entered Yang Yi's body. Quasi-void rank sword intent. Yang Yi shook his head slightly. Aren't you ashamed of displaying such weak sword intent? Yang Yi's sword intent was at the void rank, and it could be said that unless he encountered a sword cultivator who possessed void rank sword intent as well, all sword energy and sword intent would be useless before him, because his void rank sword intent could absorb it all. Qin Yuan seemed to have thought of something, and he gazed at Yang Yi with astonishment while shock and disbelief filled his eyes. As for Kaiyang Jun and Xing Chun who stood by his side, their eyes were filled with shock as well. After all, with their discerning ability and the knowledge they possessed, they naturally knew why Qin Yuan's sword energy was useless before Yang Yi. There was only a single explanation, and it was because Yang Yi possessed void rank sword intent. Void rank sword intent. Not to mention Pine Prefecture, it was quite rare even in the Central Divine Prefecture. At this moment, Kaiyang Jun had lost his interest to toy with his prey, and he waved his right hand, kill. As soon as he gave the order, the 13 copper figures transformed into rays of golden light that shot in Yang Yi's direction. Trying to bully me with numbers? Yang Yi laughed coldly, and then the other 7 shadowy figures who were hiding in his shadow flashed out and stood in front of him. After that, over a dozen ripples flashed forward. Bang, bang, bang. A few dozen explosions resounded, and then everyone watched as those copper figures were forced to a stop. The golden light dispersed to reveal the copper figures, and every single one of their chests had a crack that stretched for around 10 centimeters. 10 of them. Kaiyang Jun, Qin Yuan, and Xing Qin's pupils constricted. Obviously, they hadn't expected Yang Yi to actually possess 10 of such formidable Saint Realm puppets. 10 Saint Realm puppets. How the heck did Yang Yi get them? After all, they only had those 13 copper figures because White Deer Academy had given those puppets to them. Not to mention 13 copper puppets, even 30 were nothing for White Deer Academy. But what about Yang Yi? Who gave them to him? Not to mention Kaiyang Jun's group, even Instructor Zhua and the other members of Ocean of Clouds Academy were extremely shocked. They'd known Yang Yi for a long time and knew that he possessed the skill to refine puppets. However, that was 10 Saint Realm puppets, and it made them wonder if those 10 saints had just not resisted and allowed him to refine them. What a waste. Yang Yi cried out in his heart as he gazed at that. He felt it was a waste that had wasted 10 of those shadowy figures in that world. After all, there had been 20 of them in the beginning, but his carelessness had caused 10 of them to be wasted. If he hadn't wasted them in that world, then he could just lead those 20 puppets to attack Sky Divine Hall. Yang Yi shook his head and restrained his thoughts. After that, he waved his right hand, and the 10 shadowy figures shot towards the 13 copper puppets. It didn't take long for them to flash into a pocket of space. Regardless of whether it was Yang Yi or Kaiyang Jun, they didn't dare to let their puppets fight in the world down below, because they would be finished if it caused divine wrath to descend upon them. Yang Yi flipped his palm, and the Herculean sword appeared in his grasp. He started walking towards Kai Young-jun's group as he spoke. Come, let me see how strong the members of a diamond rank power are. Right? In order to avoid wasting time, it's best if all three of you fight me together. You want us to join forces against you? Kai Young-jun started laughing from the rage he felt. Yang Yi, aren't you thinking a little too highly of yourself? Perhaps there are those in the Central Divine Prefecture who can fight all three of us at once. But can anyone beneath the Saint Realm through Pine Prefecture do that? Since you're so confident, then we'll fight one by one. Which one of you is going first? Asked Yang Yi. He didn't want to waste time, but just as Head said, he wanted to witness the strength of the students from White Deer Academy. He'll do it. Xing Chan took a step forward while she stretched her hand forward. In an instant, the clouds in the sky swiftly converged together, and it only took an instant for them to transform into a huge white-colored cloud dragon. The cloud dragon had a ferocious appearance, and it roared with fury as it transformed into a ray of white light that slammed down towards Yang Yi. The cloud dragon dived down from high above, and the space in its part warped and seemed as if it would be minced into bits at any moment. It was absolutely astounding. It was a divine rank technique at the very least. Yu Wushuang and the others were visibly worried when they saw Xing Chen execute a divine rank technique with such ease. Yang Yi nodded slightly when he saw it, because just that technique alone told him that her strength wasn't bad. If it was before his trip to the Zither of Love, then he would probably have to exert some effort to defeat her. But now, the spectators watched as Yang Yi took a step forward, and then he just tapped the Herculean sword forward. Even though the sword still hadn't even come into contact with the cloud dragon, the powerful force it carried immediately obliterated the imposing aura emanated by the cloud dragon. Moreover, the cloud dragon was forced to a stop in midair by the energy contained within the Herculean sword. Break apart! Yang Yi suddenly twisted his wrist, and the cloud dragon exploded apart in midair. Xing Chen's pupils constricted violently when she witnessed this scene, and astonishment filled her eyes. After all, it was a low-grade divine rank technique, but it had been destroyed just like that? She gazed at Yang Yi again. This time, there wasn't even a shred of contempt in her eyes, and only an extremely solemn expression remained. Even though Yang Yi had merely executed a single attack, she knew that his strength wasn't weaker to hers at all. Moreover, she was very well aware that they'd severely underestimated Yang Yi from the very beginning. Actually, it wasn't their fault because Yang Yi had grown stronger. Instructor Zhua and the others were beyond shocked as well. They naturally had a good understanding of Yang Yi's strength, and they knew that he could kill saints. However, the strength Yang Yi revealed right now was clearly much stronger. After all, Yang Yi hadn't utilized his void rank sword intent or any powerful technique earlier. Yang Yi had just used his physical strength. When did Yang Yi become so strong? The woman fell silent for an instant before she raised both her hands, and it was clear that she intended to attack again. However, a shadow suddenly flashed before her, and then the blade of a sword was pressed against her neck. Yang Yi's hand was on the other end of the sword. Yang Yi said, "I think there's no need for you to attack again." Yang Yi was about to swing his sword while he spoke, but instructors was suddenly roared furiously. "Yang Yi, do you know what you're doing? She's a student of White Deer Academy. They didn't come here on their own. They're here on behalf of White Deer Academy. You'll definitely bring eternal damnation to the academy and city if you do anything to her." Meanwhile, Kai Young-jun spoke ferociously. "Yang Yi, I guarantee that everyone related to you will be annihilated if you dare to touch her." Yang Yi glanced at Instructor Zhua, and then he gazed at Kai Young-jun and laughed with ridicule. "Who do you think you are?" Yang Yi flicked his wrist once he finished speaking. Hiss! A gorgeous head shot into the air while accompanied by a pillar of blood. "No!" Kai Young-jun howled furiously like a raging beast. Chapter 1039. No? This is only just the beginning. Yang Yi laughed coldly, and then he shot towards Kai Young-jun. "Stop him!" Instructor Zhuo roared, and then he and the other two unharmed saints flashed towards Yang Yi like bolts of lightning. As far as they were concerned, Yang Yi was definitely bringing calamity to the academy by killing Kai Young-jun and his companions. Yang Yi didn't care about that, but they had to. If they let Yang Yi kill Kai-Young-jun and the others, then it would be obvious that their plans to return to White Deer Academy would be just a dream. So, Kai-Young-jun and his companions could absolutely not be allowed to die. Suddenly, a ray of green light and red light flew down from the sky, and it only took an instant for them to descend before Yang Yi and obstruct Instructor's group. The light vanished to reveal Qing and Hong's figures. Instructor Zhua and the other two saints stopped immediately when they saw Qing and Hong, and then Instructor Zhua spoke with a gloomy expression on his face. These are internal affairs of my Ocean of Clouds Academy. I hope that you don't interfere. Qing paid no attention to Instructor Zhua and just gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi glanced at them, and then his gaze descended onto Hong. At this moment, Hong was a saint, but her aura was clearly comparatively weaker than Instructor Zhua and the others who were seniors in the saint realm. What are you looking at? Don't make me dig your eyes out. Hong immediately glared at Yang Yi and spoke fiercely when she noticed Yang Yi's gaze on her. Yang Yi disregarded her and gazed at Qing. Don't let them interfere. Qing nodded lightly, and then she returned to her original form. A huge green python appeared here, and then her extremely long tail swept towards Instructor Zhua and the others. Instructor Zhua and the others' faces turned grim, and they weren't able to dodge and could only block it by force. In the end, Instructor Zhua and the others didn't dare to violate the unspoken rule of the Radiant Dimension, and they entered into a pocket of space with Qing and fought Qing there. Yang Yi's gaze descended onto Hong. Go help your younger sister. I don't need you to tell me that. Hong grunted coldly, and then she transformed into a ray of red light that shot into the sky and vanished in an instant. Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Kai-Young-jun, who was holding Xing Chen's corpse in his arms, suddenly stood up. His eyes were completely bloodshot while a ferocious expression covered his face, and the killing intent he emanated was simply visible. Yang Yi raised the Herculean sword slightly and pointed it at Kai-Young-jun and Qin Yuan. Come at me together? He wasn't being arrogant when he said this. Not to mention his current strength, even his past strength was something that was impossible for them to best. If his past strength was compared to his current strength, then the only difference would be that it was much easier to deal with them now, very much easier. Xing Chen's older brother is the 15th ranked expert in White Deer Academy. Do you know what the rankings of my White Deer Academy is like? Kai-Young-jun spoke in a fierce tone. You don't. Yang Yi, you'll pay a horrible price you can't bear to pay for what you've done. Trust me, you'll die a miserable death. The 15th? Yang Yi chuckled. He sounds quite formidable. All right, I really have no mood to waste my breath on both of you. Since you refuse to attack, then allow me. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi swiftly stomped his right foot against the ground, and an explosion resounded as the ground beneath his feet collapsed. Meanwhile, he relied on the counterforce to instantly appear before Kai-Young-jun and Qin Yuan, and then the Herculean sword smashed down towards them. Kai-Young-jun and Qin Yuan's expressions changed, and they could only raise their palms and slap them forward in the short amount of time they had to react. Two huge palms which carried terrifying might slapped Yang Yi's Herculean sword. Bang! A huge explosion resounded. Crack! The two huge palms shook violently before Yang Yi's sword, and then countless cracks covered them. Kai-Young-jun and Qin Yuan were shocked by this scene as they'd never imagined that Yang Yi was actually capable of going head-on against their joint forces on his own. Moreover, Yang Yi was still using just his physical strength. How strong is his body? Break apart! Yang Yi roared furiously as he twisted his wrist. Bang! A huge explosion resounded as the palms instantly exploded into pieces, and then waves of energy swept out towards the surroundings. Kai-Young-jun and Qin Yuan were instantly blasted almost 3 kilometers away, whereas Yang Yi remained motionless on the spot, because his void-rank sword intent had instantly minded the wave of energy into bits when it came close to him. Lightning tap. Meanwhile, Kai-Young-jun's howl of rage resounded through the area. The clouds in the sky were suddenly torn open as a huge finger that carried destructive arcs of lightning emerged from behind the clouds, and it descended towards Yang Yi. Everywhere it passed, a long arc of lightning was left in its wake, and it tore apart and blasted apart the space around it. It was a mid-grade divine rank technique at least. The countless cultivators of Ocean of Cloud City were shocked by this scene, and they started dashing backwards and only stopped after they were around 10 kilometers away. However, the powerful energy contained within the finger still caused their souls to shudder. Yu Wushuang and the others had moved aside as well, because they would only be a burden to Yang Yi if they were to stay close to him now. Moreover, their eyes were filled with worry. Yang Yi's eyes had a slight shred of seriousness in them as well. Needless to say, Kaiyang Jun had some skill. After all, a mid-grade divine rank technique couldn't be cultivated successfully just because one had the technique in their possession. It was just like his divine fist of destruction or death by a thought. They had very harsh requirements. Ha ha ha. Yang Yi, that's a mid-grade divine rank technique. It's the technique Kaiyang Jun is known for. Let me see how you'll stop it. Qin Yuan roared madly. He was a sword cultivator and Yang Yi possessed void rank sword intent, so he was completely powerless before Yang Yi. That made him feel aggrieved to the absolute limit. Yang Yi disregarded Qin Yuan and flipped his palm. The Herculean sword was instantly exchanged for Yellow Springs. Void rank sword intent surged out from within him, while Yellow Springs resided in his grasp, and then he transformed into a ray of light that tore through space and shot into the sky. The ray of light slammed against the huge finger in midair. A moment of silence ensued. Bang! It was like a thunderclap resounded through the world, and the sky shook violently. The spectators watched as the huge finger instantly exploded into pieces, and then countless waves of energy shot through the sky and even caused the space and the surroundings to warp before them. Kaiyang Jun and Qin Yuan were astounded when they witnessed this scene. It was especially so for Kaiyang Jun. His mind had gone blank when he witnessed the might of Yang Yi's attack. Even a mid-grade divine rank technique is useless against him? After all, even saints would dare not go head-on against that technique of his in the past. However, Yang Yi, who was merely a mid-rank half-saint, had destroyed it in a head-on collision. Is he really from the Pine Prefecture and not from the Central Divine Prefecture? OM. Suddenly, a sword howl resounded in the sky, and then a ray of sword energy shot down like a bolt of lightning towards Kaiyang Jun and Qin Yuan. Kaiyang Jun and Qin Yuan were horrified. They'd personally witnessed the might of Yang Yi's attacks, so how could they possibly resist it? They wanted to flee, but they were shocked to notice that a strand of terrifying intent had pressed down upon them like a mountain, causing them to be unable to even move an inch. So, they had no choice but to join forces and face Yang Yi's attack. They immediately slapped their palms towards Yang Yi's attack, and two huge palms flashed forward once more and slammed against Yang Yi's attack. Bang! The sword energy instantly blasted those huge palms into pieces and struck them. Pooh! Pooh! Both of them spat out a mouthful of blood while their figures were blasted flying. Amazing! At this moment, the blood of countless cultivators throughout the city. During the short period that Kaiyang Jun's group had taken control of the city and academy, it had been like a nightmare for them. If they were to be honest, they didn't want to leave the city, or it should be said that many of them treated the city like their home. But as soon as Kaiyang Jun's group arrived here, they'd started to plunder the residents of the city. Moreover, those who refused were even slaughtered by Kaiyang Jun's group. So, the residents of the city didn't dare to voice out the rage they felt. Now, when they watched as Kaiyang Jun and the others were either killed or defeated, the rage that had been repressed within them had finally exploded forth. Cough, cough. Kaiyang Jun and Qin Yuan crawled up slowly from the ground. Meanwhile, Yang Yi appeared in front of them, and then void rank sword intent pressed down upon them and pressed them back down to the ground. Qin Yuan raised his head and gazed resentfully at Yang Yi. Yang Yi, if you dare to kill us, then White Deer Academy will definitely slaughter Ocean of Clouds Academy and Ocean of Cloud City. Hiss. Qin Yuan had just finished speaking when a ray of light flashed, and then his head rolled down to the ground while a fountain of blood sprouted from his neck. Kaiyang Jun instantly turned ghastly pale. Yang Yi pressed Yellow Springs against the center of Kaiyang Jun's forehead. I'm really interested in those 13 puppets of yours. How do I control them? You want to control them? Haha, Yang Yi, you're dreaming. Kaiyang Jun laughed like a madman, Yang Yi, kill me if you want. Why waste your breath? No one in my academy is afraid of death. As you wish. A ray of light flashed, and then Kaiyang Jun's head rolled down to the ground and stopped just beside Qin Yuan's head. After he killed them, Yang Yi waved his right hand, and their spatial rings instantly flew into his palm. He glanced at their contents and flicked them over to Yu Wushuang. Everything they took is in these. They'll leave it to you. Yu Wushuang glanced at Yang Yi and nodded. Yang Yi raised his head and looked up into the sky, and then he issued a command in his heart. The 10 shadowy figures immediately appeared before him. At the same time, the 13 copper figures appeared near Kaiyang Jun's corpse. At this moment, all 13 copper puppets were terribly damaged and were on the verge of breaking apart, but they could still fight. Yang Yi was about to study those copper puppets when Qing and Hong appeared before him, and their faces were slightly pale while blood could be seen on the corner of their mouths. Qing said, "We can't hold them back any longer." Yang Yi turned around and saw Instructors' group descending from the sky. Their expressions changed drastically when they noticed Kaiyang Jun and Qin Yuan's corpses. Instructors pointed a finger at Yang Yi and roared furiously, "Yang Yi, do you realize what you've done? You'll bring calamity to our academy." Yang Yi glanced at them, and then he glanced at the students who were standing in the distance. He pondered deeply for a short moment, and then he said, "Leave no one alive. Leave no one alive." Chapter 1040. Leave no one alive? All of them were stunned. What does he mean? He intends to kill all the students and elders of the academy? My God, is he joking? Countless cultivators gazed at Yang Yi with disbelief. Obviously, they hadn't expected that Yang Yi would arouse killing intent towards Instructor Zhua and the others. At this moment, even Instructor Zhua and the others were stunned. Yang Yi wants to kill us? He actually wants to kill us? Their hearts shook when they noticed the ghastly expression Yang Yi had on his face, and they knew that he wasn't joking or trying to scare them. Yang Yi really did want to kill them. Their expressions turned unsightly to the extreme when they thought up to this point. It was comparatively better for Instructor Zhua and the other saints, and they were slightly more composed. However, the students behind them were in quite an embarrassing state. All of them were pale, and some had even slumped down to the ground. The reason they hadn't gone over to Yang Yi's side was because they felt that Yang Yi had only a few experts on his side, while they had 17 saints on their side. Moreover, they dreamed of joining White Deer Academy. As for the way they joined White Deer Academy, they didn't care about that at all. In their opinion, it was fine so long as they could. So, they naturally refused to choose Yang Yi's side. But they'd never imagined that Yang Yi would have actually turned the situation around. Would Yang Yi spare them? The answer was no, because they knew Yang Yi's character very well. Head said that it was their last chance just now, so it was their last chance, and they discarded it. No one begged for mercy because they knew it was pointless. As soon as Yang Yi gave the order, the shadowy figures around him immediately floated towards Instructor Zhua and the others. Instructor Zhua and the others' expressions changed, and Instructor Zhua shouted furiously, "Yang Yi, are you really going to go to such extents?" However, Yang Yi paid no attention to him and just turned around before walking towards the copper puppets. Meanwhile, Yu Wushuang suddenly ran over to him and shook her head. Yang Yi stopped. At the same time, the 10 shadowy figures stopped as well. However, they didn't move aside and surrounded Instructor's group instead. If we lost earlier, then they would have shown no mercy to us. Yang Yi gazed at Yu Wushuang. Just as Head said, he was very well aware that all of them would die if they'd lost. That was the reason why Head decisively ordered their annihilation. It wasn't that he refused to spare them out of consideration for the relationship they had in the past. It was because it would be stupid to do that when they were enemies now. After all, they'd wanted to kill him. So wasn't it stupid to care about such things? Yu Wushuang replied, "I know." Yang Yi asked, "Then why are you asking me to spare them?" She pondered deeply for a short while and said, "I know that if I were to reason with you, like say that it'll be extremely disadvantageous to us if they are killed, you'll definitely refuse to listen to reason, and I don't want to say anything like that. All I wish to say is that it's mostly because of Instructor Zhua and the other elders that Weiner and I were able to stay safe." When she spoke up to this point, she raised her head and looked him in the eyes. They just wanted to join White Deer Academy, and I believe they never wanted to harm us. It's just our choices that were different. Even though we became enemies because of the different choices we made, you must remember that we once fought side by side. They played a part in allowing Ocean of Clouds Academy and City's survival until now. Yang Yi remained silent. Yu Wushuang continued, "We can't manage the academy and city by killing those who go against us. Even though ITLL instill fear in them and deter them from doing anything, ITLL cause us to lose the support of the people here, because they would feel that you're cruel, and they would feel that going against your will would bring death upon them. Just think about it. Would anyone be willing to stay by your side under such circumstances? If you don't believe me, then look around you. Do they show fear or respect to you?" Meanwhile, Shang Qingying walked over to Yang Yi and said, "Even though I'm very angry about the decision they made, it's just as Wushuang said. It's just our choices that were differing. Yang Yi, I know that you're one who loves to put an end to future troubles, but I hope you can show mercy this time. Don't do it for anything else but because Instructor Zhua and the others protected you, Wushuang and the others, and do it for my grandfather, all right? Trust me, if my grandfather was given this choice, then he would definitely choose to disband the academy than kill them." Yang Yi remained silent for a long time before he turned around to gaze at Instructor Zhua and the others. "At the moment all of you chose to obey that fellow's orders and attack me, all of you were dead to me. However, I won't kill all of you this time. It isn't that I dare not do so, nor do I care what others think. It's only because Wushuang and Weiner are fine, and all of you played a part in keeping them safe. That's why I'm not killing all of you now, but I don't want to see all of you again. If I see any one of you in Ocean of Cloud City tomorrow, then I'll kill every single one of you who's still here." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and walked towards the 13 copper puppets. Shang Qingying wanted to say something, but Yu Wushuang stopped her. Yu Wushuang glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Miss Shang, you have to realize that he doesn't need to be the dean of the academy, and once he refuses to be the dean, then everything he has said in the past would be meaningless. Making Instructor Zhua and the others leave is the best outcome we can hope for." Meanwhile, Lu Weiner stated, "Otherwise, the academy and city will split apart if they are allowed to stay. Besides that, even if we forgive them, what about the residents of the city? Countless residents of the city know what they've done, and their presence here will only cause even more trouble in the future." Weiner is absolutely right. Yu Wushuang continued, "It really isn't suitable for them to stay. Leaving the city isn't a bad thing for them. Otherwise, Yang Yi's killing intent might be aroused at any moment." Shang Qingying sighed softly, "But if we do that, then the academy's strength would be greatly impaired. After all, Instructor Zhua and the others practically represented all the elites of the academy, and it would definitely be a huge loss to the academy if they were forced to leave." Yu Wushuang gazed at Yang Yi and said, "So long as he's here, then we can disregard all of that." As soon as she finished speaking, Yu Wushuang turned around and walked over to Instructor Zhua's group that was surrounded by the shadowy figures, and she glanced at them before she said, "Farewell, everyone. Young Miss Wushuang, is there really no way for us to redeem ourselves?" Meanwhile, one of the students spoke in a trembling tone. The academy was where their roots were, so where else could they go if they left the academy? Yu Wushuang gazed at Instructor Zhua and said, "Instructor Zhua, do you really think that all of you would be able to return to White Deer Academy with just a few words from Kaiyang Jun's group?" "No, I don't think so. If White Deer Academy wanted to let all of you return, then it wouldn't have just sent 3 weaklings like them. It isn't a matter of whether they think highly about our academy, it's just the way that extraordinarily powerful sects and powers do things." Meanwhile, Lu Weiner added, "Instructor Zhua, why don't you calm down and think about it? Did they have any intention to test the natural talent and potential of our academy's students after they arrived here? No. The only thing they did was plunder everything valuable within the academy and city. The experts of White Deer Academy would naturally not covet what we have, and they would disdain to do something like that. So, there's only a single explanation, and it was that they weren't here to help our academy at all. Elder Zhua, just think about it. What happened to our city after they arrived?" Shang Qingying sighed softly. "I know that all of you want to return to White Deer Academy, and you want to bring many students there as well. But even if they were telling the truth and we had the chance to join White Deer Academy, is it really right to accept such a path where we have to discard our dignity? In any case, my grandfather would have absolutely not agreed if he was still here. Instructors fell silent for a long time, and then he shook his head in the end. It doesn't make a difference now. How could it not? Yu Wushuang continued. If you've truly realized your mistakes, then you still have a chance. Instructors gazed at her and asked, "What do you mean?" Yu Wushuang pondered deeply for a moment and said, "If you still want to return to Ocean of Clouds Academy, then all of you can head to the Ancient Sword School once you leave the city. I think that they'll definitely be happy to accept all of you. If you don't want to return to the Academy, or perhaps you want to take back your authority and control over the Academy, then you can head to Sky Divine Hall or somewhere else. That's all I will say. It all depends on your own choice." As soon as she finished speaking, Yu Wushuang turned around and left with Lu Weiner and Shang Qingying. Instructors remained silent on the spot, and he was visibly hesitating and struggling. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was ceaselessly scanning those copper puppets. The copper puppets were covered in scars that seemed like they were left behind by blades. However, Yang Yi was astounded to notice that they were actually repairing themselves, and some comparatively lighter damages had already healed. They can restore themselves? Yang Yi was delighted. Even though these copper puppets weren't as strong as those 10 shadowy figures, they couldn't be underestimated. If he could subdue them, then he would have over 20 Saint Realm puppets. Yang Yi couldn't help but feel excited when he thought of such a possibility. But it didn't take long for him to encounter a problem, and it was the method to control these puppets. Even though they weren't being controlled right now, and were standing still on the spot without any intent to resist him, Yang Yi didn't know what to do, because they weren't living beings, so he couldn't refine them like how had been refining sword servants. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a while, and then he decided to cut one of them open and see what they were like on the inside. "I wouldn't do that if I were you." Suddenly, a voice resounded. "These puppets were forged using special methods belonging to my White Deer Academy. For the sake of preventing our enemies from obtaining them, every single one of these puppets are fitted with a self-destruct mechanism. They'll immediately destroy themselves if you cut them open. This entire city would probably be destroyed by the explosion of a Saint Realm puppet." Yang Yi stopped what he was doing and turned around. He saw a young man in a white robe who held a scroll was standing not too far away from him. Yang Yi gazed at the young man and asked, "White Deer Academy?" The young man nodded slightly. "The scholarly faction, Fang Yun," Yang Yi said, and Fang Yun glanced at Kaiyang Jun and the others' corpses before he spoke. "ID intended to have a chat with you, but it isn't necessary now. You've killed them, so the Law faction won't let the matter rest. No one can save Ocean of Clouds Academy and City now." Chapter 1041. "You're here just to tell me that?" Yang Yi sized up Fang Yun and said, "I don't think that's the reason, right?" Fang Yun nodded lightly and said, "I would have turned around and left if you used those puppets to kill Kaiyang Jun and the others, and I would even suggest that my scholarly faction stops interfering in the matter of Ocean of Clouds Academy. However, I was pleasantly surprised to see that you were actually able to kill them with your own ability." Fang Yun paused for a moment, and then he continued, "Your natural talent and potential are extremely great, especially your strength. Your strength has surpassed saints. Not to mention Pine Prefecture, you'll even be able to survive in my White Deer Academy with the strength you possess. Kaiyang Jun and the others investigated you, but they didn't take it seriously. They'd only casually inquired about you, so they can only be said to have died to their own carelessness. Get to the point." Yang Yi continued, "I don't like people beating around the bush." Fang Yun gazed at Yang Yi and spoke seriously, "Join my White Deer Academy." Everyone here was stunned by these words. Join White Deer Academy? Yang Yi was stunned as well because he hadn't expected Fang Yun to actually invite him to join White Deer Academy. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment and asked, "Why?" "It's very simple." Fang Yun grinned. "Your natural talent and strength are completely sufficient for you to join my White Deer Academy. If you agree, I can immediately recommend you to the Academy. So, you don't have to go through the usually complex process of recruitment, and can immediately become a student of my academy." The blood of everyone here boiled when they heard Fang Yun. After all, White Deer Academy was a diamond rank power. Yang Yi just had to nod, and he would be a member of such a power. At that time, would anyone throughout Pine Prefecture dare to go against Yang Yi? Moreover, that wasn't even the important part. The important part was that based on the strength and potential which Yang Yi possessed, it was very likely for White Deer Academy to attach great importance to him. If they thought highly of him, then Yang Yi would truly be leaping to greatness. But it didn't take long for the excitement and happiness on their faces to vanish, and it was replaced by worry and anxiousness. After all, what would the academy and city do if Yang Yi agreed? Instructor Zhua and the others who were still standing nearby gazed at Fang Yun with disbelief. Obviously, they hadn't expected that White Deer Academy had sent someone, and it was even someone from the scholarly faction. Moreover, that representative of the scholarly faction had actually invited Yang Yi to join White Deer Academy. It was White Deer Academy, the goal that countless students of Ocean of Clouds Academy had for generations. It was something that countless students fought their entire lives for yet were unable to accomplish, but Yang Yi just had to agree, and it would be realized for him. Instructor Zhua and the others had complicated expressions on their faces when they thought up to this point, and it felt rather bad. Meanwhile, Yang Yi remained silent for a moment before he shook his head. "I refuse." Everyone here instantly heaved sighs of relief when they heard Yang Yi, but they also felt it was a pity that Yang Yi had refused. After all, such an opportunity was absolutely difficult to come by. Fang Yun asked, "Is it because of Ocean of Clouds Academy and Ocean of Cloud City?" Yang Yi nodded. "I know that most people in the academy and city aren't qualified to join White Deer Academy, and I have any wishful thoughts that it'll be able to lead them to join White Deer Academy. However, I won't join White Deer Academy as well. At the very least, I won't for now. I have many reasons for that decision. Firstly, I promised Old Man Shang that I would lead the members of the academy to participate in the competition at White Deer Academy. Who would lead them there if I joined White Deer Academy now? As for the second and most important reason, I'm a disciple of the Ancient Sword School right now, and joining another power without the approval of the Ancient Sword School is equivalent to betrayal. So, I refuse." How just of Dean Yang? Countless cultivators of the city couldn't help but clap and praise Yang Yi when they heard him. Even though Dean Yang is quite a decisive and ruthless person, he's a loyal person as well. I'm truly convinced of his ability and character. I truly can't imagine what would happen to the city if Dean Yang were gone. All of you say he's ruthless, but just think about it. Would the academy and city be in its current state if it wasn't for his ruthless methods after Dean Shang left? If it wasn't for him, the city would have probably fallen into chaos by now. You're absolutely right. No one with malicious intent throughout the city would dare to act rashly while Dean Yang is here, and only with his presence can our city maintain its foothold in the prefecture. In any case, he'll be the first to leave the city if he leaves, because any clan of demon beasts would be able to annihilate us with ease. But he gave up the opportunity to join White Deer Academy. Tempestuous waves had arisen in the hearts of Instructor Zhua and the others as well when they heard Yang Yi. Obviously, they hadn't imagined that Yang Yi would actually give up the opportunity to join White Deer Academy. Moreover, the reason was actually Ocean of Clouds Academy. At this moment, all of the members of Ocean of Clouds Academy, including Instructor Zhua and the other elders, had complicated emotions in their hearts. Fang Yun remained silent for a long time, and his gaze had a trace of complicated emotions as well when he gazed once more at Yang Yi. It was the first time, the very first time that someone had refused an invitation from White Deer Academy, and that person was even from Pine Prefecture. A long time passed before Fang Yun spoke. "I admire your choice, but you might not be aware of the strength that my White Deer Academy possesses. Let me put it like this. Kaiyang Jun and the other two were only the weakest existences in my academy. The Law faction sent them here because the true monstrous geniuses of the Law faction disdained to come to Pine Prefecture. Understand?" Yang Yi nodded and said, "I know. Even though their strengths weren't bad, I'm very well aware that they aren't able to represent the true ability of White Deer Academy's younger generation." Fang Yun said, "There's one more thing. The reason the Law faction sent them was because its higher-ups didn't take Ocean of Clouds Academy seriously. In their opinion, not to mention the current Ocean of Clouds Academy, even the past Ocean of Clouds Academy which had Shang Yunxi was nothing to them. There's one more thing you must realize. The reason Ocean of Clouds Academy has been able to exist until now is because our scholarly faction has been competing with the Law faction. Yet now, you've killed Kaiyang Jun and the others, and that's equivalent to looking down upon White Deer Academy. So, our scholarly faction will definitely stop interfering in this matter. If my scholarly faction does that, then Ocean of Clouds Academy would have no chance before the Law faction. Yang Yi shook his head and said, the Law faction would destroy us no matter what we do. Since that's the case, then why should we act fearfully and hesitantly? If a battle can't be avoided, then he'll always launch the first attack and be the first to kill. Fang Yun gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then he said, good luck. Yang Yi chuckled, thank you. Can I take those copper puppets with me? Fang Yun continued, only a secret technique of White Deer Academy is capable of activating them, so they are no different than scrap metal in your hands. Of course, I won't take them for free. I'll owe you a favor if you give them to me. If you're able to come to the Central Divine Prefecture, then trust me, that favor of mine will be worth it. Yang Yi glanced at Fang Yun, fell silent for a moment, and then said, take them. He wasn't being generous, nor did he care about that favor Fang Yun had promised him. Had noticed that he couldn't take control of these puppets at all. Not to mention anything else, he couldn't even send a thread of his soul into them. He knew that Fang Yun wasn't lying to him, and they really were like scrap metal in his possession. Since that was the case, then why not exchange them for a favor from Fang Yun? Because Fang Yun's status in White Deer Academy was clearly not low. Perhaps he would have a use for that favor when he headed to the Central Divine Prefecture in the future. In any case, he didn't lose anything. Fang Yun couldn't help but take a deep and long glance at Yang Yi when Yang Yi agreed without the slightest hesitation, and then he pondered deeply for an instant and said, I hope I'll be able to see you in the Central Divine Prefecture. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Yun waved his right hand and took the 13 copper puppets, and then he intended to leave. However, Yang Yi suddenly spoke, if I'm not wrong, the experts of White Deer Academy will definitely come to Pine Prefecture once you return, right? Fang Yun replied, I can buy you some time if you want. I don't. Yang Yi chuckled, and then he spoke seriously, I hope you take a message to the Law faction for me. Fang Yun said, go on. Tell them that there's no need to send anyone. Isn't the competition about to begin? Tell them that I, Yang Yi, will bring the elites of Ocean of Clouds Academy to participate in that competition. Don't they want to kill us? If they have the ability, then annihilate us then. Otherwise, I'll annihilate them, said Yang Yi. Fang Yun gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he asked, are you joking? Yang Yi replied, do I seem like I'm joking? Fang Yun nodded lightly, that move is really not bad. Because those arrogant fellows of the Law faction will definitely wait for you to come. In that way, all of you'll definitely be safe for now. However, do you know what awaits you once you do head to the Central Divine Prefecture? Yang Yi nodded and said, I know. Fang Yun asked, then do you still want me to convey that message? Yang Yi answered, yes. Fang Yun gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then he nodded, they'll be waiting for you. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished into the sky. Yang Yi slowly clenched his fists as he watched Fang Yun vanish. He didn't want to bother about the business of Ocean of Clouds Academy, but he had no choice. Because he wasn't all alone anymore, and there were too many people who were following him. These people trusted him and were willing to place their lives in his hands. Could he abandon them and pursue his Tao of the Sword? He couldn't. At the very least, he couldn't until Ocean of Clouds Academy and City were truly safe. It was his responsibility. A man had to shoulder his responsibilities. Meanwhile, Yu Wushuang suddenly spoke. Look over there. Yang Yi looked over and saw those students of the academy who were standing behind Instructor Zhua, and the other elders had suddenly started walking towards him. It didn't take long for hundreds to arrive in front of him, and then they knelt down in unison. Chapter 1042. The students who knelt before Yang Yi didn't speak a word. but they knew that Yang Yi understood what they were trying to convey. They could go to the ancient sword school upon leaving Ocean of Clouds Academy, but that would be equivalent to relying on others to survive. Was anyone willing to do that? No one was. They wanted to stay in the academy, but they knew that they could only do that if Yang Yi agreed. If Yang Yi didn't, then no one would dare to let them stay, and they wouldn't dare to stay as well. After all, the cultivators of Ocean of Clouds City wished for nothing more than to eat them alive. Yang Yi fell silent. Yu Wushuang and the others were silent as well. Meanwhile, Instructor was suddenly walked over to Yang Yi and said, "Yang Yi, the four of us can leave the academy, but I hope that you allow these little fellows to stay. They were only obeying our orders earlier, and you should understand that they aren't strong enough to dare to disobey the orders of four saints." Another saint who stood by Instructor's side said, "Yang Yi, they've rendered meritorious service to both the academy and city. I hope that you'll give them a chance out of consideration for that. Please." The old man bowed slightly to Yang Yi once he finished speaking. Shang Qingying, who stood behind Yang Yi, was unable to bear the sight of this, and she wanted to say something. However, Yu Wushuang had stopped her. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time, and then he turned around to gaze at the cultivators of the city. "All of them have fought by our side. They are the reason that the academy and city were able to survive the allied forces of Welkin Wolf Mountain Range. It was because all of them stayed to fight by our side. But all of you actually turned your blades against them." Yang Yi turned around and walked away when he spoke up to this point. The students who knelt before him instantly turned pale at the sight of this, and there was sorrow in their eyes. Suddenly, Yang Yi stopped moving and said, "You can stay. You can stay if you can obtain the forgiveness of these cultivators from the city. Otherwise, leave immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi vanished on the spot with Lu Weiner. "All of you can stand now." As soon as Yang Yi left, Yu Wushuang walked over to the kneeling students and said, "All of you can stay." They were stunned, and Instructor spoke with bewilderment. Did Yang Yi even agree? He didn't tell all of you to leave immediately, and that's equivalent to agreeing. Yu Wushuang continued, "Leave the rest to me. However, I need all of you to give me your full cooperation. If you can't do as I say, then leave the city right now." Instructors were hurriedly guaranteed. "We'll make them do everything you ask." Yu Wushuang nodded lightly. Cloud Ocean Pavilion. Yang Yi held Lu Weiner's hand as they sat on a stone bench in the courtyard. He withdrew a tree of creation and passed it to her as he said, "Swallow it now. It'll protect you while you cultivate." Lu Weiner felt her heart tremble as she gazed at the fruit before her. She looked up at Yang Yi and said, "You weren't in the city because you went to the Zither of Love, right?" Yang Yi nodded. "Your Dantian was destroyed, and it grows worse for you as time passes. So, I took some time to make the trip. Fortunately, my luck wasn't bad and I got it." Lu Weiner said, "It was very dangerous, right?" Yang Yi grinned. "What danger? Isn't it just a fruit? It's an absolutely simple task for me." Lu Weiner gazed at him for a long time, and then she suddenly cracked a smile. It was gorgeous, like a garden of flowers blooming before him. But even though she was smiling, there were pearls of tears in her eyes. She didn't say anything. She just took the fruit of creation and started eating it, and it didn't take long for her to consume it completely. Nothing happened in the beginning, but it didn't take long for Lu Weiner's body to start emanating a faint golden glow. At the same time, her aura grew stronger and stronger. Lu Weiner closed her eyes slowly, and then her stomach started to wriggle strangely. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief at the sight of this. Obviously, the fruit of creation was working. Yang Yi remained silent for a short while before he waved his right hand, and then 10 shadowy figures appeared here. After that, he sat down cross-legged and withdrew another fruit of creation. Yang Yi didn't hesitate at all to consume it. He remembered what Azura Queen's master, that mysterious woman, had said. The fruit of creation wasn't just capable of rebuilding the Dantian, it could provide a great increase in one's strength as well. He needed to improve his strength right now. As soon as it entered his body, Yang Yi felt heat rise up within him, and then countless strands of golden energy appeared incessantly within him. The golden energy swept swiftly to every corner of his body and completely filled it. Bang! A ray of golden light shot out from within him. Just like Lu Weiner, his aura was growing stronger and stronger. In the beginning, his aura was growing increasingly stronger and violent, but it gradually calmed down and stabilized. A day later, his aura had vanished completely. Conversely, Lu Weiner's aura was still growing stronger and showed signs of exploding out from within her. Fortunately, the 10 shadowy figures who surrounded them had dispersed the aura she emanated, or the entire area, including Cloud Ocean Pavilion, would be transformed into powder. 3 days later, Yang Yi opened his eyes slowly, and then he stood up and clenched his fists slowly. Crack. At the instant he did that, numerous fine cracks suddenly cracked open throughout the space around him. Yang Yi took a deep breath and said, "I'm only a step away from the Saint Realm." Yang Yi hadn't expected that swallowing a fruit of creation would actually allow him to advance to the high rank of the half-saint realm. Moreover, his strength had naturally risen greatly along with the improvement in his cultivation. Not to mention anything else, just the volume of profound energy he could store within him was entirely sufficient for him to utilize a divine rank treasure at will for a certain period of time. Besides his profound energy, his execution of techniques and speed had improved greatly as well. Most importantly, his sword domain had grown stronger as well. Head constantly had doubts about the sword domain. What did he have doubts about? It was naturally about whether it was useful. After all, while the sword domain had some effects, it was inferior when compared to how helpful his void rank sword intent, slaughter intent, and the laws he possessed were. The sword domain could even be said to be quite useless. However, when he saw that mysterious utilize a domain, he knew that he was wrong. It wasn't the sword domain that was weak, it was he who was weak. How terrifying was Light Maiden's strength? In any case, he wasn't confident in his ability to defeat her even if Head attained the high rank of the half-saint realm now. Or it should be said that the possibility of him defeating her in battle was very small, absolutely small. However, such a terrifying expert wasn't even able to fight back before that mysterious woman's domain. She was truly unable to resist the domain at all. He didn't know how that mysterious woman had accomplished that. All he knew was that Shed casually slapped Light Maiden flying. It proved that it wasn't the sword domain which was weak, it was he who was weak. Or perhaps, it was because he hadn't truly mastered it. Of course, it wasn't his fault, because besides himself, he only knew 2 other people who'd possessed domains, and it was the unfettered one and that mysterious woman. He had no one to learn from even if he wanted to, because others didn't know how to utilize a domain at all. So, he had no other choice but to use the sword domain as he used sword intent. In other words, he used it to suppress his enemies. If I knew she possessed a domain, I should have asked her about it while we were in that world. Now, alas. Yang Yi shook his head while a feeling of helplessness arose within him, and he felt quite regretful in his heart. If Head sought guidance from the woman during that period, then she would have probably provided him with guidance. Yet now, he didn't want to court death. Bang! Meanwhile, a ray of golden light suddenly erupted from within Lu Weiner, and then a terrifying aura surged out from within her. However, only a moment passed before the aura was blasted apart by those 10 shadowy figures around them. The high rank of the half-saint realm. Yang Yi was delighted because Lu Weiner had actually advanced directly into the high rank of the half-saint realm. In other words, her dantian had probably been completely restored. A short while passed before she opened her eyes slowly, and there was wild joy within them. She raised her head and gazed at Yang Yi. "I've recovered. Congratulations." Yang Yi smiled while he truly felt a sense of relief in his heart. If Lu Weiner was unable to restore her dantian forever, then he would definitely live in guilt and regret forever. Lu Weiner said, "My current dantian feels even better than my previous dantian. As for what's better about it, I can't really explain it." Yang Yi smiled. "Take your time and familiarize yourself with it." Lu Weiner nodded lightly, and then she pondered deeply for an instant before she walked over to Yang Yi. She wrapped her arms lightly around Yang Yi's waist, and then rested her head against his chest. She just laid there silently without saying a single word, nor did she utter a single word of thanks, because as far as she was concerned, There was no need for that between the two of them. Yang Yi wrapped his arms around her waist as well, and they just embraced each other in silence. Yang Yi, get out here. Suddenly, a voice resounded in the sky above the city. An instant later, it resounded once more. Right? I seem to have forgotten to introduce myself. Lu Qian Xiao. Lu Qian Xiao. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 1043. Lu Qian Xiao. Countless people throughout the city were shocked, and they shot up into the sky and gazed towards the source of the voice. A man was standing in the air above the city gates. He wore a moon-white robe that had violet gold borders. He had brows that seemed sharp like a blade, a nose with a high nasal bridge, and thin lips. He was absolutely handsome. Even if he was just standing quietly on the spot, he still seemed handsome, extraordinary, and indescribably otherworldly, like God from the heavens. That's the #1 expert of our prefecture's younger generation, Lu Qianxiao. Even though I don't know how strong he is, that aura and bearing proves that he's absolutely not a weakling. Even though he's standing there quietly, it seems like he has merged into one with the world. His strength has probably arrived at an inconceivable level. Do all of you think he or Yang Yi is stronger? Sky Divine Hall is the #1 power of Pine Prefecture, and its resources and reserves are unfathomable. Even a pig would probably gain intelligence if it was fostered with the full strength of Sky Divine Hall. So let's not even talk about Lu Qianxiao, who possesses extraordinary natural talent. Not to mention that I've heard that Lu Qianxiao has been to the Central Divine Prefecture and obtained fortuitous encounters in that place, which is filled with monstrous geniuses. So, Yang Yi has killed a saint. Lu Qianxiao was able to fight saints a year ago. Saints are like gods to us, and it's like a natural chasm that's impossible to surmount. But saints are just men to Yang Yi and Lu Qianxiao. They are just men who are slightly stronger. Exactly. We'll have to wait for them to fight to know who's stronger. Based on the relationship between our city and Sky Divine Hall, that battle will come sooner or later. Actually, is Lu Qianxiao not afraid of death? He actually dared to come here on his own? After all, we have over a dozen saints here. Wouldn't he be killed if they were to swarm him? Since he dared to come here, it proves that he has something to rely on. Yang Yi is here. All of them moved their gazes away, and they saw that Yang Yi had appeared around 30 m in front of Lu Qianxiao. If Lu Qianxiao was extraordinary, otherworldly, and one with the world, Yang Yi's edge was fully exposed, and he seemed like he would pierce a hole through the world. They possessed completely different bearings. Yang Yi sized up Lu Qianxiao, and then his eyes narrowed slightly while a trace of surprise flashed through them. However, it didn't take long for that surprise to vanish, and his gaze returned to its calm state. Lu Qianxiao sized up Yang Yi, and then a grin appeared on the corners of his mouth. Not bad, the high rank of the half-saint realm. Even though you've only just broken through, you're able to keep your aura stable. It truly is a rare sight. Of course, it can be overlooked when compared to your sword intent. Needless to say, you're definitely the best in the sword Dao throughout Pine Prefecture. Yang Yi asked, do you have anything else to say? Lu Qianxiao chuckled. Do you know why I wanted to challenge all the geniuses of the prefecture? Because I wanted all those geniuses who are equally famous as me, like Xu Wuxian, Lu Weiner, and the others, to realize that they aren't worthy of being equally famous as me. I'm an existence that they have to look up to. However, it felt quite boring to me later on, because they are too weak and fighting them is like bullying them. Fortunately, you made an appearance. Yang Yi said, because I'm a very beautiful leaf that can truly serve as contrast for a rose like you? Exactly. Lu Qianxiao continued, they are too weak, too terribly weak. Fighting them is a waste of time to me. As for you, your current reputation in Pine Prefecture can be said to be on par with me. Because you, Yang Yi, have killed a saint, and you are the first half-saint in our prefecture to accomplish that. Yang Yi said, haven't you killed saints as well? I killed a saint of the Central Divine Prefecture, not in Pine Prefecture. Lu Qianxiao grinned. Yang Yi, my future isn't in Pine Prefecture, it's in the Central Divine Prefecture. However, I want to leave behind a legend of myself here before I leave for the Central Divine Prefecture. Now, that legend of mine will definitely be even more amazing because of your presence. Yang Yi replied, perhaps your legend wouldn't even exist because of my presence. You're really confident. Lu Qianxiao gazed at Yang Yi and said, of course, you are qualified to be confident, but it's fine. In a month from now, you'll gain a clear understanding of how you're actually still very weak. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Qianxiao flicked 2 invitations to Yang Yi. ID intended to invite all the geniuses of Pine Prefecture to fight me, but I discarded that decision after some thought. Because besides you, no one in the younger generation of Pine Prefecture is qualified to fight me. So, only the 2 of us will fight a month from now. The winner will live, and the loser shall die. The winner lives, and the loser dies. Yang Yi nodded lightly. It'll be on time. I know. Lu Qianxiao grinned. Besides me and that fellow, Xu Shen, you have no other opponents throughout the younger generation of our prefecture. So long as you defeat me, it's equivalent to defeating Xu Shen. So, you'll definitely be there. The tuned invitation is my wedding invitation. My wedding will be held a month from now as well. However, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to enjoy the celebrations because we'll fight before my marriage. Yang Yi said, you won't be able to carry out that marriage. Lu Qianxiao gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then he said, they say that you're arrogant, and I've seen it for myself now. I really can't wait for a month to pass because I want to see how you look when you're filled with despair. Yang Yi said, they'll see you in a month from now. Lu Qianxiao asked, why don't we spar a little? Yang Yi shook his head. Isn't it meaningless? Lu Qianxiao said, I insist. Then I'll send you off. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that shot forward. The ray of light was absolutely swift to the point that many in the surroundings couldn't even see it clearly. It was death by a thought. Death by a thought that wasn't enhanced by void rank sword intent. Even if he didn't enhance it with his void rank sword intent, death by a thought was still extremely terrifying when executed with Yang Yi's current strength. Your sword technique isn't bad. As soon as he spoke, Lu Qianxiao pressed a finger forward. In an instant, the spirit energy in a huge area was instantly extracted. At the same time, a fine speck of light appeared on the tip of Lu Qianxiao's finger. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's attack had arrived before him, and Lu Qianxiao's finger tapped lightly against the tip of Yang Yi's sword. The speck of light and ray of light collided, and then a moment of silence ensued. Bang! A terrifying wave of energy suddenly erupted from the point of collision. But it didn't take long for a ray of light to flash, and the wave of energy was instantly obliterated. Yang Yi, they'll be waiting for your arrival at Sky Divine Hall. Lu Qianxiao roared with laughter as he vanished amidst the wave of energy. Why didn't you just kill him? Shang Qingying suddenly walked over to Yang Yi and spoke with a bewildered tone. After all, Yang Yi possessed 11 Saint Realm puppets. If he wanted to, those 11 puppets could annihilate Lu Qianxiao in an instant. Because no matter how strong Lu Qianxiao was, it was impossible for him to fight 11 saints on his own. Moreover, Yang Yi's Saint Realm puppets far surpassed ordinary Saint Realm experts. Yang Yi shook his head slightly. That wasn't his real body. Shang Qingying and the others' pupils constricted, and Shang Qingying spoke with astonishment. You're saying that was a clone? Yang Yi nodded. At the moment he laid eyes on Lu Qianxiao, head seen through him. So, Yang Yi had immediately refused when Lu Qianxiao suggested that they sparred. After all, it was meaningless to spar with a clone. However, only after they clashed did Yang Yi realize that Lu Qianxiao's strength was probably much stronger than had imagined. Shang Qingying and the others were visibly astounded when they saw Yang Yi nod. My God, just his clone was that terrifying. When they thought up to this point, they gazed at Yang Yi while worry could be seen in their eyes. Will Yang Yi be able to be a match for Lu Qianxiao? Yang Yi glanced at Yu Wushuang and the others, and then he grinned. Just do what you're supposed to be doing. Don't be worried. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. Yang Yi left Ocean of Cloud City and went to Welkin Wolf Peak. At this moment, there were no demon beasts here. Yang Yi went to the top of Welkin Wolf Peak, sat down cross-legged, and intended to draw down stellar energy to temper his body. Even though it really was torture, it could strengthen his body. He was prepared to go all out in order to improve his strength. Right when Yang Yi was about to draw stellar energy into his body, his eyes suddenly opened wide. 3 people had suddenly appeared not too far away from him. One was an old man whose beard touched the ground, the other was a gray-robed young man, and the last was a black-robed middle-aged man who stood behind them. Yang Yi recognized the middle-aged man because it was that Saint Realm black dragon which had deceived that day. Experts of the Dragon Clan. Yang Yi was shocked. Shit, they're probably here to look for trouble with me. However, he remained extremely calm on the surface. In any case, he possessed the bloodline of the Dragon Clan and could draconify himself. So, he could continue deceiving them with that. The old man sized up Yang Yi and said, "You're the scion of the dragons?" "Of course," replied Yang Yi. He naturally couldn't deny it right now. The old man asked another question. "The patriarch of the Dragon Clan gave you that title himself?" Yang Yi nodded. "Of course." The old man asked, "Then why don't I know about it?" Yang Yi replied, "It's top secret information even in the Dragon Clan, and only the patriarch of the Dragon Clan is aware of it." Yang Yi hadn't noticed that the young man by the old man's side was looking at him with a strange expression. Moreover, the black dragon's face had turned gloomy. "I'm the Dragon Clan's patriarch," the old man said, "so why don't I know about it?" Yang Yi was stunned on the spot. "No one has ever dared to pretend to be a member of my Dragon Clan. There has been no one in the past, and there won't be anyone like that in the future." As soon as the old man finished speaking, Yang Yi felt like a million mountains were pressing down upon him, and his knees curved as it almost pushed him down to his knees. Chapter 1044. Bang! Void rank sword intent erupted from within Yang Yi, but it only took a moment for that invisible force to suppress his sword intent back into his body. Yang Yi was astounded. Yang Yi would naturally not admit defeat with such ease. He hurriedly utilized the bloodline pressure of the dragon blood within him, and then he felt the pressure he experienced reduce significantly. It didn't take long for the pressure he experienced to vanish completely. Yang Yi raised his head to look at the old man. The pressure hadn't vanished because of his own bloodline pressure. It was because the old man had stopped it. At this moment, the old man was looking at him as well, and there was a trace of bewilderment in the old man's eyes. Does the Dragon Clan only know how to bully the young and weak? Yang Yi gazed at the old man while he slowly clenched his fists. The old man was very strong, extremely strong. His intuition told him that it was pointless even if he summoned all the Saint Realm puppets he possessed. It was absolutely impossible to survive by relying on force, and he had to rely on his intelligence instead. The young man by the old man intended to step forward upon hearing Yang Yi, but the old man stopped him. The old man sized up Yang Yi from top to bottom before he said, "You really do possess the bloodline and inheritance of the Dragon Clan. Moreover, I'm able to sense that you didn't obtain it by force, and it was willingly passed down to you. That truly puzzles me, because it's impossible for a member of my Dragon Clan to give their inheritance to a human. Besides that, the bloodline you possess is extremely pure and noble. In other words, that expert status was definitely very high in my Dragon Clan. That makes me feel even more puzzled, because I know every single expert of my Dragon Clan for the last few thousands of years, and there hasn't been a dragon who gave his or her inheritance to a human." Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. "I didn't obtain it in the radiant dimension. That's what I thought." The old man continued, "Are you from outside this dimension, or from one of the lower dimensions?" Yang Yi replied, "The lower dimensions." The old man asked another question. "Why did that expert of the Dragon Clan give you his or her inheritance?" Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment and answered, "I passed his test and obtained it. Of course, he wanted to pass it down to members of the Dragon Clan. But the Dragon Clan in that world of mine was too weak, and none could pass his test. In the end, he had no choice but to give it to me and hope that I would help the Dragon Clan in the future. So that's why." The old man nodded lightly. Even though that dragon might not be from the same lineage as my dragon clan in the Radiant Dimension, it was still a member of the dragon clan. I respect his choice. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. Meanwhile, the old man questioned Yang Yi again. But why did you make up that position, the scion of the dragons? Yang Yi glanced at the black dragon behind the old man and said, I have no intention to offend the dragon clan. I just didn't want to kill him, and that was why I used such a strategy. Kill me? The black dragon laughed coldly. I think that it's because you were afraid that I would kill you. Yang Yi waved his right hand and 3 shadowy figures appeared in front of Yang Yi. It would really not be difficult at all for me to kill you that day. Even if we were enemies at the time, I didn't kill you because I owe an expert of the dragon clan. However, you insisted on going against me. So, I had no choice but to use such a method to make you leave. Yang Yi was lying, of course. After all, he hadn't obtained these sword servants yet. If he had these shadowy figures then, he would have taken the black dragon apart. The black dragon's expression changed slightly when he saw those 3 shadowy figures. He hadn't expected that Yang Yi actually possessed 3 Saint Realm puppets. While he was confident in his ability, he wasn't confident to the point of fighting 3 saints on his own. Moreover, those 3 Saint Realm puppets were clearly not ordinary saints. Did that fellow really create that position he spoke of just because he didn't want to kill me? Such a thought had suddenly appeared in the black dragon's mind, but it didn't take long for him to expel it. His intuition told him that Yang Yi was deceiving him, just like Yang Yi had that day. Inanimate spirits. Suddenly, the old man said, those are inanimate spirits that only the Nether Pavilion can create. Why do you have them? Moreover, you can even control them? Inanimate spirits? So these shadowy figures are called inanimate spirits? Yang Yi remained silent for an instant before he said, I obtained them by chance. He naturally couldn't say that he took them. He had to keep a low profile for now. The old man gazed at Yang Yi in silence. Yang Yi clenched his fists slowly while the profound energy within him started to circulate. Suddenly, the old man frowned, and then he looked up towards the sky. He pondered deeply for an instant before his figure vanished on the spot. High above in the sky, there was a woman in a white dress standing not too far away from the old man. The old man asked in a low voice, Who are you? Go back to the Central Divine Prefecture. The woman's tone was indisputable. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. No one can give orders to my dragon clan. Then it'll be the first. As soon as she finished speaking, she didn't seem to have done anything, but the entire area instantly started to warp. You're the one who roams the world. Lady. The old man gazed at her with astonishment. At this moment, there wasn't even a shred of contempt left in his eyes, and there was only a solemn and fearful expression. The woman didn't speak while the entire area had warped to the extreme. The force of this movement in the surrounding space caused cracking to resound throughout the old man's body, and it seemed like he was about to be torn into pieces. Roar! The old man roared furiously as his figure transformed, and then a huge violet gold dragon that was almost 30 kilometers long appeared there. At the top of Welkenwolf Peak, Yang Yi's brows were knit tightly together while bewilderment filled his eyes. Head noticed that the old man had aroused killing intent towards him, but the old man had suddenly left for some unknown reason. The young man and black dragon had frowns on their faces as well. Just like Yang Yi, their eyes were filled with bewilderment. Obviously, they didn't know why the old man had suddenly left. A moment of silence ensued before the gray-robed young man suddenly walked over to Yang Yi. Your body seems to have been cultivated well. Why don't we compete a little? Bring it on. Yang Yi didn't refuse. Even he didn't know what level his body was at, because ordinary demon beasts and even Saint Realm demon beasts couldn't compare to his physical strength. Yet now, a member of the Dragon Clan, which was known to possess physical strength that was unmatched throughout the world, was standing in front of him. He wanted to see how his physical strength compared to a member of the Dragon Clan. The gray-robed young man said, Make your move. Yang Yi didn't refuse. His figure immediately flashed forward as he smashed his fist towards the gray-robed young man. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi moved backwards repeatedly for almost 1 kilometer. As for the gray-robed young man, he didn't move at all. Yang Yi's pupils constricted because he hadn't even been able to clearly detect how the young man had attacked just now. The man's physical strength and speed far surpassed his own. But the young man was only a high-rank half-saint. Your strength is too weak, but your control of strength is not bad. The young man continued, Come, let's continue. Use your full strength and let me see exactly how strong your body is. Yang Yi slowly clenched his right fist, and then he shot forward again. This time, he didn't hold back. The powerful force within his fist caused the space in his path to explode into pieces. But in the next moment, an explosion resounded while he was blasted back again. This time, he was pushed around 5 kilometers back. Yang Yi hazed at his right arm that had cracked open, and then he looked up at the young man. You're really strong. It isn't my physical strength that's strong. It's yours that's too weak. The young man continued, Of course, it's not bad amongst the humans. Especially your control of strength. There aren't many amongst the humans who can accomplish that. The young man paused for a moment when he spoke up to this point. Actually, you surprised me quite a bit. Because the body of a human is actually on the verge of attaining the divine valor realm of the 6 realms of body refinement. The 6 realms of body refinement? The divine valor realm? Yang Yi was puzzled. The cultivation of the body is divided into realms as well? Of course. The young man continued. It's divided into 6 realms. They are the divine valor realm, divine fortitude realm, divine shift realm, epic realm, and undying realm. Yang Yi stated, That's only 5. The young man replied, The last realm is something that no person or demon has attained throughout the history of the radiant dimension. Yang Yi asked, Then how do you know that there's a 6th realm? The young man answered, An expert of my dragon clan attained the undying realm many years ago, and he said that there's another realm above the undying realm. However, he didn't say what exactly it was. Yang Yi asked another question. What realm are you at? The young man answered flatly, I'm barely at the divine valor realm. Yang Yi said, I'm not even at the divine valor realm? The young man replied, These realms were set by my dragon clan, and the members of my dragon clan are born with bodies that surpass half-saints. So, cultivating our bodies to the saint realm is merely the beginning for us. If you attain the divine valor realm, then it would represent that your body far surpasses ordinary saint realm demon beasts. Your dragon clan really is blessed. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. After all, they were born with bodies that far surpassed half-saints, and it wasn't something he could compete with. The young man said, Even then, the price we have to pay isn't inferior to you humans. Perhaps. Yang Yi nodded lightly. Are you the most outstanding amongst the younger generation of your dragon clan? No. The young man shook his head slowly. I'm only average. Yang Yi gazed at the young man for a short while before he said, How about trying a swing of my sword? The young man nodded slightly. Yang Yi was about to attack. However, the old man suddenly appeared in front of the gray-robed young man. The old man took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi, and then he waved his right hand. A fist-sized golden token which had a dragon claw on it appeared before Yang Yi. Didn't you want to be the scion of my dragon clan? It'll fulfill your wish. Even though you can't command members of my dragon clan with that command token, no member of my dragon clan will act against you if you display that command token to them. Besides that, I hope that I don't hear any news about you. Yang Yi, killing dragons? As soon as he finished speaking, the old man waved his right hand, and then he vanished along with the gray-robed young man and the black dragon. Over 20,000 kilometers away, the black dragon asked, Patriarch, he possesses the bloodline pressure of our dragon clan. If he acts against our dragon clan, then many dragons of our clan won't be a match for him. So, why did you not kill him? We won't be able to return if we kill him. As soon as the old man finished speaking, a mouthful of blood sprayed out from his mouth. The gray-robed young man and the black dragon were astounded. Don't rashly step foot into Pine Prefecture from now on. Chapter 1045. At the top of the mountain, Yang Yi was quite dazed as he gazed at the command token in his grasp. After all, The patriarch of the Dragon Clan had actually allowed him to be the scion of the Dragon Clan. There's something off about all of this. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly while a trace of bewilderment could be seen in his eyes. Had been able to sense that the old man had aroused killing intent towards him. But he was puzzled because the old man's attitude had changed upon leaving and coming back. Not only had the old man not killed him, the old man had even given him this command token. What exactly happened when that old man left? Yang Yi looked up into the sky. At a point in the sky that Yang Yi couldn't see, a woman in a white dress was looking down at Yang Yi. A long time passed before she transformed into a ray of light that vanished from there. On the ground below, Yang Yi withdrew his gaze. He pondered for a long time, yet still couldn't figure out why the old man had suddenly changed his decision. In the end, Yang Yi just stopped thinking about it because it was a good thing no matter what. At this moment, improving his strength was the most important to him right now. So, Yang Yi sat down cross-legged and started drawing down stellar energy into his body. Countless strands of stellar energy rained down from space, and they entered Yang Ye's body. Because he intended to utilize the stellar energy to temper himself, so he hadn't circulated his violet profound energy to assimilate the stellar energy. Under such circumstances, he would suffer backlash from the stellar energy. Fortunately, he was prepared for it. Even though Head mentally prepared himself, he still couldn't avoid gasping from the pain he experienced from the backlash. However, he forcefully endured it. Only by suffering the worst can one become the best. Head understood that principle while he was still a labor disciple all those years ago. Head thought that his cultivation of the body wasn't bad. Or it should be said that Head thought his body was very strong. But after he met the gray-robed young man, he realized that Head only just begun on the path of cultivating the body. His main focus of cultivation was the sword, but he noticed that the cultivation of the body wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the sword Dao. Of course, it couldn't be described as being stronger than the sword Dao. The main point was that it was extremely beneficial for him when his body grew stronger. After all, there had been many occasions in the past where Head relied on his body to win a battle, especially when he was in that world with the mysterious woman. If he didn't possess a powerful physical body, then he would have probably died by now. In the beginning, Yang Yi didn't draw down too much stellar energy, and he slowly increased its amount instead. He had to allow his body to get accustomed to the pain which came from the backlash. Otherwise, he was afraid that he might faint from the pain. Even then, just that small amount of stellar energy overwhelmed him with pain. Persist. All he could do was grit his teeth and persist. Day after day passed. At this point in time, Yang Yi, who had started out being overwhelmed with pain, had gradually gotten used to the pain which came from the backlash of absorbing stellar energy. During this period, Yang Ye's body grew stronger and stronger as the stellar energy tempered it. However, he didn't stop and continued drawing more stellar energy into himself every night. He noticed that the stellar energy at night was much more effective than the stellar energy he absorbed during the day. As for the reason for it, he didn't bother to figure it out. 5 days later, he started to cultivate sword techniques during the day and absorb stellar energy at night. In the beginning, he started with Heaven Rend. Heaven Rend had been extremely helpful to him in the early days of his path of cultivation, but as he grew stronger and learned new divine rank techniques, Heaven Rend had gradually become quite useless to him. However, in Yang Ye's opinion, Heaven Rend was much more important than death by a thought. Why? Because Heaven Rend's strength depended on his own strength. As for death by a thought, while it could continue growing stronger as well, it had a limit. But Heaven Rend's strength had no limit if his body was strong enough, and he could control it well. So, Head decided to practice Heaven Rend diligently. Yang Yi had been able to overlap almost 60 Heaven Rends when his strength arrived the high rank of the Half-Saint's realm, and the might of 60 overlapped Heaven Rends wasn't inferior to a low-grade divine rank sword technique. Moreover, because his body had been growing stronger incessantly throughout the last few days, his Heaven Rend was growing stronger and stronger. He was able to overlap even more strands of sword energy every single day. When he could overlap 70 Heaven Rends, Yang Yi noticed that his sword, which was condensed from sword intent, was almost incapable of enduring the terrifying strength that his execution of Heaven Rend carried. Moreover, those 70 overlapped Heaven Rends weren't inferior to the death by a thought technique. However, Yang Yi didn't stop there and still continued cultivating his body and Heaven Rend like a madman. Another 5 days passed. Now, Yang Yi's body and Heaven Rend were improving at an extremely slow pace, especially Heaven Rend. At this moment, he could overlap 80 Heaven Rends at once. However, increasing it by even one more strand of sword energy was absolutely difficult. It was the same for his body. In the beginning, his body wasn't able to endure the pain which came from the backlash of absorbing stellar energy. Yet now, his body had grown accustomed to it. Of course, it didn't represent that there was no pain. It could only be said that Yang Yi wouldn't lose his consciousness from being tortured by the stellar energy he absorbed. Something else worthy of mentioning was that his intense swords were only able to execute those 80 overlapped Heaven Rends twice. Even the intense swords that were condensed from Void Rank Sword intent weren't able to endure the current might of his Heaven Rend technique. So, it was obvious how terrifying it was now. In any case, based on his estimations, if he executed Heaven Rend while enhancing it with Void Rank Sword intent, then it was absolutely not inferior to a high-grade Divine Rank Sword technique. As for his body, it was more than 2 times stronger than before. However, he didn't know if it could be considered to be at the Divine Valor realm. Besides his physical strength and Heaven Rend technique, Head noticed that Head obtained one other gain. It was that his Stellar Ward technique had grown stronger. Based on what Instructor Zhua had said that day, the Stellar Ward technique was invincible. However, after he encountered those shadowy figures, Yang Yi knew that it was bullshit. Because even the Stellar Ward technique hadn't been able to stop those shadowy figures' attacks. However, it didn't mean that the Stellar Ward technique was weak. Conversely, it was extremely terrifying. After all, Head relied on it to beat up and scare over 100 saints away. It wasn't an invincible technique, but it truly provided a huge increase to his physical defenses. That could still be considered as a great trump card to him. Based on his current attainments in the Stellar War technique, even the death by a thought technique that was enhanced by Void Rank Sword intent wouldn't be able to pierce through his Stellar Ward technique. Yang Yi still continued cultivating after that, and he cultivated like a madman. Ocean of Clouds City. Because of Yu Wushuang, all the students of Ocean of Clouds Academy which Yang Yi had almost driven out of the city were still here. However, it wasn't that easy to gain the forgiveness of those cultivators in the city. During this period where Yang Yi was cultivating, Yu Wushuang made arrangements for those students to teach all over the city. Of course, it wasn't just simple teaching. They taught without holding back at all. In other words, they passed down their own techniques and knowledge to the residents of the city without holding back at all. All the parents of the students who were studying throughout the city felt overjoyed by it. After all, they were the students of Ocean of Clouds Academy, and they even were the Academy's elites. Since those students were teaching their children without holding back at all, it was definitely extremely beneficial to their children. So, those cultivators who couldn't stand the sight of those students from Ocean of Clouds Academy gradually changed their opinions of them. Even though those students were able to stay, Instructor Zhua and the other elders didn't stay. Yu Wushuang didn't ask them to stay because Yang Yi would absolutely not tolerate their presence in the city. Because once Yang Yi wasn't here, and they had ill intent towards the city, then it would be equivalent to a calamity for the city. Actually, Yu Wushuang knew that Yang Yi didn't want to spare them at all. Yang Yi was such a person. If someone treated him as their enemy, then he would treat them as his enemy as well. Moreover, in Yang Yi's opinion, since they were his enemy, then it was best to leave none of them alive. Just as Yang Yi had said, the reason Head spared them wasn't just because he was confident in his own strength, it was because she and Lu Weiner were fine. Yu Wushuang's heart felt warm when she thought up to this point. Yu Wushuang, who stood on the city walls, looked up towards Welkin Wolf Mountain Range, and then she spoke softly, "I wonder how his cultivation is going." Suddenly, her gaze shot towards the distance. A man who wore a black robe and carried a spear on his back was walking slowly towards the city from afar. Yu Wushuang spoke in a low voice, "Announce yourself." The man didn't speak and just continued forward. Yu Wushuang frowned. and then she waved her right hand. The Saint Realm sword servant, Zhu Yuan, which Yang Yi had left with her to keep her safe, shot forward to obstruct the man, and she said, "Who are you?" The man didn't answer her. He raised his head to gaze at the Saint Realm sword servant, which was obstructing his path. In the next moment, the spear behind him transformed into a ray of light that shot into the sky. When it arrived in the sky, the man suddenly appeared in front of the spear, and then he grabbed it. "Fuck off!" he roared as he threw the spear down. The Saint Realm sword servant wasn't even able to react before the spear pierced through its chest, and it was blasted flying and nailed on the walls of the city. Void rank spear intent. Yu Wushuang's pupils constricted. Who is he? As soon as he descended to the ground, he howled furiously and stomped his right foot against the ground. "Yang Yi, get the fuck out here." Bang! The ground before him instantly cracked apart, and the cracks swept forward swiftly and instantly arrived before the city gates. Bang! The city gates exploded apart. A bottomless trench that was over 1 kilometer long had appeared between the man and the destroyed city gates. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.